Newt.
Is that, oh, you're right with Newt. Just suddenly thought.
Newt.
So I'm just going to step away for 2 minutes. There's no reason for me to explain why. I'm sure you all understand. I'll be right back.
Oh yeah.
He's gonna get Zeus's golden.
I was trying so hard not to go there.
He's trying his best. The nature is just prevailing over him. Yes.
It's off to seduce Dania. I can't remember who it was now. Yeah.
It was so crowded yesterday. Like you wouldn't believe it. Like I couldn't fit in there. Like there was nowhere like I could move. Me and my friends were there. It was amazing though. The sound was like.
Oh, was this that metal gig you went to?
Yes.
Right.
There were like 4 bands. The first opening act was just like a band which was like death metal, and the vocalist was a woman, and she was growling all the time for like minutes straight. I was like, what the fuck? This is hardcore shit. It's like, this how it should be. Like, damn. And then there was, the second band was pretty cool. Then the third band had this, like, I guess, what is it? Like a Christmas song mashup into like metal. And I'm like, damn, I dig that shit. And then the last act, actually, basically, they took the song from what is it? What's that movie with Sparta? Like 300, I think.
Oh, 300, yeah.
Yes, they took the song from there as a beginning, and then they turned it into metal. It was amazing. It was just so epic. Oh my god.
I can't recall what the song's like. I know I've seen the film, but
it has like strings. It like dun, 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 and then it just goes deep. Yes. Basically, I came back home at like 4 a.m. I was tired as fuck. Couldn't find my cell phone as well. I was worried that it might have been stolen, because I basically when I went there, I basically stacked it up in my backpack. Although I didn't notice where, and I went home, I couldn't find it until I started hearing Led Zeppelin playing in it. I was hearing Led Zeppelin. I was like, wait, what the fuck? Am I hearing shit? And then I was like hearing closer, and then I found it where it was. It was hilarious. But yeah, it was cool. Good time.
indeed.
Okay.
Indeed.
300's one of those films where when I heard about it and people describe what it was like, I just thought, oh, that sounds a bit. But it's an excellent film.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it was one of those films that turned out to be a lot better than I expected it to be.
They're like a bunch of like really, I suppose, I guess, muscular men with no shirts on.
Well, yeah, there was that.
Yeah, I like that.
to be there was like a guitarist there without a shirt on, just rocking on the stage, just shredding his guitar. It was amazing. It was great. Lots of women there as well, so I mean, shit. Yeah.
You're not talking about the latest Mad Max movie, right?
The latest what?
Mad Max Fury Road.
Oh, I haven't watched. I should totally watch it, but I haven't. I watched the old Mad Max
You
movie.
haven't watched? Are you
No.
serious?
I know,
Oh my God.
I'm a sinner, I know.
Yeah, you know.
I remember when Mad Max came out.
Please, everybody take out his extra stones that you have ready at all times.
It stoned me, yes.
Stone brother, I mean, that's the opportunity right now.
Man,
Oh, God.
it's funny. There was no hint, like at least in the first movie or whatever, that there's supposed to have been a nuclear apocalypse or anything.
It looked like it. It looked like a nuclear apocalypse for sure.
In the
You
first
are
movie?
right.
No,
No,
not in the first one. No.
Not in the
can't
first one.
remember.
Yeah, I agree.
Since I've seen them, I can't.
It's supposed to be like what is it? Chaos. That was. They didn't really say it, but in the wake of peak oil.
It was
Like-
it was like a breakdown of society, I guess, based on the government is not being able to exert control anymore for whatever reason. That was kind of left in the dark somewhat.
They say it was supposed to be peak oil, but I didn't really see any indication of it either.
Yeah, I mean the hunting for gasoline or what these bands did in the first movie, that would be just a reaction or logically that would be following if the government control kind of breaks down, if it's going back to anarchism, like
Well,
right
which way?
the
Well, it's the tail wagging the dog. I mean, I guess in the thesis of those who advanced that, it was that the reason why the government broke down was because the oil was running out, right?
Yeah, I mean okay, the first movie has its merits. It has like from the production value, from the what it costed to produce the first movie compared to what it actually achieved in gross profits in theaters and whatnot. I think it was unchallenged until Blair Witch Project. Up until Blair Witch Project, Mad Max 1 was the movie with the lowest budget, reaching the highest gross profit comparison, right? The biggest ratio, and until Blair Witch Project came. But Mad Max 1, until Blair Witch Project was a thing, Mad Max 1 was still the movie that made a lot of money for a few bucks invested, right? So that was a thing. That was a phenomenon.
Right. I guess going leasing stuff. I remember when that came out.
Did you say Blazing Saddles?
No.
Oh, sorry.
Mad Max.
For some reason I thought you just said Blazing. I don't know.
I remember when that came out.
Mad Max
That was
must
Mad
have been the first one must have been late 70s, early 80s, because even though I've never watched it,
it's
I knew people who were talking
late
about
60s.
Late 60s.
Late 60s?
No.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
79. I wasn't alive.
1979, apparently.
Yeah, it was around 80s.
No, fuck you. No, that's not the. Let me Google it.
1979, it says. Here.
See, you know, I'm terribly sorry to sound so fucking arrogant. But
you should be.
I'm not always wrong. I remember, and the reason I remember is even though I didn't watch it, I know I can recall the people that I was talking to about this film, and they were saying, "Oh, how wonderful it was," and whatever. And I know exactly where I was and about the year that it happened. So, 69, no way. 79, yes, I think that would be about right. I would actually, if you'd really wanted to pin me down, I would have said about 1980. But hey.
Okay, I stand corrected. It was not the 60s.
No, it was 79 apparently.
Yeah.
Is it 1969 when we first landed on the moon?
No.
No?
Oh,
really?
hang on.
1969.
Come on.
Yeah.
1969,
come on,
yes. 1969.
Come on, brother. You know that we
sorry, my gut reaction was.
And the Earth was flat as well.
It was, and I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why it was 1969, because on pretty much
Hippies
the
love
way
to have sex. Okay.
elected, JFK said that he would do it within a decade, and he was elected in 1960. and he did it just in time. Although, of course, he didn't because he was killed November the 23rd, 1963. But he did. He did actually have it done just within the decade. So yes, it was 69. And I can't remember the date. I can't remember the date. It was mid 69, June, July.
Yeah, I don't remember offhand.
Yeah, I don't remember
I think the assassination of JFK was it interrupt or preempt the first episode of Doctor Who.
Did it what?
Oh yeah.
Well,
So I didn't hear the
about
question.
that, but I think you're correct.
let's go back to topic. I think Mel Gibson's the best Mad Max ever. Oh, there's no
Mel
replacement.
Gibson. Oh my God, Mel.
Oh no!
best? Has there been others?
Rewind 1 second. I missed Nadia's question about Doctor Who and JFK.
His assassination, I think. Preempted the first episode.
So it happened before.
You know, at the same time that it was supposed to air.
Oh, they
coverage
stopped
of the
airing it.
assassination
They
was
stopped
stopped,
airing it because of that. Okay. I've got absolutely no idea.
Yeah, conflict.
I'll tell you what my gut reaction is, and I'm not saying that this is right. I would have thought that even in those days, the speed at which news could be disseminated and the way in which the BBC would be able to pull programs would have prevented that happening. I'm not saying it didn't, but I'd be surprised if they shifted their schedule. I know in America news channels did change their schedules to report it, but I
you want us to? Oh, go ahead, Thomas.
No. Well, I think the preemption was of the broadcast in the United States, not in the UK.
Never watched Doctor Who.
And also, we've got to be careful what we're saying, whether we're talking about live or not, or whether it was put back to bring a sort of like news update to it.
It says here the first Doctor Who was eclipsed by the JFK coverage, and it had to be shown again the following week, just before the second instalment. So I think it did go out, but they realised so many people were probably watching or listening to the radio about JFK that they missed it. That's the implication I'm getting from that story I just read.
Yeah, I would accept that. Yeah. But what I struggle to accept is the BBC changed its coverage.
Oh, the BBC wasn't. It was the United States, I think.
Oh, the United States is. I already said that.
Yeah, it was supposed to air in the United States. Yeah.
And what really irritates me is my video that I posted about that, which I have to say was absolutely shamelessly taken from the BBC and posted onto YouTube. Was removed.
Did you monetize it? Did you monetize it?
What?
I don't think. No, I didn't. Not on that one. I don't think I've ever monetized anything on the DPR Jones channel. So it's not of great consequence. But
who is this DPR Jones anyway?
Exactly. Who the fuck am I? Yeah.
Some unknown entity on the internet.
It's a decent way to earn a side buck, you know? It's a side money you can easily earn, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Until if you don't violate community guidelines, but
because lawyers are so well known for being broke.
This is what I was making. I basically totally downloaded a BBC production, uploaded it onto YouTube, and it managed to survive for about 3 years. I did it on the anniversary, so it would have been in 2003, 2013, and it survived for a couple of years. But the BBC seems to have got a lot better. But I got a load of criticism for it, and I was quite tickled because the video that I actually posted was a very, very professional video, and people actually thought that the person commentating over this video was me, and I'd actually put it together myself.
Oh, that's hilarious. Oh god. Did you give him credits? Did you kind of say it was under fair use or any? You didn't. Oh.
No, I didn't do any credits whatsoever. I didn't care because by that stage, I joined or signed up for YouTube. I think about 2006. And I remember the first video that was posted. I didn't have anything to do. Well, I'd say I didn't have anything to do with it. I sent someone because I had absolutely no idea how to do a YouTube video. I sent them all the details and I read out a script. And I was so naive about it. I had to read this script about 3 or 4 times. Before I actually got it right, because I didn't understand that you could edit something in something like Audacity or whatever, and sent it off to someone in Australia who produced an absolutely wonderful video. So that was 2006-ish. By the time it got to 2013, I really couldn't give a flying fuck. I was so disillusioned with YouTube. I just thought, yeah, just post anything. It doesn't matter. I don't care if my channel gets removed or whatever, which it had been 3 or 4 times since I signed up, whether it was by virtue of GMCAs or whatever. I just lost interest.
Wasn't there a certain person who was known for his false flaggings back then?
Yes, there were quite a few. I got flagged by all sorts.
All sorts of venom thing access.
Yeah. God bless him. I'm sure he's a much better person now.
Hopefully he is. Like, as much as sometimes I like to antagonize the opposition, which I do a lot. Like, I admit to it. I fucking come out. You know, I'm right there in clear water. You know, but still, I sort of do feel a little upset with them. Like, I feel emotionally attached a little bit. You know. And I do actually hope that they do better, you know. I really do hope that. Like,
I don't feel emotionally attached to him at all. I do hope that he does better. And I have been sort of like criticised for the comments that I've made about him. Nothing I'm saying now has not already been said in the public domain, and I'm not breaching any confidences when I say this. Everything that I suspected and stated about the little piece of shit that he is was pretty much confirmed to me by his father, and he agreed that my analysis of him was absolutely spot on, and that means, unfortunately, he's pretty much a sociopathic arsehole, and it isn't a matter of him growing up and getting out of it. It's a mental state that he's in.
Are we talking about Holden?
Sociopath, you're always going to be a sociopath.
At best, he might learn to cover his sociopathy and learn how to pretend to be a non-sociopath. Like he'll mimic other people's behaviours. That's what some sociopaths can do. Or they learn to mimic other people's behaviour so they don't come across.
I totally agree with that. And
Who are we talking
if
about?
if
I'm
if
totally
Vampire
depends.
X.
Look. It depends on how you
if
define what sociopathic behavior is, what it is, and how you determine that it is, right? I mean, yes, to you guys it might appeal that, but I mean, truthfully speaking, we don't know. He might just have been, I guess,
I
being
think he's actually.
oblivious.
I think he's actually showed up at one of my hangouts.
Wow.
Holy shit.
It was kind of a non-event. He's not his real name, so it was like, okay, well, hi there, whoever this guy is. Okay, you're a Christian, whatever. Not very sophisticated philosophical arguments. Oh, okay, Venom Fang X. Never heard of that.
Well, the only people
Excellent.
the only people that I would kind of guess if you're bringing in like a son and father relationship is like the Hovins or maybe Anakin Skywalker and Darth Vader. I don't know.
I just
That's the
want to
only
make
two options that I have.
one thing. I just want to make one thing clear, if I may. Venom was, as Dee says, people can change. I don't think that he will inherently change, and certainly there was a time when he went from his YouTube video making to working with Eric Hovind at the Creationist Institute. There was a time when he was studying at some, I think it was Tyndale seminary or university or whatever. But he seems to have sort of like slipped away from the internets, and so perhaps Dee is correct that he may have changed, and I genuinely hope that he has. I strongly suspect that he doesn't have the capacity, but as Dee says, he may be able to have sort of like
Fake it.
well, yes, faked it.
Mimic other humans.
Yeah, yeah. Despite anything that he ever did to me or anyone else, I'm not someone that holds grudges. I just wish that he would find contentment and happiness within himself, which didn't involve him upsetting so many people as he has done in the past.
Yeah.
And if he's listening or whatever, which I very much doubt, I hope he hears my sentiments, which are genuine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty much. Yeah, that's the best we can hope for, I suppose. Yeah. Yeah, because I mean, I guess you can maybe you can call it a phase or some shit. Because I mean, I didn't used to be quite healthily or used to have healthy skepticism, although I did appear I didn't have lots of, I guess, mental issues or except for I always had social anxiety and a little bit of depression, which now I'm being treated for. But I mean, back in high school, I used to be like full-on arcane type conspiracy theorist. Like, I used to genuinely believe in like Illuminati running the globe, all the Obama conspiracies, like, and I kind of stepped out of it. I rationally analyzed those propositions and I figured out a way to kind of disprove the nonsense I was believing in, basically. And also I may add that it was feeding my paranoia that I had, that was driving my depression. which is also why I am very stringently kind of opposed to any sorts of conspiracies, any sorts of irrational kind of conclusions before evidence sort of notions or like, you know, any sort of deal like that. Yeah. So I mean, yeah, I guess people can change. I truly did change. So I mean, you know, I know it from my personal experience. So I mean, I've lived it. So I know that. I mean, you know, who's to say that he can't change? You know, who's to say he can't be normal?
Oh, I think people can change their ideas, their views, their opinions. People can. And it's a terribly arrogant thing to say. The older you get, the more experiences that you have. So you know,
Exactly.
I don't think it's disrespectful to say because I'm as old as I am that I have more experience and more understanding than a teenager. But if you're a sociopath or a psychopath or whatever, or a paedophile or whatever, I think there is limited opportunity for you to change.
Yeah,
May,
I think you're
you
right
know,
there.
sorry, deep. Go
No,
on.
I said I think you were right. I mean, obviously, as someone who's only 21, I know nothing about these things.
You're 21?
No, I was once. I was joking.
I was going to say, if you're 21, there's no reason for me to listen to anymore.
Add another 30 years and we'll be a lot closer. But yeah, I do agree with you that with certain things you're not really going to change. Like I say, at best you can learn to mimic others.
You can
And
treat that though. That's a treatment. That's a form of treatment, though. Wouldn't you agree?
Can you
Yeah.
treat sociopaths?
There are ways, I think, to treat it. There are ways.
You might be able to
Wonder if you could do
control
cognitive.
or minimize the condition, but I think
Yes,
you're
exactly.
if you're a sociopath, you're a sociopath. And I'm terribly sorry. I've said it before and I'll say it again.
I agree with you.
Benefang X ticks all the boxes of being a sociopath.
Yeah, yeah, I'd agree there. You can't cure it, but the best we can hope for is that he's getting treated.
Oh,
That's the best we can hope
sorry.
for. Right.
The
No, I'm
best,
saying it was something completely different. I do beg your
no,
pardon.
I would totally disagree. The best that we can hope for is that he's leading a positive life and not inflicting pain and suffering on other people. That's the best we can say of anyone, isn't it?
Well, yeah, that's part of being treated and minimizing the issues that cause that, I guess, negative feedback upon others.
I don't think there's I don't know. I don't think the idea of like a sort of nature or whatever it is coherent. But it doesn't necessarily mean they can change. But anyway.
Sorry, Nadia, I didn't follow exactly what point you were making.
And I don't know, maybe there are
Just
extreme
random
cases.
anti-essentialism.
Yeah.
Oh, just random anti-essentialism. I was saying. I don't think there is a sort of nature or essence, though I don't necessarily think they can change, or I don't think they can necessarily be able to change. Whatever.
Well, let me investigate that as best I can. You would accept, I'm sure, that you would be someone who would claim to be open to persuasion, that if someone presented you with an argument, you would accept that argument if you found it valid. Right.
Well,
So
there's a little bit more to it, but basically.
Right. So there is a difference as well. If you had a particular persuasion or inclination towards one form of sexuality or another, you would say that you could not be persuaded out of that position. Yes?
Yeah, it's probably not necessarily voluntaristic, yeah.
Right. So I think that we accept there are different sort of like states that we could be in. I mean, let me give you an example and see if you have a disagreement with this. I am strongly heterosexual, and I am also opposed to the death penalty. Okay, one is part of my nature, the other is part of my reasoning. You could perhaps persuade me against my position about the death penalty, but I don't think that you would agree, I think, that you couldn't persuade me about my sexuality. Yeah?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not sure that makes it nature. And while it's not necessarily voluntaristic, I think there are maybe other things that happen too. Like I've seen like trans women or whatever flip their sexuality in various ways.
In regards to that, I
Not
think
as a voluntaristic process.
But would
I'd
they
say
be
not as a
more?
voluntaristic process. Go ahead.
I was going to say, would they be more sexually fluid to start with, and perhaps?
Yes, that's indeed what I was about to say. Thank you.
Yeah.
Some people are, some people aren't. That's the difference, basically.
Well, the thing is, it wasn't just any kind of fluidity. It was pretty much in response to maybe the medical measures and such involved in transition.
I'm sorry if I offend anyone with what I said. It's of no concern whatsoever what anyone else's sexual proclivities, desires, or whatever are concerned. I'm not making any moral judgment. What I'm saying is that you can't change those. For example, my brother is gay, openly gay, and I think that's absolutely wonderful that he is. But I could no more talk him out of no, you're not really gay. This is some sort of like, and I've heard the most outrageous comments being made to you, Nadia, by the likes of Hillbilly.
Yeah, Christian Hill, yes.
Yeah. Which I find absolutely disgusting and also totally ignorant. And when I use the word ignorant here, I'm using it as in he has absolutely no understanding whatsoever about sexuality and how other people may have a different feeling. He just takes it from the Bible and
you should have
whatever.
seen Ryan Campbell on last night.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, that was so impressive.
I can imagine.
They basically think that they can artificially change something that is evolutionarily is part of our nature, basically, and that's stupid. That's impossible. It might be a factor of part of the whole environment of a nature, but that still won't. It still is unhealthy. It's completely despicable. And
well, we change all kinds of things come about evolutionarily. Like, well, I guess we deal with, say, I don't know, various kinds of infections of teeth. We maybe also do a number of things trying to prevent, say, Tay-Sachs, or otherwise enhance. What is it? Anything ranging from vitamin D's to, well, having more endowed men to, I don't know, bubonic plague resistance and some such, right? Go ahead.
Yeah, but with those types of things and modifications, there must be a justification for it. There must be some sort of a goal. And what's homophobes and other kind of anti-social kind of cretins try to push? What's their goal? You know, what is their motivation?
The will,
Why?
purpose,
Right?
commands, and glory of the imaginary thing that they think is a god. Go ahead.
I would disagree with you there, Nadia. I think that the initial issue is their ickiness, and then they find justification for that ickiness within a holy book, and then they seek to justify it by virtue of, well, this good book tells you that this must be the position. So if I haven't made myself clear, it's their uncomfortable position, which is the initial factor, and their reliance on a good book is their secondary backup mechanism to justify their ickiness.
I'm not sure that discomfort as such is, I don't know, something that has, just spontaneous or whatever it is kinds of origins. I think, from having seen quite a number of people who, well, just didn't seem to instinctively have the kind of revulsion that, well, I think it ends up coming from, some kind of perhaps upbringing or whatever.
Answer me this, Nadia. Answer me this, Nadia, if you will. And this is a kind of generalization, but the way in which people view you, whether they accept you or whether they think you are perverted and disgusted, do you not find a parallel between atheists and theists in that regard? That is to say that atheists will accept you for what you are, and theists, and I know this is a generalized comment, and I want you to criticize it if it's not true. Theists will condemn you for being a pervert and a queer and whatever other disgusting words they may use against you.
Yeah, it's a trend. The majority of those who are against, or, well, getting it from religion and all that, on the other hand, probably, I think the kind of actual majority of religious types probably just don't really care. They don't matter whether they get involved, but they don't really have, I don't know, any great deal of concern.
I mean, going on from what DPR says, and I think what he said earlier sounds quite feasible to me. There's no doubt, in my opinion, there's both atheists and theists who have the icky factor to the extent that they're homophobic. It's just that the theists will then use their Bible to justify their icky factor and their homophobia, whereas non-theists will just have to go, well, I just don't like it, and I don't know why, I just don't. I don't know what the people, so.
Yeah, and the weirdest part is, I think most of those atheists who say that would also masturbate to lesbian porn, and they would be like,
yeah.
oh, lesbians are so hot, but oh, fuck those guys, they're gay, oh.
Yeah, I have noted whenever the subject of sexuality comes up, especially with certain Christians, it's always this obsession with anal sex. It's like, I'm pretty sure most lesbians don't. I mean, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure most, if not all lesbians don't have anal sex.
I'm just gonna say it right up front. I'm obsessed with anal sex. So in the meantime, I think the main thing to go on about here is, but yeah, I know enough people who will just like, yeah, they tried it, yeah, didn't think it was for them, and
Well, I'm prepared
weren't too worried
put
about
my,
it. Sorry, go ahead.
I don't want this to seem the wrong way. I'm prepared to put my hand up to an admission that I love anal sex.
Yay.
Anal
So,
sex club.
Yeah.
Yes.
I find the thought of it icky.
Oh, gee.
There you go. But it's none of my business. My point being was that some people, like you mentioned homosexuality, and all they seem to be capable of thinking of is men bumming each other. Like there's nothing else to homosexuality than that.
Exactly.
Well, there can be plenty more.
That's my point.
I think that part is really awesome.
And I don't know how true it is, but I think there are some statistics that indicate more heterosexuals have anal sex than male homosexuals. And as I say, I don't know how many lesbians.
This glaring overgeneralization, man. It almost sounds like they have a phobia for homos, Almost sounds like that.
There should be a word for that, shouldn't there?
Yeah. Some goes like homophobia or something like that. Yeah.
I think what it is homophobes actually hate themselves. See what I did there? If you know the Greek for homo.
Yep, the same.
Oh man, yeah. Because political factors also count. Lots of conservatives. Some conservatives are atheists. Even take Milo Yiannopoulos, who is a prominent conservative gay man who hates gays. He hates being gay. He hates himself so much. It's just astounding how bigoted he is towards himself.
Well,
and
I've also heard about him being anti-trans.
Hello.
Oh yeah, he's also dead, of course.
Yeah.
Wasn't there? Well, I know there was. I can't remember his name. Ted Haggard.
Oh, Ted, yeah.
who was preaching from the pulpit, anti gay homosexual behaviour, and yet at the same time was practicing it with male prostitutes.
Yep.
I mean,
I heard he was would snort cocaine off of the penises of female prostitutes. Go ahead.
I think he does.
I don't know it in that much detail, but yes, drugs and.
This should be turned into a porno, like a fanfic porno. This should be turned into that.
No. Think about him in any sort of.
Gay sex, hard drugs. I don't know, like industrial music or something. Right?
Sex and drugs and rock and roll. It's all my body needs.
It's this sort of like hypocrisy that irritates me.
Correct.
Same. And they provide us as atheists who have a healthy attitude towards sex and sexual behaviour. It gives us so much ammunition, but it's a hypocrisy. It's much like the Catholic Church. And again, if you want to see what I consider to be one of the greatest speeches in a debate, look up Stephen Fry. Is the Catholic Church a force for good in the world? And listen to his speech. It's about 20 minutes, and again, Dee, I know that you're going to be able to find that. It's QI squared. Is the Catholic Church a force for good? It's on YouTube, and Stephen Fry's opening statement, as I say, it's about 20 minutes long, and I don't like this sort of debate. I really don't, because I don't think it proves anything, and you get the likes of Cy Ten Brood and Kate and William Lane Craig arguing all sorts of crap and whatever. But for once, this is absolutely...
The crap as though it's ammunition to us,
It's an
right?
absolutely wonderful speech, and if you want to if you want to know the end result, watch the whole thing, which I'm sure is linked to it.
I do love Stephen Fry. He's the only man I'd ever have a baby for. It's not going to happen, but you know.
And I think
it's a double hypocrisy.
Is that have you just is that the you posted it?
Yes,
Please, please, honestly,
think,
everyone, just don't watch it now. Just save it to watch later. I'm terribly sorry to talk over.
As always, you're terribly sorry. We get it.
Yeah, I know. I do it too much. Honestly, I do, and I don't mean to do it.
Catchphrase. I love it though. It's legendary.
But I honestly, I cannot implore you enough to watch that speech. It's. I've said it already.
But it's a double hypocrisy, because whilst they're sitting there quoting Leviticus of, man must not lie with another man, is abhorrent. I forget the exact. They're sitting there in their poly cotton shirts saying this to you.
Yes.
Yeah.
But what you don't understand, you see, and this is why you are so stupid in your views, is that you do not understand that there was a new covenant that was made by God setting himself down as part of himself to be sacrificed and punished and tortured to go up to heaven to be on the right side of God, and this new covenant is kind of makes everything different. And if you don't understand what I'm saying, then you simply don't understand the new covenant. Get it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Duh.
Yeah. That's sort of the airheaded hipster type Christian response. Yes. Yes. Only I'm a special little fucking, flower, and only I understand everything. You don't. Ooh. Spooky.
I think a new word for snowflake these days is Yiannopoulos.
I just have to add one thing. Any idea of having a child with Stephen Fry is not likely to happen, is it?
Oh, no, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
He's as gay as it, and he's also.
He might want to turkey baste me.
Oh, okay.
I mean, the fact that I've been through the menopause and I've been sterilised is also why it's not going to happen. I was just saying he's the only man I would have had a child.
Also, I would add up, if you want to see it, if you want to answer yourself the question, is the Catholic Church a force for good? I would advise looking up Christopher Hitchens and his response to it. His response is God damn it! I love the way he argues. I love it.
It's an enormous loss to the atheist movement. We've lost Christopher Hitchens,
yes.
But
did he deliver his response to the missionary position?
If you follow the link that Dee has put into the side chat, you will also find the full debate. And I have to say that Hitchens was almost as good as Stephen Fry, but I just found Stephen Fry in that debate to be the most eloquent and persuasive speaker, but by a narrow margin. Hitchens was absolutely outstanding as well. And the two people opposing the or proposing the opposition, and Widdicombe, was an embarrassment, and the Archbishop of Uganda, I may be wrong, was again an absolute embarrassment, and it showed so clearly just how easy it is to argue against the nonsense, the crap, the bullshit that Christians advance. It's
self-defeating, though. It really is. In case of the
and what's wonderful, I spoiler alert, okay? Before the debate started, the audience, which I think was 1,000 or more, voted, and after the debate had concluded, they voted again, and the shift from those that supported the Catholic Church being a force for good in the world dropped by an incredible amount. Honestly, just go and watch it if you haven't seen it.
Yes.
But it just failed magnificently. And Fry and Hitchens were just an absolutely wonderful double act, if you like.
Over here, I don't think it surprises too many. A fair number of the Protestants on here, actually it's all Protestants, except for like 3 people, like literally call the Pope the Antichrist. So.
Oh gosh,
yeah. Dead serious.
They probably agree with pretty much everything that he says, though. Yeah, of course he's not the vicar of Christ on earth.
Policy-wise, they would agree with a lot. Yeah.
Well, actually, that's part of the basis of the argument, right? A vicar of Christ acts in the place of Christ, and therefore, at least translating it to Greek makes it an Antichrist.
Yeah, but Nadia, do they not? The Protestants or the religious in America, they agree in general principle with exactly what the Catholic Church has to say. Pro-life, anti-gay marriage. How can you differentiate between the Protestant Church or the evangelicals and the Catholic Church? What is the difference?
Young Earth creationism.
Canonical, and that.
No, on ethical issues, what is their difference?
There is no difference.
On the basic principles,
almost none.
from what I understand, yeah.
There we
They
go.
all believe that Christ was God in flesh who came down to earth, died and was resurrected for our sins, which is the main tenet, I believe, of Christianity. See, I didn't know till I came here, and I think it was G-Man I first said, I didn't know that some Christians don't consider Catholics as Christians. I was like, what? What?
Yeah. It's weird, isn't it? I absolutely love it. I love it when the religious argue amongst themselves. No, you're not a true Christian. I'm the true Christian.
You can almost see, like, there is this. There used to be protests against to defund Planned Parenthood. You can kind of see the crowd as a bunch of Christians, right? And all of them are different denominations, but yet they're all together to one cause. They hate each other, but they're all to one cause.
Yeah, and in fact, in the clip that Dee has put in about the Stephen Fry speech, he actually expresses one incident when, and I can't remember exactly what it is, but it's when all Christians unite against anti-Christians, and as I say, it was either something before the United Nations or something. but they all united against atheism and anti-religion, and included the phrase, on behalf of the enlightened. No, it wasn't enlightened, I'm terribly sorry. On behalf of the enlightened, or something, it was something along those lines, religions of the world. So suddenly, when they're under attack, they will unite, but at the same time, they will fight against each other. And we see this on Nadia's Hangouts all the time, and in other ways. Apparently, I've not been following this, but G-Man has fallen out with several people on I don't know, on the basis that they're not a true Christian, and he is, and I think Thick Shades has fallen out with him as well. I get reports of these.
G-Man and Buckle had a fight. If you watch his previous to last hangout, him and Veckel went into this hissy fight over the interpretation of some Bible verse, and it was, oh god, it was hilarious. At the end though, they make up. Veckel apologized to him and is like, even though I will punch you, I still love you, G-Man. And I'm like, oh look, he reveals his gay affections for G-Man once again. You know. Oh god, I wish I saw the response in their faces when they saw this comment. I love.
I don't know what to make of G-Man.
He's a clown.
I accept he's a clown. But I kind of think deep down, half of the time, I think he's probably a really decent guy. The other half of the time, I think he's an absolute cunt.
In our fair hangouts, especially if religion's not being talked about, he can be quite civil. And not be all this hyper. Sorry.
On the other occasions, I'm sorry to use the word. I hope it. Well, I don't care whether it offends anyone. The other half of the time, he does come across as a complete cunt.
Mm-hmm.
Indeed, he does. Indeed, he does. Yes, but yeah, I mean, I wasn't after. I chilled with him after a hangout, and he went instantly from raging at me and completely trying to kind of misframe my arguments and basically just completely misinterpret me and take me out of context to being this cordial gentleman, and it's like.
Yeah, and I've had private Skype conversations with him, not that many, and again, he can be incredibly cordial, but
it's almost like he's putting on a show.
No, I don't think he is. I actually no, seriously, I think that he genuinely believes what he says he does.
Oh, I think he believes what he says. I think the manner in which he says it is a show. To some extent.
I don't.
It's the old debate. It's like trying to wonder about if Alex Jones plays a show or if he's actually that hyper.
Oh, he is actually.
Yes, he is actually.
You should read. Well, you don't know. You don't have to. You should.
What you're saying is, what you seem to be saying is that you can't make a decision about whether you think it's a show or not. And what I'm saying is that I do think that you can make that decision. And with Alex Jones and G-Man, you can make that determination. And with G-Man, I don't think it is a show. Yet I do accept that he can be very, very cordial when he's talking on a one-to-one basis, which might sound hypocritical, it might sound illogical, but I do maintain that.
There's a book called Them, Adventures with Extremists by John Ronson. I don't know if any of you are familiar with The Men Who Stare at Goats.
I've heard it somewhere.
It's the same author.
I've seen the film.
It's actually based on a true story.
Really?
Yeah, John Ronson is a journalist. He's a sort of comedic journalist, but he's a genuine journalist, and he wrote a book called The Psychopath Test, which is I love his books, to be honest. But yeah, he also wrote this other one called Them, and he looks at various. I'm almost positive Alex Jones appears in that when he goes off to look at the Bilderberg group, and Alex Jones is just a loony. Yeah, he also talks David Icke and other people like that.
Oh yeah,
just
David
as a slight aside, I think that the people that star as goats, the film, I think it just shows what a wonderful actor George Clooney is.
Yes, he is.
Because he fulfills that role so well, and yet he can also play other roles like in Ocean's 11 and all sorts of other films, comedy films as well. He's very good at comedy. And if I was a woman looking to be attracted to a man, I'd have a serious struggle to determine whether I'd go for George Clooney or Brad Pitt, because George.
How about both?
George is.
Yeah, I go for both.
I don't have that many. Well, no, I was gonna no.
I'm working on getting that.
I'll stop.
Well, I don't have a struggle because it's Johnny Depp all the way.
Really? Oh, for you,
that's for number 3.
You see, I think Johnny's kind of fun, but I don't see him as attractive as the other two.
He's prettier. I like pretty.
Well, now we're arguing about what attractive is and what's pretty.
Each to their own, you see. Each to their own.
And if you were trying to somehow fit Stephen Fry into this mix,
that's a mental thing. That sounds wrong. That's a cerebral thing.
So, well, no, I'm not going to ask you that. That would be rude and insulting of me.
On and off.
I'm going to ask you. I'm going to ask you anyway. So, if you had you have a desire for a child and it was possible, but you did have to go through the physical experience of having to have sex. So we're not talking about some sort of
insemination.
Yes. So would it be Stephen Fry, Clooney, Pitt, or what was the
Johnny Depp?
Sorry?
Johnny Depp?
Johnny Depp, yes. You've got a choice of 4.
If I actually wanted to have a child, it would be Johnny Depp. I don't actually want to have a child, which is the only reason. Actually, there's 2 people, Eddie Izzard and Johnny Depp. Eddie Izzard and Stephen Fry, I think, should be reproducing. They should have offspring. I think it's important to society in general, and
but hang on. So we're going back.
But what about Michael Palin? He should breed as well.
No, your number 1 choice was Johnny Depp.
If I wanted children, if I actually wanted to have children, I would choose Johnny Depp to have sex with. Yes.
Okay.
In fantasy world, I mean, in real life, obviously, I'd choose my husband. But as soon as I don't want children, I don't have to.
Wait,
I did make it clear.
You're 21 and you're married.
This is imaginary world.
Yes, I'm just confirming, but yeah. But yeah.
As far as Stephen Fry and I forget who the other guy was. They pretty much. Well, I guess within the next 2 years have NHS approval for that. Go ahead.
If I had to have sex with one of them, Stephen Fry would be the last on the list. although I admire his intellect, I find him really very unattractive. Johnny Depp, I wouldn't include in my sort of like last list. I think that it would have to be, for me, it would be a choice between Clooney and Pitt.
Let me just Google Brad Pitt.
And I think I would have to probably, because I just think that he would be more gentle. I would go for George.
Yeah, I kind of. Well, what's the way I put it? I mean, yeah. No, Buff Young starts with like the Punisher logo tattooed in the back or something. Kind of works. Kind of works for me.
Is that Van Helden?
No.
Van Helden, the Punisher.
It's the real person, though.
This is the Punisher. Oh god. I miss that
Punisher
silly
logo.
man. I miss him.
But yes, I will admit, in terms of physicality and sexual attraction, Stephen Fry would come pretty low on my list. Sorry, Stephen.
Sorry, Stephen. Sorry if you're listening.
Not that he's bothered.
Yeah, it's not.
Doesn't want sex with me.
Indeed.
What I find really interesting or entertaining, I suppose is a better way of putting it, is the idea that I can say something, as I just have, that I'd rather have sex with George Clooney rather than Brad Pitt, makes people think that I must be gay or at the very least bisexual.
The best way to prevent that, just say no homo.
Perhaps, you know, perhaps you know, that's
Bro.
no homo, man.
I would much rather have sex with a woman than a man. But if I had to have sex with a man, then it would be with George. Because I think George would treat me nicely. I think George would take me out for a meal. No, seriously. I think George would take me out for a meal, probably next to in a 3-star Michelin restaurant next to Lake Como, and sort of like take me back to his place and sort of like do it sweetly in a bed that is you know, fresh sheets and fruit by the side and mineral water, preferably sparkling. Whereas Brad would sort of like just take me out to some cheap kebab house and then sort of like rush me back to some shabby hotel room and just do it quickly, and then sort of like afterwards say, okay.
On your bike.
George would be there with me in the morning. Brad would have gone, or I would have gone.
I think you could be right there. Actually.
Well, you can Google for I think a skit called "Perfect Date in Philadelphia" by Andrew Dice Clay. Hang on.
Yeah.
So Nadia, what was your choice again? You're going for George or Brad?
Both George and Brad, as well as Johnny Depp.
Time.
Same time, yes.
You dirty slag.
You betcha. You betcha. Yeah. I'm greedy.
I'm just too lazy for that.
What do you mean too lazy?
What? Yeah, one at a time, please. You know.
Me, what really got me going on the hate bandwagon against G-Man is when he dissed my bae, Lacey Green. She's a very beautiful and sophisticated woman that he shouldn't have. He was completely unjustified in his diss to her.
I didn't know he had this, but it doesn't overwhelmingly surprise me.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
in that diss, he basically said that basically this was women should be submissive. They should clean and do and stay in the kitchen. That's all he said. That's actually what he said.
Wow.
Seriously, that's his diss to Lacey Green.
The perfect date in Philly. I'll pop that in my
Fucking
watch
A.
later.
And then people ask me, "Oh,
it's,
why are you a feminist?"
Video
Oh, it's
is
only
only
6.
7 seconds long.
Why?
I just noticed that. Back in a mo.
God damn it. So many stupid men children around. Oh god.
Oh my gosh. Oh, get out.
So
Sorry.
I reckon.
It's about
I
how long most
reckon.
of them last too.
Well, yeah, hang on. I'm terribly sorry. Brother hasn't. I don't think expressed a preference, but I'm kind of guessing that if we had to have a vote on this, George Clooney is coming out on top. No. I don't. No. When I said coming out on top, no. Stop it. Stop it. Stop your dirty little minds. I'm thinking that George Clooney would be the top preference for all of us.
Well, it's.
I think so. I think he'd be more of the gentleman
I
than the
mean,
other.
a lot of times you can just tell who's whether they're a top or a bottom or what.
And I have to say, you know, this encourages me in a way because I actually have this absolutely ridiculous idea that I look a lot like George Clooney. So, you know, why is it suddenly gone all quiet?
I think you're the spitting image of
sorry.
George Clooney. Maybe a little less hair than he's got, but other than that.
Oh, do stop it.
Hey, you've got more hair than my husband, so. Yeah. Should there be a difference in who I'd actually find physically attractive, who I might want to have sex with, and who I'd want to have a relationship with? I'd pick different men for those things.
That's true. Same goes for me with women, you know, same for everyone, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. But sex is always fun, you know. You know what? Also, I really dislike
Well,
what I
it's not-
dislike
no,
in
I
Abrahamic
disagree.
religion. I love.
Isn't always fun.
No, I would disagree because when I have sex with underage children,
Not that. Not the. No.
What? No.
Oh, he's
what?
famous for it.
All legal sex, all sex that is not pedophilic or. You know,
And here is
illegal.
I guess a song that, well, I guess it's about a situation where I'm not sure exactly if it's you can or can't tell, but I guess finding out one way or the other that the boy is a bottom.
Yeah,
The reference
there's that
was.
as well. But as I say, when you're having sex with underage children, it doesn't really matter because if it's a boy, particularly under the age of 4 or 5, they're not going to be able to have an erection, and so there's very little difference whether you're having sex with a underage 4-year-old who's a boy or a girl.
Yeah, this is why societies moralize strict lines, you know, where, you know,
if anyone for a moment thinks I'm being serious,
I know, I don't.
Please go
know.
back and look at Venom Fang X's video about me being a paedophile, and also dropping my details and encouraging people to report me for being a paedophile. This is why I make a joke of it. It's not a subject that should be laughed about or whatever. But hey, there's someone, a Christian, a theist, happens to be a creationist, don't think that really matters, who is prepared to make up lies to DMCA videos of mine in order to get my personal information and then disseminate it to anyone and actually make videos encouraging people to report me as a paedophile by virtue of with the information that he had, and
Well, in our community,
by virtue
yeah.
of a video that didn't support his
outrageous claims. Yes.
yes.
Yep.
Yeah, but that's Christian love for you. Would I ever do that to a theist? No. So who has the moral high ground?
High ground here. That's and it's hilarious when they try to claim that they have the moral high ground and they try to sound holier than thou. That's the best part for me. That's really the cherry on top.
And they claim it comes from the Bible, but you can't look at the Bible or any other holy book and from that get any sort of morality at all, unless you cherry pick, which is what Christians do. It's what Muslims do, and I don't criticize those that do cherry pick. What I do suggest about them is that they're doing just that. They're being hypocritical because they're not being true to their good book. They're cherry picking. There are many different denominations of Christianity that are very good, and there are Muslims.
Yeah, and look, I would say that pragmatically wise, why would you want to sort of not encourage that sort of deal, like progressive Christianity or secular Christianity, secular Islam, progressive? Like, I mean, I fully pragmatic. I fully encourage people to go that way. I mean, that is at least some social progress there. At least something, you know. At least you're not getting the obnoxious fundamentalists.
Way to get like secular Christianity and secular Islam like to the point where basically secular Judaism's at.
Yeah, basically, yeah. That would be good. That would be a good goal right there. Yes. But secular Judaism is sort of an oxymoron, because there's basically a secular Judaism, then there's like the super Orthodox Jews that are basically the complete opposite. They're basically the fundies of the Jewish faith.
Exactly. So within every single religion that we can name, mainstream religions, there are moderates and there are fundamentalists or extremists, right? So why should we tar any one particular religion for being more extreme than the other? They all have denominations, and they all have different views. You get my point.
Yeah, I get it. I completely get it. Yeah, the association is still
there. The world would be a better place without any religion. Or would it? Do you agree with that statement?
I agree.
I'm actually not sure that I do agree with that statement. I'm
with Karl Marx at the the total abolition of all religion, theism, and superstition is the illusory happiness that people's demand for the real happiness. Go ahead.
So I think if you removed religion, well, we already have other things that people will fight about and cause problems over. I mean, people say, "Oh, religion's the #1 cause of wars," and I think
superstition would still be
yeah.
there. It would
Yeah.
still remain.
But D,
Or football.
answer,
I mean, look at football.
answer this question for me, D. Would you agree with my statement that religion can be a calming, pacifying entity for some people? There are certain denominations of Christianity and also Islam that are entirely peaceful. So it would be wrong, and okay, let me put it this way. Although I love him dearly, I would disagree with Christopher Hitchens' statement that religion poisons everything, because I don't think it does.
I agree. Yeah, I agree with what you said there.
Well, I don't know. I mean, it's kind of obvious religion doesn't poison atheists, but yeah, I think well, people would be better comforted and preoccupied by gay orgies and transsexual gangbangs. Go ahead.
Well,
You see, there's always an alternative.
But I personally wouldn't
Always.
be comforted by that, so.
I know.
Not even, I wouldn't be comforted by heterosexual orgies. You know, I'm pretty vanilla when it comes to sex.
Okay.
I should have that. If I ever get a sock account or need another account, I'm going to call myself Pretty Vanilla.
Vanilla?
Old lady sexual preferences. Yes.
Okay, old lady's pushing it a bit there.
Yeah, it is.
I was just about to say, you never ever comment on a woman's age. Bad.
Good job. I'm not a goddess. You could be turning everything to gold right now.
Yeah, well, if I was Stephen Fry, I would be looking for a chance. But as I said, I'm a spitting image of George Clooney.
Physically, George Clooney is definitely
At
more
least I've got
attractive
at least I've got my camera on, and you can judge that for yourselves. And don't put it in the sidebar, because obviously I know it's just an illusion, and I wish I was. But I'll tell you what I really like about both of them, and I'm not saying that this is necessarily exclusive to them. But both George and Brad do, Brad in particular, do enormous amounts of charity work, for which I think they should be praised. Brad, I think, came from New Orleans and has sort of like spent many millions of pounds sort of like building up homes in New Orleans after the floods and whatever that happened there. I'm not sure about George, but you know, I think they're examples of people who, if they have money, they are prepared to donate it generously to charitable causes. So I congratulate them for that.
Indeed. Getting a slight bit of echo from you, Nadia.
Oh no.
It's not bad, but it is a little bit there.
Yeah, I'm thinking like, well, I don't know, it might be a little fancy because of course they wouldn't be interested in me, but I mean, you get a veritable army of men just, I don't know, rubbing their rippling muscles and, well, bulging and throbbing up so hard. It's like, throw me right to the middle of that army of men. There we go.
If someone actually understood what you just said, could you translate it for me? Because it was lost in translation.
Somewhat of a wet dream, I would say.
It just sounded like she was half asleep. There's something about rippling muscles, and there was something about bulges.
Yeah, I was going to say it was lost in
translation. Yeah. Not crazy about rippling muscles myself.
Yeah.
But,
Sometimes it becomes too much muscle is sometimes very weird for it's sort of like, you know, there is the kind of the perfect gendered image of like what a man's supposed to be or what a woman's supposed, like this Barbie and He-Man sort of type.
no, it's
And
Johnny Depp for both.
No, well, no,
Johnny Depp with
no,
boobs.
no, okay.
Just
Look,
joking, I'm joking.
I've seen some very pretty women. Like I would say, oh yes, their buttocks. Oh, it's social. Oh, it's
Lindsay
perfect for a
Lohan.
woman. Their breasts. Oh, perfect for a woman. Their body shaped perfectly for a woman. Their face looks okay, great. And it's like, I still am not
Okay,
attracted.
great.
And it's like, you know, I'm still not attracted. It's like, what
Nice
the fuck?
legs, shave about the face.
You know, I'm like, I'm still not attracted. It's like, it's weird. It's like a weird.
No, I don't think it's weird. I don't think it's weird at all. I think that we are encouraged to find particular women attractive, and for me, it doesn't work. I'll tell you who I find or who I consider to be the most, for me, sexually attractive woman that everyone will know, and that's Jennifer Lawrence.
Hmm.
She's
Film sounds
not
familiar.
tall. She doesn't have great long legs. She ain't gonna make a catwalk model or whatever.
But you still like her, right?
blonde.
You still love
she
her.
she is for me the sexiest woman in film.
Okay,
She's not
but
bad for a she's not bad for a blonde.
Yeah, I'd agree there.
what's
She's not
wrong?
what?
Actually,
She's not
what's
bad
wrong
for a
actually?
blonde. I have a preference for brunettes. That's just a
Oh,
personal.
I'll tell you what. I know this sounds absolutely appalling, and I'm going to be I'm going to be really embarrassed by saying this. I don't care whether they're natural blondes. I do have an issue about the colour of the box. If there's no box there, that's not a problem. But if there is anything other than a black box, then I
Wait,
do
what?
have a problem.
I don't get it. I don't understand either.
Yeah, I
Well,
don't get it as well.
Lost in
that's-
translation. Moving on.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's lost in
Let's-
translation.
I'm going
Let's
to
move
pretend
on.
I didn't get it. Oh damn! I shouldn't have said that out loud.
Why do you torture us, D? Why?
Yeah, you torture us. I don't get it. I seriously
Is it because
don't.
I'm a white man? That's why.
Oh yeah.
Seems
Is it
like an
'cause you was
inside
white?
joke. They don't want to share.
Do you understand exactly where I'm coming from?
I'm 99.9% sure I knew what you were saying there. Yes.
Yes. Okay.
That makes it even worse.
No, I'm
Go-
never.
go
I'm
on, in.
rarely.
Go on,
People want to know.
I'm rarely
we want to
100%
know.
sure about anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, for me as
As
well.
I said, I knew as soon as I said it. I wish I hadn't said it. But then, let's move on.
Yes.
How many
Okay,
glasses
The
of
point,
wine
the
did you
point I
have?
was trying to make is making this image of what sexy is, I think, is wrong for society because I think
It's absolutely
sexual
absolutely
preferences
ridiculous.
differ for each and every individual, and everyone knows it, and yet we still do this thing where it's like, oh yeah, some people like this thing, so it's we're gonna claim it's like as a sex icon for women or for men, and it's like,
But you
what? Come on.
can't help having preferences.
That's true.
Absolutely true. And this is why I find it absolutely ridiculous that you get your supermodels and whatever walking up and down a what do you call it?
Catwalk.
Catwalk. Thank you.
I'm too sexy for my catwalk.
And for me, they're utterly unattractive. It does absolutely nothing for me at all.
Same here. I think they look prepubescent for
I
a
have
start.
preferences. Like some men have preferences for huge tits, other men have preferences for round, lovely shaped asses. I'm not going to tell you what my preference is.
Lovely shaped asses.
Just
Where
from
do
the way
you say that?
from the words you used, I could have a rough guess.
That is great.
Yeah, you can have a rough guess. Guess
Well, I
away
just
as much as you like.
prefer
But
I
The
but
do
type,
prefer the
the
word
type
but
of ass that
this,
wants to make
but
you get
my point
dive in
is
there.
my point is this, Steve, is that I agree with you entirely. In that, in fact, I'm terribly sorry. It was not only D, it was also I think his brother.
Yeah, brother. Yes.
It doesn't matter what images are put forward. We have our predispositions for what we find attractive,
Yeah.
and what goes up and down the catwalk is utterly immaterial to me. You obviously have decided whether I'm a tip man or a bum man in your own mind, but it doesn't matter.
And the problem is when
the point is, it doesn't matter. You know, if the catwalk determines that, oh, for a moment or for a couple of years or whatever, you know, small tits are the in thing. And for example, Kate Moss probably benefited from that because she has very small breasts, but an absolutely wonderful figure, and also an extraordinary face. I think Kate Moss is probably one of the most attractive
yes.
catwalk models
I would agree with
around.
that. Yeah.
And by virtue of the fact that I can't even think of another model, I think that says a great deal. I cannot be my desires, what I find attractive, cannot be sold to me on the basis that they walk up and down a catwalk, or big tits are now in favour and small tits aren't. No,
Yeah.
I'm sorry,
It's
it doesn't
bogus.
work that way.
Yeah.
Boobs, not tits. I don't like the word tits. I like the word boobs.
You know,
Come on. Deep,
hashtag save. I'm sorry. Go on. I'm sorry.
DPR, argument from ignorance fallacy, right? You cannot think of a more attractive model. I'm sorry, there could be one.
More like
I see what you're saying there.
No.
It's an argument from preference.
I challenge you on that. I'm not saying that I'm right, and I'm not saying that you don't have a valid argument, but I think you need to explain that argument. If you're disagreeing with what I'm saying,
I was just joking, DPR.
I know you are. I know you are.
Okay.
I'm quite happy to play along with that joke.
Just
But
to clean
if
it up.
you were telling me there is a more attractive model than Kate Moss, then tell me who it is, and I will tell you why I do not find that model more attractive than I do Kate Moss. Kate Moss.
Well,
I'm not saying I would be able to.
It would still be.
I'm sure there would be an example, because she's not. Obviously, she can't be perfect, but she's as perfect as I can consider. I think other. No,
DPR, you should totally apply for like being like a judge in like a beauty contest. You should. Totally
I would never. I would never do that.
Imagine that would be amazing.
All right, Helena Christensen.
I would never do that. I would never. Sorry, Hermine. Please. I know that we had issues yesterday about me talking too much, but I do want to make this point. It is actually a very, very serious point. I think it is utterly disgusting, the idea of putting women on parade and deciding and having a group of men deciding who is the most attractive and whatever. Beauty parades and anything like that, I think, is absolutely disgusting and abhorrent, and I would never ever be a part of anything like that. But that, at the same time, doesn't mean that I cannot appreciate attractiveness. But I would never be a judge, and I think putting women on trial for their beauty, disgusting. There we go. End of rant. End of rant.
Though it's a systematic fault.
Christensen. Helena Christensen.
I think it's systematic.
Let's hear what Hermine has to say.
Helena Christensen.
There you go, there's some images of her there. She's not bad, actually. But yeah.
I always thought she was one of the most beautiful supermodels. We don't have supermodels anymore, so it's tough.
I don't know who she is.
I've just put a link in the sidebar to images of her.
Yeah,
I'm afraid
I'm
I
not
actually
going
never
to
heard
look at
about
them.
her before.
Okay, fair enough. I'd never heard of her before.
If you can find somebody more beautiful than blah, blah, blah,
Kate Moss.
Proposed Helena.
Yeah, but being more beautiful than blah blah blah. I mean, it is in the eye of the beholder, right?
That's just what went through my head there, Tom.
Hermine, this goes back to what we were discussing yesterday, does it not? To a degree. I've said that I've found certain people incredibly attractive. That is a subjective opinion. Now, are we going to go back to
No, please,
objective,
no,
objective beauty?
no.
Challenge.
Oh my God, no.
Never.
No, we're not going back to that.
God, you guys.
Please, no.
Challenge. If you can find a model more attractive than blah, blah, blah. So I was like, all right, Helena Christensen.
Yeah, but it is objective. Sorry, subjective, is it not?
Look at her.
Highly subjective.
Is subjectively more attractive to you. That's why I suggested it.
I would say subjective.
And I probably, in fact, doesn't matter.
Can you
I was going to say, I will probably look at it. I'm going to look at it now. Okay.
Yeah, in our society,
can you find an objectively more attractive man than Quasimodo is?
No, that's not attractive to me. Okay?
no, that's not attractive to me. Nope.
I think he was referring to Christina, not Quasi.
Oh.
No, yes, I was referring to Christine.
It's just the timing of your answer, was there?
Yeah, I kind of guess, and I'm glad that was humorous. But no, not attractive. Okay? So,
try and fail.
Where do we go from here?
I think, it's like the one thing about Kate Moss is that, in my opinion, she looks like she's got tons of personality. A lot of supermodels I've seen look a little too vacuous for my personal taste.
I absolutely agree with you.
And to be fair,
I'll also give you this as well, and whether it comes as a surprise to you or not, it really doesn't matter. I actually find women with intelligence and women who have confidence incredibly attractive. It makes them far more attractive than even someone who is that other people would consider to be attractive. If my point in simplicity is this: you could be incredibly attractive and utterly dumb, and I won't find you attractive. I'm not saying they're different, but intelligence.
Your exterior is not the only factor in attractiveness. Basically.
Intelligence and confidence are far more attractive than physical entities.
Also, the way you sexually behave yourself. That's also. I mean, there might be a woman that's not like very attractive, but you know, during
Diana Dawes.
she's not very sexy. And there's might be a woman that might be less attractive, but she is very sexy when she behaves in a sexual manner. So yeah.
Well, I must be
Lots of
the
factors.
sexiest girl on earth then.
You're pretty damn sexy in my book.
I'll give you another example. There was someone that I did not consider sexually attractive at all, and she was a wonderful musician, in particular a pianist. She was totally unable to read music, which sounds kind of contrary. But if someone told her, can you play this song? She'd say, oh, okay, yes, I can do this. And she would play. And as I say, she was not physically attractive at all. But when I saw her entertain the audience in the way that she did and play the music that she did, I was just spellbound. And
Something
suddenly,
clicked there, connection. Yes.
no, not a connection. It was just I suddenly thought, "Fuck me, she's really sexy," but she wasn't. And after we'd had a little bit of a snog and whatever, the
Snug?
next morning,
Snog.
snog,
What the hell is a
kiss,
snug?
kiss.
Oh.
Yeah, that disgusting noise you get on film from the kissing. That's snogging.
No, it was a bit like that. But yeah, the next day when she wasn't playing, it sounds an awful thing, but I went back to the previous view I had that she wasn't particularly attractive. But so there are things that can be done, and things that do influence your attractiveness or the way in which you're attractive.
I agree.
And that was a sort of like a side issue. I maintain that intellect and confidence are the most exciting features about finding someone, for me, finding someone a female attractive.
And they're all individualistic, so I mean they all differ. There's so many different sets of behaviors, sexual. So it's great, yeah.
To a degree, intellect doesn't. Confidence, I don't think. Someone's got it. So, but I accept that you can perceive intelligence and confidence in different ways. So there could be some sort of like issue there, but in general terms, and this is why I find it really frustrating when I'm sort of like tarred with this brush that all men just want sexy young women. No. Yeah, I'd probably fuck them. I probably want to fuck them. But what really turns me on? Intelligence and confidence.
Right on. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, but I mean, there's like if you kind of try to paint this out in a diagram, there is like confidence and intelligence, and they are not necessarily related to each other. So
No, they're not.
I've met women who are very intelligent, but they are not very confident about themselves. So they're like there's a German saying like stille Wasser sind tief. So like still waters are deep. So they are not very confident about themselves, but they are very intelligent. They just.
I fully accept that there is a difference between the two, and that is why
Yeah,
I said that
and
it is the
other.
combination. This is why I said I'm sorry, just
Oh.
so we don't
I was
talk
just
over
trying
each
to
other.
make a point. The other
Yes, and I'm
possibility
making the
is
point that it is a combination. It is a combination of the two, which makes a woman more attractive than another woman. I'm not disagreeing with you that there
Not
are
for everyone.
differences.
Not for everyone, but yeah, but for you, yeah.
Yeah,
Preferential.
and
So what was Thomas on?
That's all I'm saying.
the other combination is also possible that a woman is very. It's not. Well, I wouldn't say dumb. She is not as intelligent as she is
Confident.
confident in yeah, just expressing herself. So when you actually meet her and kind of get to know her in a more intimate way, you actually realize that she's more outward and more confident than she is actually intelligent. So that's the other kind of the spectrum. And since I'm only attracted to women, I didn't actually kind of make a study about that on men, but I would just say probably the same as the case on men, right?
No.
I would agree to some
There's,
extent. Sorry.
like confident man and intelligent man, and it doesn't matter. There might be intelligent men that are not very confident about themselves, and there might be very confident men who are not very intelligent. So there's a broad spectrum, I guess, on both sides and on both genders.
I'm absolutely sure that you are true, and I would put myself in your category of being, I think, intelligent, but lacking confidence.
I think it's different because I think men, they have to make us laugh. You guys have to make us laugh.
True that. She's not wrong.
Right.
I have no idea what the accent was supposed to be. I do apologize.
I just make small jokes all the time. That's how I do it.
Make us laugh. It just doesn't matter.
Mm. Yeah, that is quite hard.
I don't understand. What do you mean by slop?
But would you agree that it's not universal, though? I mean, like, there are certain women that don't expect that.
I've never met a woman that doesn't want a man to make her laugh.
Yeah, I'm
not saying they aren't out there, but I've never met one.
Now,
wait, what did you say, Dee?
I personally have never met a woman who I've forgotten what I said myself now. All the women I know want the men they've got. They want them to be able to make them laugh. I'm not saying there aren't any women who don't want men to make them laugh, but I've not met a woman who doesn't want a man to make her laugh.
I don't think there are any exceptions to that.
But what I was, sorry, Renee.
No, I was just saying I'm with you. Humorous man.
But I was also going to say earlier, I mean, this is going back to when DPR was saying even though he's heterosexual, he can say which men he finds attractive. I think there's a difference in finding someone attractive and actually being attracted to them.
Mm-hmm.
Big difference. Like there are some men, for example, I mean, who are extremely good looking, have really good cheekbones, etc., but they're so arrogant or something like that it just kind of puts up a barrier. So yeah, you can. And same again, like I'm heterosexual, but I can look at certain women and think, but I'm not sexually attracted to them. I just find them attractive.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but that's just like your first at the first sight you are attracted to a certain person. Doesn't matter actually the gender, but you're attracted at first sight. But then you realize there are qualities about this person that actually you are not attracted to. So it wouldn't be an attraction for the long run. You would just dismiss them as being a person that you are attracted to.
Hmm.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what I get out of that.
And look, I think laughter is a big part, right? Like being able to find a man entertaining enough and enough, what is it? Enough catching your attention enough, right? Like in a positive manner. Because when you laugh, you basically express positive feelings and you express your
Yeah.
yeah. So yeah, of course. But
Mhm.
laughter is not the only part, of course. You know, there's
No, but
other things.
it'll make up for a lot.
Oh, okay. Oh,
I'd rather
I see where
spend a
you
lot
at,
of
D
time.
now. I
No,
see
I was
where
going to
you
say
at.
I'd rather spend a lot of time with a man that can make me laugh that isn't particularly attractive than a really drop-dead gorgeous man who's just got no sense of humour whatsoever.
Yep. Totally agree.
Yeah.
Oh,
It
Christian
depends.
Smith in the live chat's taking notes. He wants to know what us women want.
Based on like a sample of like 3 women, you know. It's like
Oh,
let me see what women want.
it's
Yeah, just just spill the beans. Give us the details. Of course we want to know what women want, right?
They
That's
want
Oh.
that's
big
that's
dicks.
We want to
that's
laugh.
that's the
Obviously, we want
biggest
to laugh.
question that's the biggest question that we never get an answer to, right?
There's so many preferences, you just can't match them all. You know, you can't catch all the fish. You know, that's what I think. Some fish you catch, some fish you don't.
Respect will also go a damn long way.
mhm.
But I mean, fish is something that you catch and then you consume it, and then the fish is gone.
What, you think we don't do that to men, mate?
No, we're all fish. This time we're all fish. Just imagine we're all fish, right? We're all just fish.
Okay,
That's
you got me there.
Now we're in a Nemo movie. We're a part of a new Nemo. Nadia and Nemo.
I never actually watched that movie. Do I need to?
It's quite sweet.
Yeah. Do I need to watch that movie to catch up with you know, sex stuff and whatnot?
Not really. I don't think so. Just a hilarious little child movie.
Yeah, that's what I figured that it would be, right? So the Nemo movie doesn't have actually any impact.
I think mine, I want to be with somebody who's my best friend. Funny
Yeah.
and witty and intelligent, and that person that I can't wait to tell the mundane things to, but the big things. That you don't cringe at the thought of waking up to them in the morning, and that's because you just enjoy every aspect of their company. Yeah,
I'd go along with that too.
I have been in a relationship with somebody that you can't talk to
No.
before.
I came into this hangout because I saw Renee and she's my girl crush, so I had to come in and say hey.
Oh, mama, you don't believe you's a pretty woman.
It's so funny. Everyone's like, "What?" I was like, "That's my girl crush. Shut up."
You crack me up.
And then I saw DPR and went, "Oh God." I just,
He did that.
Not at all, actually. Something quite different came up in my mind, and I think it's an issue that. Sorry, sigh, boring. Am I? Terribly sorry if I'm boring you.
No, please go ahead. Please
My
go ahead.
last. I just heard a deep sigh. Sorry, Rennie.
Hey, watch it. I was picking something up.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm glad it's fine. I'm terribly, terribly sorry it wasn't fine.
Uh-oh.
Oh, okay.
Oh, snap. Oh, hell.
Okay. This is something that a lot of men don't talk about, but I think is probably more common than people understand. My last relationship, which lasted between about 4 or 5 years, was one in which I was subjected to physical and psychological abuse, and I ended up effectively losing my home over it, and I don't know why I wanted to bring this up actually, but seeing as I have, if we're talking about relationships and what we want out of things, the one thing that I don't want is someone that is intelligent and confident, but is also a sociopath that will physically abuse me, mentally abuse me, and as I say, it's something that happened to me, and it's something that a lot of men, I suspect, as I say, don't talk about because it seems or would appear to be sort of like a form of weakness. Oh, you're beaten up by a woman. No, I actually think it's was a huge strength on my part not to respond in the violent way that she sort of like treated me. I mean, she would the amount of kitchen equipment that she would bend around my head and you know, cups, plates, and whatever that she would throw at me or smash over my head, and whatever I could go on about. As I say, I'm not quite sure why I brought this subject up, but
Yeah.
seeing as I have, I'd be interested to hear what views people had, and I'll give you one final example, if I may, of how perverse these situations can generate themselves. There was one particular night in which she blamed me for the death of her father. Now,
Wow.
this is like off the scale of wackiness.
Yeah.
And I sat there for about 6 hours as she went on and on and on, telling me that the death of her father was my fault. I mean, there was no logical sense behind this. And after about 6 hours, and I had to be up in court the next morning, and it was now sort of like 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. She then became violent, and for the first time, it wasn't the first time that she'd become violent, but on this occasion, I called the police. And whenever you mention domestic violence, because this is sort of like political issue, they're there within minutes. It was my house, my flat that she was in. I went to the door and I explained to the police that, you know, she had attacked me and assaulted me and whatever. And guess what happened? The police said, you have to leave.
Mm-hmm.
You have to go and stay at a hotel or whatever. And it's like, but this is my house. This is my flat. She's got no...
Yeah, no right. She has no right to do that.
And they said, no, you've got to go.
Yeah.
I came back the next morning. As I said, I had to be in court the next morning. I came back the next morning hoping that she had gone off to work. Unfortunately, she hadn't. I came through the back door, made no noise, so if she was asleep in the bed, you know, she wouldn't be woken by this, but oh, no. I knew that I had to have a bath, I had to shower, whatever, get dressed, get suited up and get to court. And she came in as I was filling up a bath. She hadn't left for work, she was still there. And the first thing that she did was to smash a cup of, no, first thing she did was make a cup of coffee, throw the cup of coffee into the bath. So if I was going to get into this bath, I was now going to sink of coffee or whatever. Then she smashed the coffee cup over my head. What am I supposed to do?
That's insane.
The one thing that I can say that I'm proud of myself for is that I never ever responded violently to her. I obviously pulled the plug on that occasion. I pulled the plug and started to rerun a bath, and I can't remember exactly what she happened next. And yes, I do actually remember what happened next. Eventually, somehow, I managed to get cleaned up and suited up and ready to go to court. But I knew that I was going to be late, so I phoned up my head of chambers. Once I'd managed to escape from my flat, which was a difficult thing to do, because she was trying to prevent me from doing that, I got into my car and phoned up my head of chambers and said, look, I'm really sorry about this, but I'm going to be late getting into court. Could you please get someone to phone the court up and tell them that I'm going to be late getting there? And as I was doing that, she actually came out again and got into the car and would not allow me to drive off and go to court. And I'm speaking to Edward, I'm saying, I can't now get to court. I said I was going to be 30 minutes late. Now I have no fucking idea how long it's going to be because I've got this fucking psychopath preventing me from getting to court. Now, I'm sorry, long-winded story. I'm sure for a lot of people,
it's
totally
just
uninteresting.
terrible. It's just, yeah.
But the idea that women are not psychologically and physically abusive to men in relationships is a nonsense. I've experienced it.
I've experienced it too. So I mean, yeah, that is nonsensical.
I would agree.
Some women can be highly manipulative.
But going back to what you initially said, DPR, is the social stigma. Most men won't come forward and admit it due to the social stigma.
Because
and
they would be weak.
There are a couple of people I've told that story to. I've never done it. I've never done it publicly before, and it's not. I kind of guess it is stigma. It's kind of embarrassment. I don't know.
How did you get out of the relationship?
Oh, I left my place of work and I've left my house.
Cold turkey, right? Cold turkey shit.
Wow.
Yeah.
She was a barrister in my chambers, and the odd thing is, she was actually a barrister in another chambers, and she wasn't happy there. Not surprisingly, because everyone recognised her as being slightly odd, and I actually got her into my chambers, which was not a successful thing to do, because she initially didn't have the same workload and whatever that she had before, and blamed it all on me. And there would be situations where she had come back with the next day's work, which wasn't, in her mind, of sufficient quantity or quality, and she'd just start throwing things at me. So I
would throw that shit back at her.
No, because I try to deal with it in a reasoned way.
Yeah.
I could never be violent, even though she was towards me. To me, it was just wrong. To her,
you can
it was
reasonably apply self-defense, though. You know what I'm saying? Reasonable self-defense is justifiable.
Yes, of course it is.
Exactly.
But when you're dealing with a psychopath, who is one of the most manipulative people ever, it's very it's
a risky game. Yeah, I get it.
Things are easier said than done as well.
All sorts of stories I could tell you about her. I'll give you one, and this was confirmed. She'd never admit this, but this was confirmed by her sister, who I was in contact with when things were sort of like going pear-shaped, and also her sister. She had upset her sister sufficiently that her sister was prepared to tell me things that I suspected, but which she confirmed, which included, for example, when she was at bar school and failed an exam because she didn't have the intellectual ability to pass it, and she may not have been able to be called to the bar and be a barrister. She said that the reason that she failed this exam was that she had been raped. And she told the Bar Standards Council that this was the case. When they obviously said, why didn't you report it to the police or whatever, she came up with, well, I couldn't go through a trial, you know what a trial is like, and blah, blah, blah. That's one story. I'll give you a second. I'll give you a second example. I'll give you a second example. Okay. After we had been in a relationship for about 2 months, it became acutely aware to me that she actually wanted to leave the house that she was living in and want to move into my house. And she phoned me up at 1 o'clock in the morning, and was in huge distress, tears and everything. You've got to come over. I've just been burgled. You know, someone's just walked into my bedroom and whatever. And you know, how could you not respond to that? So I went around to her house, and the back door was open, not forced open, there were various things that have been moved around in the house, and I, of course, found her upstairs in tears, crying, and whatever. Interestingly enough, when I suggested, in fact, she said she'd called the police. There was no sign of the police there at all. She said, "Oh, the scenes of crime people are coming around tomorrow morning," and I said, "Okay," but she wouldn't let them in.
I just don't understand how people like that
wouldn't allow them access whatsoever. I'm terribly sorry. I know I'm probably boring people, but I'll finish.
That's just
I'll finish
me.
up very soon. So, would you not believe it? After this terrible invasion of her privacy and, you know, the burglary and people forcing their way in and whatever, and someone coming into her bedroom and her calling me up in tears in desperation, and me finding her when I went round there in tears and whatever. Oh, I don't feel safe here anymore. I want to come and stay with you. Now, a dutiful boyfriend, and of course, as I was, agreed to this. So she moves into my house, which I have to say was a lot more attractive than the place that she was living in. And again, when I talked to her sister, when she and her sister fell out, subsequently, and we talked about the rape allegation, which her sister said yes, she totally made it up to get through the bar exams. And I said, what about the burglary? And she said, oh yeah, absolutely made up. And she boasted to me that she had made it up in order to get to live in your flat.
Good grief.
Jesus, why? What the fuck?
Yeah.
Is she locked up?
No, she's
No.
still practicing as a barrister.
See, that DPR, that's why I worry about you. When I hear some things that you might be talking to someone who I know to be crazy or infatuated, whatever the situation, I worry about you. I really do.
In my past,
don't worry about me in that regard.
Oh God, you're not talking to Sugar, are you?
I've been abused sexually.
No, so stop.
It's
stop.
like, yeah,
stop.
it's
stop
common.
For a moment. No, please stop for a moment. Amin's comment, you worry about me, don't worry about me, the relationship ended, the best part of, we're approaching 10 years, and whoever it was that mentioned Sugar, please don't do that. I'm not in a conversation with Sugar, and I don't think that it's correct or appropriate to drag her into this conversation. It's got nothing to do with her at all. I'm talking about a situation that I was in, where I was psychologically and physically abused, and people don't talk about it. Men don't talk about it. That's the only point I was trying to make. But the person I'm talking about is an absolute marvel at dishonesty. And people used to say to me, well, why don't you just get rid of her? It's because she has an ability to lie and conjure up things, and the only way in which I thought I could subsequently eventually get rid of her is if I actually left the workplace where I actually introduced her to, which is what happened. Anyway, I'm sorry, it's a very boring story, I'm sure.
No, okay, first of all, you're right. I don't have to worry about anyone. But one of the things that we share is we've both been in a tough relationship, right? And I'll just leave it at that. I'm not going to go, on air and tell any of my stuff. But I will say that one of the challenges is that it's not repeated. I don't care if you're male or female. And it seems like from what you've told us from relationships after that, because I didn't realize that was 10 years ago, is that you've been able to successfully not only get out of that relationship and change your life, but that you did not meet anybody else like that. And you were not hoodwinked the next time around. And that's something that a lot of people can't do.
I think.
Yeah, I think that's very right. I'm totally sorry, B. Just very quickly. I think it's right, and I think that although I had previous fairly long relationships, by which I mean 4 or 5 years or whatever, this one struck home, and you're right. I think that don't make the same mistake again. And I haven't. And I hope that I won't again.
Right.
Sorry, B, I interrupted.
That's okay.
Probably unnecessarily. But...
No, I was just going to say, I mean, it's especially when you're talking about the problem with abuse, it is the psychological, they break you down in that sometimes you find yourself thinking, is this my fault? And you've got the added complication that not only did you live with her, you worked at the same place as she did, so you can't even, literally can't get away from her. But yeah, the psychology behind them just breaking down your confidence, breaking down your belief in yourself, etc. It is, in some ways, I would imagine, it is more damaging than the physical.
Oh,
and that's why, because people say, "Oh, why don't you just get out? Why don't you just walk away?" Well, when you've had your confidence broken down,
the physical,
yes,
the physical was almost irrelevant. I mean, yes, she did smash things, as I said, like coffee cups over my head, and literally shatter them over my head. She did. I had a wonderful, because I love cooking. I had a wonderful collection of cooking items, and she actually bent a few of those over my head. These things didn't worry me because at that stage I was doing martial arts and was sparring with my mentor. And I also used to play rugby and whatever. I knew what physical pain was, so it didn't really sort of like matter that much to me. The only one time that she did actually surprise me is she actually laid a right punch on me that really did sort of like hit the chin, and I saw stars, and I thought, fuck me. That was a good punch, but as I say, in all this time, I never responded with violence. And there was another story I was going to come up with, but it's slipped my mind. It'll come back to me, but I'm sure when it does, you'll find it entertaining. But at the moment, it's slipped my mind. But yeah. It's
yeah. I mean,
it's
the
not so
moral
much a lack of confidence or the fact that you're no. Sorry, let me restate that. It is a lack of confidence rather than sort of like being physically abused. The mental
it's
abuse.
the moral damage. Yes, it's the damage. It's mental damage.
Yeah, I mean, I can remember occasions where, as I say, she would talk to me for hours, saying that I was a worthless piece of shit, effectively. And it'd be like, okay, fine. No, that wasn't good enough. Literally, hours and hours and hours. She'd go on it.
Yeah.
6, 7, 8 hours, and I'm like, look, I've got to, not just like the story I said before, you know, I've got to prepare for work, and I can't do it because she has just sat right in front of my face, telling me that I'm a piece of shit. 6, 7 hours of this, it would drain anyone. What am I supposed to do? Say, please, I've got to do this. And then she would say, I don't fucking care. Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
And the really irritating thing is that she, you know, she'd leave me in a state of, you know, turmoil. But when she'd finished giving me the grief that she gave me, she would go straight to bed and she would fall asleep like that, as if nothing happened. Absolutely nothing happened at all. And wake up the next morning, nothing happened. I'll give you I'm terribly sorry to rant on about that, but I will give you another example. I knew that she was coming home one day, and I knew that there was going to be conflict. So in order to avoid that conflict, I thought the best thing is for me to get out of the house and go and stay with a friend or whatever. And I calculated when she was coming home, and I misjudged it by only about 30 seconds. And I think I remember I had to go back in the house to get something that I'd forgotten and whatever. And when I came out, her car was there. So I got in my car and I started driving off, and she followed me. And in the estate where we lived, there was security gates. So you had to go up to the security gate and put your card against it and whatever. And I knew she didn't have one, but I did. So I thought, okay, the best thing I could do is get down to the security gate, because she as soon as I drove off, she was following me, and not only following me, she was literally driving up and crashing into the back of my car.
Oh.
Okay. Right. So how do I get out of this? So get to the security gate. But unfortunately, the security gate...
You change your identity and you move to another country.
No.
Or far away. You know?
The security thing is sort of like a pillar in front of the thing. So it takes a few seconds for it to drop down. So I get there, put my card up, and in the time that it goes down, she's right behind me. She's got out of her car. She's standing now in front of my car. So even though the barrier's gone down, I'm thinking, okay, I can't run her over. What the fuck do I do? And she stands there and looks at me and says, oh, wouldn't it be fun if we scratched your car? And she had her car keys, and she, all over my bonnet of the, do you call it bonnet? The front of the car.
Yeah.
All the way down the side. Then got back in her car. Obviously the barrier's gone down, but it's not going to go back up until there's a gap. Because otherwise, you know, if you're having a trailer or a caravan or whatever. So she still manages to get through, follow me, now having scratched my car. So I'm on the phone to a friend saying, look, I need somewhere to come to because this is all crazy. And there's like a 20-minute, 30 minutes like incident where she's just following me. consistently sort of like running into the back of my car and whatever. And eventually I get to my friend's house, and she then, once I've got there, got out and got into his house, she then phones the police and says, can I force entry into this person's house? Madness. Absolute madness. I'm sorry, I've talked too much about it, and I apologize, but I did it for a reason, and I'll shut the fuck up now.
Yeah, and like I said, the initial point you made, yeah, I think on the whole, it is more difficult for men to come forward about these things than women because of the social stigma.
Mm-hmm.
Indeed. Yeah. It's basically gender kind of expectation place, right? It's like, a man can't be weaker than a woman, never, right? It's sort of like a biblical kind of really narrative, if you think about it. Women are the weaker vessel, hence men cannot be weaker than that. Hence, why are you doing this, right? It's just bizarre. It's really,
Well,
it really is.
I
I
think
mean, it's better than it was. Oh, sorry, Tom.
the interesting thing that I would kind of contribute, and well, DPR story is kind of proof for that to a certain degree. What I'm actually witnessing is that men are, in a way, in just on the one-on-one social interaction, men seem to be weaker because they kind of have this. It's like there is like
Added burden to them.
an
Yes.
added burden on their legs that they can't move, they can't walk as fast as women could, like in an analogy kind of sense. So they kind of feel they can't do the same things, but women don't feel that way. From my personal experience, it seems like the men are always, even if there's like an equilibrium, like a state where both forces would be equal, men tend to back down.
Well, I would say the quantity of that burden matters. I mean, I still think women have a bigger burden on their social expectation on what is a woman, how women should act, what a woman should do, or how to behave like a woman, all that bullshit. I mean, I think same with men, yes, but I think men got it a little easier for
I
me.
would be inclined to agree with that, but yeah. But there are certain aspects where it's worse for men.
Yes,
And one of the examples being the one that DPR just talked about.
Yes, yeah.
I'm not so inclined, though. I mean, there are a lot of social pressures on women. It is a real violent social. I mean, if a woman acts masculine, she's seen as a badass. She's seen as bucking trend. At least in today's society, she's seen as something cool, masculine, cool, badass. If a guy
not all the time, though.
No, not necessarily.
Generally, that's the case. I mean, look at women action heroes. They're not maligned almost at all. They're very much appreciated and respected in society. Now, look at, especially in the mid-'90s, right? In the mid-'90s, you have women action heroes like Sigourney Weaver, who were total badasses and respected in society. Meanwhile, if a man acted effeminate, he'd be a faggot and gay and possibly even beaten up in the street.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
that's true.
I guess
that's true as well. Yeah.
I'm not necessarily sure that badass women in real life are treated or respected the way you just said, though.
No, I'm not sure either, and I don't know whether it's quite relevant to. Well, I suspect it's not. So
it's within certain circles that they seem badass, but I mean, most oftenly, if a woman just portrays herself very confident or very bossy, very well, then everyone would just be like, oh, you're acting like a bitch. You're acting very,
Oh yes,
confident.
I
All that shit.
I will talk to that. The person that I'm describing would often use that as an explanation. She would say, oh well, if a man acts in this way, he's just being masculine. But if a woman acts in a particular way, then they're just called psycho or whatever.
Or a dyke. Dyke, right?
Yeah.
Well, not in this particular case.
Yeah.
She was certainly not a dyke, but she would often use that argument, and it was totally unpersuasive to me or to anyone that listened to her trying to justify herself. She was just nuts, and so far as I know, remains nuts, and has this propensity to extraordinary behaviour, which she seeks to justify, saying, "Oh well, I don't know how she does justify it, but apparently she's still pretty much exactly as I left her 8, 9, 10 years ago."
There are exceptions. They're called psychopaths and outliers of the normativity, the spectrum of normativity of behavior. There's always the extreme outliers. Yeah.
I don't care. I don't care if I'm called a bitch. I'm not going to let a man or a female treat me like shit. Other than that, I'm respectful to them. But that word bitch gets thrown around a lot, and I've just decided, you know what? I don't care if I get called it.
You will, I hope, appreciate that in my explanation, my story, I have never called her a bitch. I've never used insulting words against her, save for the fact that I think that she's a sociopath. So please, and I'm sure you wouldn't and were not intending to do so.
No, that's not pointed towards you.
Don't tell me with that brush.
Yeah. No. It's not towards you.
That wasn't pointed towards you.
It's not all about you tonight, man.
It wasn't about you at all. I was just talking about the generalization of calling women a bitch, especially if they go to stand up for themselves or whatever.
If nobody else is going to expect and accuse the worst of DPR Jones, I will. I think you're a monster, DPR.
Oh,
God.
Oh, God.
And if you're being serious at all, yeah.
No, I'm
not. I certainly am not putting myself forward as a saint, but go on. At that. Oh, no. One last account I wanted to give, if I may, about this person. There was a situation when her mother was coming to stay with us, and we'd had a falling out. Hey, that wasn't unusual. So I thought it best if I simply went away and wasn't present, but she had forgotten to take her keys to my flat with her. So when she was with her mother, her sister, and her 2 young cousins, they got back to my house and couldn't get themselves in. So she phones me up and starts giving me grief for the fact that she hadn't got her keys with her. So I went round and I opened the door for them, And I said, there you go, you can say, go in and whatever. And she said, no, 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 you're coming in. So I thought, okay, to try and keep the peace as best I could, I'd go in.
Yeah.
And then, in front of her mother and her sister, the two young cousins were in a different room, but could hear, obviously, what was going on. She started having a go at me about how I could treat her mother in such a disrespectful way. And this is because she hadn't taken the keys, right? And this is one of the occasions when she bent kitchen tools around my head and whatever. And when I subsequently spoke to her sister sometime after this, the two innocent cousins obviously could hear exactly what was going on, and I left. Both of them absolutely in tears, crying, and I felt so guilty, even though I had nothing to feel guilty about. But when I talked to her sister subsequently about this, and this incident came up, she said, "Oh yeah, I remember that incident, and my mother spent all the time traveling back to where they live, and I'm not going to give details of that, but she said she was in tears throughout the whole journey." And I actually said, well, I'm really, really sorry that I caused that. And she said, no, you don't understand. She wasn't crying because of what you did. She was crying because of the behavior of her daughter.
Mm-hmm.
There we go.
Yeah.
And this sociopath won't get it. Sorry, I'm terribly sorry. I probably bored you all terribly with this.
No, you've brought a very, very important discussion to the surface. I think the point is that women and men are both capable of mistreating and having malicious intents towards each other. You know, that's the point, and I think it's very it's very serious. It's it's not a joke.
Do you think we should tell him that he's muted? You're muted, Deep.
I'm terribly sorry. I was just saying that I really agree with the comments that have just been made, and I suspect there is a lot more physical and psychological abuse going on against men than is reported. I would put this person into the field of the sort of like the outlier, the bell curve that you will have. She's on an extreme end, and I do think that she is completely screwed up. And there are many other stories I could tell you about her and about the way in which she behaved, both during and subsequent to our relationship. I don't think that she is the norm, but I do think, as you say, it's an issue that is probably overlooked. I can say hand on heart that despite whether I'm useless at relationships or I'm not ideal, or I'm uncomfortable with them, or whatever. I've tried, and have had many long-term relationships. The one thing I can say with absolute certainty is I have never, ever been physically violent with any one of my partners. And I cannot say the same of them.
Yeah, I applaud you for that. You know, that's a very good character. Very good.
It's for me. It's just it's just it's human decency. How can you act violently? And you know, if for a moment you thought that I was not able to do so, I won the Eskrima National Championship in 2001, I think it was, by then winning or beating the then current world champion. So if you think or thought for a moment that I was not in a position where I could defend myself, was not in a position to defend myself, no. Not a matter of physical inability, weakness. It's just a matter of you just don't hit women.
I would have.
A lot of my female friends at that time said that they would.
Right, like drag me over there. I'll kick her ass.
Yeah, it's history now. I mean,
look, man. Next time it happens, just say, "Look, I got this woman. Her name's Hermine. She's gonna come here, kick your ass."
Well, on the bright side, hopefully it's not going to be next time.
Do I have to pay for the airfare, Hermine, or are you gonna?
Oh, we'll make it a 2-for-1. You just let me stay with you for free after I kick her ass out, and that'll be my hotel for a week.
Okay.
And then pay for a train ticket.
I don't think I'm going to make the same mistake again.
Yeah.
No, hopefully not.
Oh, that's great to hear.
I don't know. You know, I don't want to. Obviously, I have bored people with my story, but what are people's views about this?
I was thinking, you're not kidding when you say you lack confidence. Why do you keep assuming that you've bored us with your stories?
Oh, if you want to know why I lack confidence, I could tell you. I could do it in 1 minute if you want. Are you really interested?
If you have a specific story, I wouldn't. Yeah.
Okay, I'll do it in 1 minute. It was a relationship that I had with my father, and there was absolutely nothing that I could do that would impress him at all. He undermined me on all occasions. He was the only father that would never come to a sports day at school or watch me play rugby at school. Whatever I did was never good enough. Always criticised. And if you have such an and I'm terribly sorry this is going on. for more than 1 minute, but I'll conclude it in 2 minutes, I hope. If you have an upbringing, it's much the same. When you hear the Jesuits say, "Give me the boy until he is 7, and I'll give you the man." When you are brought up totally undermined on every occasion, nothing at all that you do is worthy of praise. I used to come home. In fact, I have my school reports up there, by virtue of the fact that he died a year ago, and everything was left to my sister, who sent me, amongst other things, my school reports, and some of them are absolutely, sorry to sound arrogant about this, absolutely outstanding. Like I'd be top of the class in 7 out of 8 subjects, and I recall he would sit me down and go through the reports and say, "Well, why didn't you come top of whatever it is, number 8?" So the fact that I was top of the class or whatever, that doesn't matter. Why weren't you top of the class in this? You know, I have sports reports. He wasn't in the slightest bit interested about that. So there was nothing, absolutely nothing I could do to to gain his regard or respect, unless I was top of the class in absolutely everything. It left him an opportunity to criticize me.
Yeah.
And I remember, you know, I went to the same university that he did, and I actually did a very similar course. The fact that I didn't get the same qualification as he did, no compliments whatsoever. When I was called to the bar, became a barrister, not interested at all. No compliments, nothing. There was nothing I could ever do that would make him give any compliment to me at all. And as I say, this happened. Sorry to use the American expression, but I do love it. This happened from the get-go. This happened from when I was a small child. There was nothing that I could do that he ever gave me a compliment for. So when you ask me about confidence and self-belief, it all comes back, in my view. And I may be sort of like overgoing it, and I'm sure again I'm boring everyone with it.
No,
but it all comes back to the fact that in those first 7 years, I was told that I was worthless, and not only that, for the next 10 years, I was told that I was worthless, or that was the impression I had, and for the next 10 years after that, until I was in my sort of like mid-20s, then I actually decided there is nothing, absolutely nothing, that I can possibly do that is ever going to satisfy you, and pretty much our relationship ended at that point, and I had nothing to do with him, pretty much nothing to do with him until he died last year. I'm sorry to bore you with that.
What was the relationship with him and your brother? Do you feel the same way about your brother?
My brother and I have a good relationship, but that sort of like stemmed from sort of like him reaching 30 and me reaching 25, or a little bit later. But my brother was treated with the same in the same way as I was, and what made it worse is when my brother went to him and said, "I'm gay."
Oh.
And pretty much at that point, their relationship ended. Gone. Mine lasted a little bit longer.
Parenting is a very important thing. Yes.
Sorry, what is?
Parenting. Parenting,
yes.
Basically, yeah. Your upbringing.
I'm sorry.
When you basically when your own family does not even support you or makes you feel good or makes you feel satisfied, that's the worst. That's just horrible. That's horrific. I mean, it's the same thing. It's like you build a castle out of cards and it just always crumbles down no matter how hard you try, right? It's that type of feeling. It's a feeling of just complete worthlessness, basically.
Yeah, and if however hard you try to sort of like develop that belief or that self-confidence, which is the term that we were using. Okay, this to me sounds like I'm being incredibly arrogant, and I feel ashamed at doing this. But even though I can state these things, it does not. It still to this day doesn't give me the self-confidence that I think that I should have. Okay, I got a degree in mechanical engineering, having done absolutely fuck all work. I was just enjoying myself at university, the first time of freedom that I had. I still got a degree. I then did a conversion course to law, which I passed without any problem. I then went to do the bar exams, passed them very well. I then had a very successful career as a barrister for many years. And you know, there were situations. No one could go into a courtroom knowing more about the law, the facts of the case than I did. I was very good, and I'm sorry if that sounds arrogant, but hey, I've got to be, even though it doesn't give me confidence. I then recently did a master's course in 2 different areas of law, and I was awarded a prize for being the most outstanding student of the year, and as partly as a result of that, I'm now doing a PhD, paid for by the university that I'm at, and still, none of this gives me confidence in myself. Anyone else with a CV like that, and you call it something different in America, don't you? It's not a CV, it's a
resume.
Resume, yeah.
Cover letter.
Anyone with a resume like that, you'd think that they would have confidence or self-belief. Doesn't matter. I go back, and I'm
Don't you dare apologise again.
I'm really sorry to say this.
Don't you apologise again.
Yeah, but it's because of the fact. It's because of the fact that nothing I could ever do as a child was ever good enough, it sticks with me. And however ridiculous it may sound, with a resume or a CV like that, most people would be incredibly proud. I'm still
I totally
riddled
agree.
with doubt
Yeah.
and uncertainty, and I am definitely not filled with arrogance or confidence at all.
Just
I'm
like
sorry
anything in
to bore you.
life, as you know, confidence is something that is a learned behavior. You know, it's not something one is necessarily born with, although there are a few exceptions, of course, that I guess are very rare, where there's like a person born just extraordinary kind of behavioral kind of patterns. But yeah, that's stuff.
No,
Cruel.
what I've heard from DPR stories so far, it very much seems to be very similar to what my father's telling me about how his father, like my grandfather, who has passed away several years ago, was treating him. Like there was no appreciation about what my father actually ever achieved under the kind of harsh conditions that he didn't have very much choices to do, but he made several choices, and they were hard choices, and he kind of succeeded in these endeavors that he chose to do, but he never got appreciation from his father, my grandfather. So I don't know, I see a lot of similarities in there, and even though DPR, you're probably younger than my father, but you're well, how should I put it? Your father, DPR, was probably older than my grandfather, right? But I see this. There is some kind of similarities that I would point out, that these kind of generations back then put on the children like, you either succeed or you don't. I don't give a shit. Like I'm not giving you appreciation kind of attitude. I don't know where it comes from.
Intuition, like it's like you don't give him enough support, right? You don't. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's not actually the truth. I mean, my grandfather gave my father a certain amount of support, but it's the same story that I'm hearing from my father about. There's not enough appreciation for what my father actually achieved um, when he was trying to do and actually succeeded to do. Um, that's what I see. There are kind of similarities, and I'm totally certain that my father and my grandfather have totally different backgrounds than your father or your grandfather do at DPR. So it might be some kind of strange um, generation thing going on there, right?
I think there may be some truth in that, but I don't think it's the whole story. But yeah, I certainly in my experience, older generations do tend to be more like that. But I think there's more to it than just generational.
It's basically I think it's restrictive though to a certain degree. I mean, if you go with it to the certain extremes where you completely like like what was it? You draw away all support or all kind of, I guess, affirmation or appreciation, then it's a very uh, damaging thing to a child, because I mean, yeah, of course a child should be treated like, not he should be treated like he he deserves to be treated. Not like, I mean, some made up kind of, I guess, abusive sort of standard for a child that restricts lots of,
I will just say that parenting is tough.
Yeah,
I can imagine it is, actually. I didn't have...
Let me... I don't want this conversation to be all about me, but can you imagine a parent that never says that he loves you?
Yes, because I had that.
Yeah, I can imagine it too.
Yep, we both have had that.
Mhm.
And it sucks. It really does.
We've shared our stories with one another, actually.
It does suck, doesn't it?
It hurts really bad.
And whatever you do, you're never going to hear those words.
Yeah. As an adult, I once asked, I said, why don't you never hugged me, you never said I love you, why? And what I got was, I'd rather show you than saying it. Saying it means nothing. And that was all. There's sort of a form of stoicism, I think, with some people, and I don't know why that is.
I don't understand, and what's really hurtful is that I think that my father did actually love me, and he was just simply incapable of showing that. He left everything to my sister, and some things my sister sent me that he'd kept. I mean, he was someone that kept everything. I mean, milk cartons and all sorts of things, but he kept everything. And she sent me a collection of things, and I opened up the envelope, and the first thing that I saw was a newspaper which had my in these days when you had newspapers, it had my degree result from my excuse me, my mechanical engineering qualification, which goes back to the early 80s or mid 80s. And it suddenly struck me that perhaps he did actually care for me and did actually love me, but was just incapable of expressing it. And as soon as I saw that, I literally sort of like lifted it up from the envelope, and I know exactly where it is. It's just behind me now. And I didn't want to look at it anymore. I put it back, and I have still, to this day, not looked at whatever else is in the envelope, because it really upsets me so much that, he why was it that he kind of cared or appeared to care so much that he would keep something for that for 30 plus years, about 30 years or so. And there were other things, there were photographs and everything. As soon as I saw that, I put it back and not opened it since. Why was it that he couldn't just say?
DPR, excuse me, I don't want to be totally rude here, but you're a really smart guy. This one isn't a challenge. He actually did love you. He actually was proud of you.
Why couldn't he say that? He never ever said it. There was nothing I could do that he would that would make him say anything positive.
Yeah.
This is what's so frustrating, and this is what really frustrates me. For 20 years or more before he died, I had absolutely no connection with him whatsoever. I basically wrote him off, and
Love is a very
I just
weird
think it's
thing.
a terrible, terrible waste. Why was he so unable and incapable of just saying, look, you did well there, or just come along and watch me play rugby? Why couldn't he sort of like congratulate me on anything? He didn't do it.
PPR, I wanted to say something personally real quick and just share. I mean, I get what you're saying because my mother was kind of similar. And there was always a barrage of criticism, but never praise. There was never an I love you. There was never a hug. I've never been hugged by my own mother in my life, right? So I get it. But here's what's weird. I actually do know that my mom loves me. And the reason why I know is because she expresses love in very practical ways. I loved you by making you dinner. Your father could be thinking, I loved you by providing for you. And people express love in very particular ways, and sometimes they are unwilling to see that someone else needs expression in a different way. You wanted affirmation with words. I'm like that too. I love affirmation with words.
Any form of affirmation would have been wonderful, and my issue is that the whole thing, my whole relationship with him could have been so totally different if he had just shown me some sort of anything at all. And and it's looking back on it, I think that he probably did, but he just wasn't capable of expressing it. And if he'd just been able of expressing it in any way, then things would have been totally different.
Or you could have accepted the fact that he couldn't express it.
I didn't at the time. I couldn't.
I know, but both of you guys were in the same spot. He couldn't express it the way you wanted it expressed.
I didn't understand why he couldn't.
And you couldn't accept that fact.
No, I couldn't understand why he. There was nothing I could do where he would say, "Well done."
Or express it with his fist or crawling in your bed at night. And trust me, sometimes being left alone is fine.
The one thing I would say about him, the one thing I would say about him, and of all the faults and criticisms I could make about him, he was never physically or sexually abusive to me. He provided me with a home, an education, and whatever. I cannot criticize him for not doing any of that. I just wish, as I say, that our whole relationship would have been different if there was some connection there, and I couldn't make a connection with him.
Yeah, I knew when I got my dad's attention.
Think, after he died, and I see that he kept things and seemed apparently to have interest in what I was doing and whatever, which he never ever was able to express to me on a personal level. I just think the whole thing is very, very tragic, and I just think if only he had been able to express anything, then our entire relationship would be different, and the last 20-30 years of total non-contact with each other.
I mean, this is going to sound like a very dick
Renee,
question.
I have a question for Renee. What did you mean by when you got your dad's attention?
You knew when you got his attention, because even like if fists were swinging or he was creeping up someplace inappropriate and stuff. I had a fantastic mother though, and I'm grateful for her. And my dad's dead and buried, and that's where I left him.
Yeah, my dad is a lot like Renee's dad, but my mom is a lot like what DPR is describing. But the difference is, maybe it's because I've seen the contrast. I accept that my mom loves me. She just doesn't always want to express it the way I prefer.
I think the issue is that when DPR, if he expressed it to his father in that he would like that sort of attention and that he feels that it's a missing part of his life. I mean, and if his father just ignores that completely and continues to just selfishly, I guess, pushing on his personal sort of parenting method, I think that was the problem, because he did not feel a connection or that he was being appreciated or listened to.
Hey, I wanted to ask DPR a question. DPR, have you ever had a male figure in your life when you were growing up that sort of filled that need for you?
As a parental figure, no. I could sort of like think of well, no, not as a parental. I was going to say I could think of teachers that I admired who are male. I could actually think of and dreamed of other family situations, but no, there wasn't any male figure that could. It wasn't possible because he was so imposing in what he did. So no, there was no other father figure.
I think for me, when my house was topsy-turvy and I was really struggling, for instance, for a male figure, I had a youth pastor that made a big difference for me, that he loved me and accepted me, and I was able to grab onto that, and it helped me a lot. And any shred of that, like I had a friend whose father was very kind, and for father-daughter dance, he brought me to it as one of his daughters, right? And it made a difference, that little gesture, and I could grab onto that. And I would say, like, if there's anything like a coach or a teacher or something like that where people have affirmed you, I think you can take a little bit of comfort. It's not the same as a parent, but I think it's a little bit comforting. I don't know if that would help you at all.
Not now. It may have done at the time, but it's difficult to express it. I kind of wouldn't have been able to have the opportunity to have anyone else influence or be an influence on what was going on as I was growing up. The rules of the house were very strict. I would describe them as Victorian. We weren't allowed to have friends round to our house. I remember one terribly embarrassing situation when a friend turned up, and it was like it was a kind of a normal thing to do. I could turn up at his house, there would be no problem, but he turned up at my house, and my father sort of like called me away and said, could you ask him to leave, please? You know, so it was kind of not possible.
It was vindictive. Yeah.
I wouldn't say vindictive. It was just, you know, even though I didn't have a connection with him for so long, I would still be reluctant to call it vindictive. It was just odd, and this is not something that I say exclusively.
Have you
My
ever
brother,
had
my
the thought?
brother, and
Sorry.
my brother and my sister say exactly the same thing. It was just odd. It was weird, and it was not pleasant.
Yeah, I mean, in your case, I think, have you ever had this thought pop in your head though to rebel against everything that, I guess, um, your father
I
figures
don't,
do?
I don't think I ever had that feeling. No, and I'm not entirely sure what I would be rebelling against. What I seem to be doing, so far as I was concerned, is trying to satisfy what he wanted me to do, which was, I guess, be successful. But whatever I did was never sufficient. So there was no rebellion. And I don't think I've ever rebelled. I've kind of not necessarily followed a normal course of life. In that I've taken a few years out, for example, between finishing engineering and starting law and whatever. But there was no idea of rebellion. I suspect by that stage I'd given up caring.
Your whole relationship sounds like a very vicious cycle. Like, it's like you try to appease your parents and just
No.
you can never reach.
I have to make a difference between my mother and my father.
Okay. Well, your father's, I guess, yeah.
I was always trying to appease my father. I think that is probably a very accurate statement. But there came a point where I appreciated that was never ever going to happen, and I can't.
How did you feel? How did you feel at that point? How did it feel? Like, did you feel like, okay, like I'm gonna just completely change myself or completely act in a different way? No, never.
No. It's a fair question. It's a fair question.
Hold on a sec, DPR. Jack, are you in here or can you leave because other people want in here? Jack.
Sorry, I didn't appreciate that. That's a point you wanted to make.
Jack. All right, I'm sorry, guys. I'm ejecting.
Okay.
No problem. Yeah.
To answer your question, I think that after finishing my first degree, by that stage I'd pretty much given up any idea that anything I did would
satisfy
be
him, yeah.
satisfying.
Yeah.
I suspect that I had that view earlier on, but I certainly had it by then. So it didn't really matter to me one jot whether whatever I did would impress him at all. You know, I don't want to sound arrogant when I say this, but
it's a completely reasonable response.
I know my mother was incredibly impressed when I was called to the bar, and she could go around boasting that her youngest son was a barrister. I knew damn well that my father probably wouldn't even recognize the fact.
Okay, quick question. Who has mods in this room?
If you have mods, can you share it with me or Seth?
I don't think anyone has. I think
DPR, do you have mods?
I don't know. I don't know how do I know whether I do have one?
So go ahead and run your scroll mouse on my icon and hit the arrow, and does it give you an option to show me?
On which icon?
Just try mine, which is the spackle and the cross thing. So if you click the arrow, does it tell you what options does it give you?
Oh,
am I looking in the chat or am I looking on?
No. Hang on. What are you saying, Renee?
At the risk of being yelled at again, I think I do.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Well, as long as someone does. Can I just give you a quick example as well?
No, there's one more quick thing we have to take care of in the hangout. Is there anybody who is not talking? And if so, can you please leave so I don't have to do you?
Well, before that, Renee, do you know how to share mods?
I have mods.
Or do you?
I'm sorry. I wish I could help.
Tell me. I don't know how you share them though.
You go to your control room. Go to the left, and you see the gray box that says control room.
Oh,
got it.
Okay. Control room.
You click that, and then you go to a person's little drop-down box, and then you can share mods. Just be careful who you share mods to. Don't ever share it with somebody that tends to go rage-based.
Yep, got it.
I've got it as well.
There you go.
I'm gonna share it with you.
It just says anyone who hasn't got mods.
Well, you've got it already. Anyway.
Pom's gone.
I really don't want to bore everyone with this story, but or my account. But there is one story that I'll finish with, and if there is any future conversation, then so be it. My father's sister, my aunt, died, and the three children, my brother, my sister, myself, went down to her funeral. He didn't. Don't ask me why. Don't even go there. But interestingly enough, at that stage, only my sister was really in touch with him. There was a photograph taken of me, my sister, and my brother, and my sister sort of like showed him the photograph that was taken. At which point, my father, looking at this photograph, said, "Well, I'm not so sure that Richard is my son." And of course, I wasn't in communication with him at that time, so this came through my sister via my mother to me. So I'm told now, by virtue of a photograph of a funeral of his sister, which he did not attend, he didn't think that I was his son. He thought that my mother had shagged someone else. So I got in touch with my mother. I said, "Okay, mother, who did you fuck? Who's my dad?" And she said, like, "I've got no fucking idea where this crazy idea comes from." And we did actually have. Let me just finish the story. I promise I will do it very quickly. I did actually have a conversation with my father, and it was a liberating experience because rather than all of the sort of like I'm trying to desperately think of a word. I'll come back to it. Despite all of that, I was liberated. I didn't care what he thought anymore, because he was now saying, "I'm not even your son." So I had this conversation with him, and I asked him all sorts of questions, and he just wouldn't answer them. And it was a feeling of liberation. But yeah, he never answered the question. Why looking at this photograph, I don't think I'm the father. My mother and I have had many wonderful conversations about this. Like, okay, who did you shag when you weren't shagging my father? And she said, I didn't have any opportunity. The only person that even sort of like came around, and then this, when I was sort of like born, so to speak, or conceived, is a better word. She said the only male person I had any sort of like dealings with was with the bloke that came around in a van selling vegetables. So I'm like, okay, so I'm the son of a vegetable sort of salesman. And obviously it's not, but it just shows, I guess, the level of disconnect that I had with my father, if indeed he's my father, or my mother's a filthy slag that sleeps with vegetable salesmen. I don't know.
Yeah, I just wanted to say really quick, I've been listening to this for the past maybe 15 minutes. Amy knows my story as far as my father's concerned, and she had to give me a bit of rough advice about a year ago on my subject with regard to that whole thing. Let me just say this. I'm not going to tell you to forgive, even though I should as a Christian, right? I'm not going to lecture you on that because I myself have not forgiven. But what I do want to say is this, and keep this in mind. I'm not trying to come at you like what's the word? I'm not trying to be disrespectful. But there are so many people out there who have way worse issues with their parents or their fathers or their mothers than just the fact that they feel like that they never got told that they were loved, right? There are so many people out there. And I think it would be more productive, rather than going on about that, to turn that energy into helping people who have went through rougher issues, rather than going on about how you're sad because you feel like your dad never told you he loved you. Because let me tell you this is one very, very, very true thing. Humans are full of error. And I can tell you as a parent, I've only been a parent for like a year and a half, right? We're not perfect. And you probably have kids, right? But there are people out there who have been molested. There are people out there who have had severe psychological damage from their parents. There are people out there who have been beaten by their parents. There are people out there who have been completely and utterly abandoned by their parents. And the worst, I'd say one of the worst ones of all, are the people who have been abandoned emotionally, right? To me, it's worse to have a parent there who is emotionally absent rather than just leaving. So all I'm saying here, I'm not trying to knock on you or anything. All I'm trying to tell you is that maybe... Yeah, you can respond after I'm done. Maybe it would be productive to maybe put some of that energy around and not be a victim. That was one thing my mother taught me, right? That was one thing my mother taught me.
Are you done now?
She acknowledged. No, not yet. She acknowledged exactly what I'd gone through because she had went through worse, right? She had seen it between me and my brother. But she told me this one thing that I thought was very interesting, always stuck with me. Do not be a victim. for multiple reasons. Number one, you give someone power over you, and number two, it is slightly unbecoming to be a victim. Now
Are you done now?
Yeah.
Okay, that's lovely. Can I respond? And I'll do it
Yeah, we don't
as short as I possibly can. But no, please, no. The question was aimed at me, and therefore I think I'm entitled to have a go at answering it. Firstly, I appreciate the fact that you admit that you only joined the conversation a few moments ago, and therefore you may not fully understand the context in which I was making the comments that I were. That is to say, I was asked, why do I have a lack of confidence? Okay, now the explanation I was giving obviously necessarily involved an explanation of my upbringing. I very, very rarely talk about this. This is the first time that I have ever spoken about it publicly, and in a way, I hope, although this is contrary to Nadia's hangouts, I hope that very few people see this, because it's not something that I enjoy talking about. I was not criticizing my father nor my mother. What I was saying is that my relationship with my father was extraordinary, and by virtue of that extraordinary relationship, that is why I was left with a lack of confidence and self-belief. I firmly and totally agree with you when you say that there are all sorts of abuse that parents can commit on their children. Totally agree with that. But I have to say, although most people recognize physical abuse as being the most obvious and the most sort of like tangible, the ones that sort of like get their emotions going more than any other, it's also, I think, something that you must recognize, that what I would say is psychological abuse. That is to say, to without any necessity for any form of physical or sexual abuse, to psychologically abuse a child is as damaging in different ways, I accept, but it can be as damaging as any form of physical abuse, and that is the only point I'm making. Have I addressed everything that you wanted to say? If not, tell me where I have not addressed your comments. Otherwise, allow someone else to address an issue. Have I addressed everything that you wanted me to address?
Well, the only thing
I don't.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Ermine. I had my turn. I'll respond to him after you.
The challenge that has struck me in this conversation is we have gone through a lot of information, but I heard a lot of deep shares in this conversation. And for some reason, I know we've been spending a lot of time on your story, but I think Dee, as well as Renee, shared something really compelling, and we just brushed over it. And that, for me, was really troublesome.
You didn't brush over it, Ermine. You stopped and you tried to give us a chance to talk.
And so I'm
yeah, all I was gonna say.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Ermine. I keep interrupting you. Yeah, all I was gonna say is, DPR, you, and I don't mean this as an insult, but you are absolutely insane if you think that psychological abuse is more damaging than sexual abuse or physical abuse. They may cut the same way, they may cut just as deep, but there is absolutely nothing more damaging, especially than molestation.
So I want to.
I can tell you, I can.
On what do you base this?
Okay, so I want to jump
tell
in
you.
really quick and say that physical abuse, neglect, and sexual abuse always come with psychological abuse.
Yeah, I was going to say there are
Always.
forms of psychological abuse, but
Hand in hand.
Very
You get
true.
all of it.
The quantity of the mental abuses that if it quantifies as more harmful to one more than like a little slap, I guess, then yeah, that's worse. It's all about the quantity.
I don't
so
know.
relative.
It's all yeah.
Is
It's
it
all about the quantity.
is it not
Not
is it
something.
not
Can people
is it
talk
not
who have actually experienced the abuse and everyone else just be quiet for a couple minutes?
Thank you. I just want to go back. There was one thing that if necessary, I'll come back and say that. But in relation to psychological abuse, whilst I accept the comments that have been made immediately before what I'm saying, I think that to undermine psychological abuse, and I accept that it probably goes hand in hand on occasions with physical and sexual abuse, to simply say that, oh well, if it's just psychological abuse, it doesn't matter. I think what
That's not what I said.
Okay, but what's important is what is the consequence and the impact that it has on someone. And if you are saying, oh well, rub it away as much as you like about psychological abuse, but it just simply doesn't compare with physical abuse, then I think you are kind of missing the point.
Okay, so have you ever been in terror of your own father? Have you ever been in terror of your own father?
Let's not. Come on, let's not do it.
I mean, let's talk about this, explore this. Like
Yes.
that's psychological.
I'll give you this example.
No, stop.
No,
somebody else talks.
I'm just saying, like there is a huge impact there that is connected, right? And then sexual abuse is almost, I would say, worse than getting hit. I think I'd rather take them both.
How could you compare the two? And let me give you one example.
Shit,
okay?
let's hear more from him.
I'll give you one example.
Really?
I'll give you one example, okay? Now, I was sat in my bedroom, and I opened the bedroom window, and I looked down, and I calculated how much damage it would cause me if I threw myself out of the bedroom window. And I knew that I did not want to die, but if I broke a couple of legs and whatever, that would probably get support systems into place that would make me or make the family situation more comfortable. Now, I was prepared, and quite genuine story, I'm not making this up, I was prepared to throw myself out of a bedroom window, calculating how much damage I would do to myself. Okay? Not through sexual abuse, not through physical abuse, but just because of my uncomfortableness and the psychological way in which I was being brought up. Now,
you asked a question earlier, DPR, which was, how do I know, right? How can I compare psychological, physical, and sexual molestation and say, well, one's worse than the other? And I don't say this to garner any sort of pity or anything like that. I'm using this as a learning tool. Let me tell you, I've experienced all three. I know what all the damage that all three can do, and because of things that have happened in my life and my early childhood, I'm having to pay for it now with panic attacks. I have severe social anxiety, etc., etc. So let me tell you, I know this from experience. I not only had to deal with the psychological, but the physical, as well as other forms of abuse. I'm not saying psychological abuse, I'm not undermining it in any way, because I went through it, I know what it's like, But what I want to hear from you is less. I mean, I do not mean this as an insult. There's no really other way to say this. Is what I want to hear from you is less whining, and I want you as a man to take up your responsibility and banner and help other people and not be so self-centered. I understand you're venting, and this is the internet, right? And this is a room for venting. It's all we're doing. All I'm saying is we have a tendency to want to be victimized when things like that happen. And we have to turn that around and focus towards the outwards, not the inwards.
Okay, I'll address that if I can. Firstly, as I said before, I have never ever talked about this and my situation before. I only talked about it by virtue of the fact that someone asked me about why I would have a lack of confidence. Thirdly, I would say that I go out of my way as best I can to try and help other people. I think I'm well known for supporting various charities and doing charitable work. I do not, as I say, you know, go back over all of my internet history and find anywhere where I've ever talked about this before. I have not done so. I'm not sort of like trying to garner any sort of personal sympathy or whatever. I have never ever done so. I have gone through my entire life from a tender age trying to, as best I can, make the world a better place and doing charitable work. I'm not claiming that I'm a victim, nor have I ever claimed that I've been a victim until this hangout. So, is there anything that I have not addressed?
Yeah.
No, I think in this 2 hours you talked about it, you covered it.
I just want to say that I don't think I'm trying to not validate your feelings. I have a stoic parent, but I still see that my stoic parent loves me in some facet, some way, even if it's not like the way I prefer. And then I have another parent that was abusive, and I have scars that go up my arm, and every time I go to a doctor, or every time someone meets me, oftentimes I'm asked, what's that about? And I'm reminded every single time. So I know the difference between the two. I know the difference between a parent that's more critical and won't give you kudos and won't hug you and love you, like, or say I love you, you know, per se. And I know the difference between that and a one that invokes terror, the one that puts you in an empty room, a one that locks you up in a closet, a one that beats you, you know, with a belt, you know, the one that scares you half to death. I know the difference between the one. Trust me, they're both psychological in some way, but I guarantee you that they're not different. So I would urge you to grab on to the good in your father. If he provided for you, if he affirmed you in some way of gift giving, or you know, giving you a place to live or feeding you or something like that, try to grab onto the good there, because I promise you, the stoic parent often does love you. They just aren't good at expressing.
Can I address that, please? I think it's a very valid point.
You've addressed like 500 billion other things, so why not this one?
Yeah, but I kind of addressed this before. And my statement was that I found it and do find it really deeply depressing that he was, for whatever reason, unable to express what I now, after his death, consider to be the fact that he did care, he did love. He just was incapable of expressing it, and that's my problem. That's I'm not asking for sympathy.
He never felt loved. That's the problem. The main problem was he never felt like his dad gave a shit about him. That's the issue.
And what I'm trying to address, or what I'm trying to state, and I really want a chance to get through this, is that my hope is that we could all learn from everyone's experiences in this room. So as DPR, you've shared a lot. It feels unloved when we're not listening to other people's stories as well. If we could drink just as deeply as we have from your story tonight, there are stories here that I would like to hear as well, because people have been willing to share. And sometimes hearing other people's stories gives everyone perspective. So
I wouldn't disagree with that.
That is a good point.
No,
That is a very valid point.
on the defensive, because I am not going to rack and stack abuse tonight or any other night. I want to hear what makes people feel good and what pained them as well. As I loved it, I'm going to cherish the time that DPR shared, but I really do want to hear other people's situations and be able to relate to them as well.
Hermine, I think that's a absolutely fantastic position to take, and I adopt it as well. I just want, and I'm likely to go to bed soon. I just want to make it clear that I am not searching for sympathy or anything else. I was asked a specific question: why do I have a lack of confidence? And I was answering that question. And I know that I probably bored people to death by using my example, and I apologize for that. Please, other people.
DPR, I find some help in hearing other people's stories. Maybe Jacob would like to share a little bit, and maybe you would find some.
I'm saying let everyone share their stories.
Hey, brother has tried to talk several times and been cut off. Just saying.
Yeah. I was just saying that I can relate, I guess, to the experiences that DPR had with his past ex-girlfriend or whatever, because I've had this situation where I was actually sexually abused. It was not like a huge kind of like a sexual. It was a minimal one, but it was still stuck to me to this day, really. That, I mean, kind of made me have a little trust issue. But yeah, that's all I tried to say, pretty much.
I'm glad you did say it. Yeah, we wanted to hear what you had to say. Thank you.
Yeah.
Jacob, do you care sharing more? Or not really?
Yeah, I'm not going to get too deep into details, but basically I had to deal with my dad was more okay. So let me back up here. I'll try not to be long-winded. Basically, my mom and my dad got divorced at a very early age. I was at a very early age. My dad was always the type of parent that he was there physically, but he emotionally was never there. He was an alcoholic. He was physically abusive to both me and my mom. He was the type of guy, and he actually did this, like he called me up one time and accused me of wanting to have sex with my own mother, like that type of psychological abuse. Now, while I'm dealing with that sort of thing all throughout my childhood, there was an issue of sexual abuse with someone in my family, a different person. My father and myself's relationship right now is completely and utterly non-existent for a few reasons. One, because I've not learned to let go or forgive. And number two, I've learned, and this may be a defense mechanism, how to cut people out of my life that are toxic. So I'm at a point right now where basically I'm learning to cut people out of my life, and I'm searching for a way to forgive so that I might be a light that shines for other people, and also learn how to forgive how Christ taught me how to forgive. But I did learn something very important. There is a difference between forgiveness and protecting yourself. You can protect yourself by cutting people out of your life and keeping them at a distance and still love that person. It doesn't require a wholesale gathering of them into your life and being around them 24/7. So that's basically my story in a nutshell. There's tons of other stuff, but I just don't want to get into the details.
I would certainly echo those sentiments. That is to say that it is it's perfectly possible to love someone and not want to have not want to have anything to do with them, if you see what I mean. But okay, that's it.
So it doesn't mean that your pain's not validated or anything like that. It just means like there are other people that experience similar or worse things, and maybe you can find some sort of solace or strength in hearing people's stories and experiences. I don't know. For me, it's helpful. For me, it's helpful not to feel alone. And I don't know. I think I grabbed onto other role models in order to kind of keep my head above water, you know,
Yes,
the youth
yes.
pastor or my friend's father who took me to a dance. You know, I was able to kind of grab onto other, you know, a teacher, you know, anybody that was, you know, kind of a mosaic of what maybe a parent could be like in some way.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And, you know, the one thing that I've always been thankful for, like through all the stuff I went through in my childhood, this statement's very true. My childhood was not bad. Like, I went through that stuff at an early age, but the Lord blessed me with a childhood that I can remember as being, well, blessed. And it seems to me that He's always given me role models like you were talking about. People, men, strong men that I could cling on to learn the lessons that I needed to learn to get on with life. And that's a blessing. And I think I was in a hangout earlier today where I was talking about this very thing where suffering such as this or other sufferings, people tend to look at them as bad things, right? But the truth of the matter is we are forged through the fires of sufferings. And in my life, dealing with panic attacks and severe social anxiety and periodic bouts of depression, all at the time that they're happening seem like really terrible things. But the truth of the matter is, it's things like that that build character and build us up to be people who the Lord intends us to be. And let me tell you something. The reason why I might be able to reach someone in this room tonight or out on the streets or at work is because I've had these experiences. And because of that, I wouldn't change it for one bit. I would not change it one bit. I think that we need to reassess what we think about suffering and the things that we go through, not be a victim, like I was talking about before. And especially for men, the men in the room, we need to just take up our banner and do what we need to do, regardless of the sufferings that we've gone through.
Yeah. At some point, yes. Some point, this is it's a phase that you have to overcome. Yeah. But I would argue that, I mean, there are other ways to build character besides having to experience depression or social anxiety or all of those negative things. Although, yes, a life without negatives is impossible. That's a given. But I mean, yeah. We have to fight against them, not ignore negatives, I think. It just, you know, what I think.
I hope I wasn't too hard on him. That was not my intention.
No,
I don't think so. Had to try and break through, and it was tough because what he experienced was definitely abuse, but at the same time, I had just expected that when somebody shared theirs, that we'd kind of shift focus to somebody else, and it still kept coming back.
Yeah.
What I got.
I think sometimes. Oh, I'm sorry, brother. Go ahead.
No. You go first. I'm sorry.
I just think sometimes people feel like they're not validated, right? When somebody goes, "Yeah, I've experienced this," or more, and sometimes they feel invalidated. And I don't think that's what Jacob, me, or Renee were trying to do. But we're trying to give perspective, you know. Brother, go ahead and.
Yeah. I mean, I from what I've catched so far from DPR Jones, I feel like sort of he overly obsessed with his father as a figure to strive forward towards, and he can never achieve that, and he never tried to rebel or to have any individualistic sort of kind of muse or man other than his father to look up to, and that is the issue, the main issue.
The issue I just saw as his path in life. All of us will have to learn how to be more, or excuse me, derive more value intrinsically than extrinsically. And that is a hard lesson to learn. And it's funny because some kids do rebel against their parents who don't show them that love and basically learn that they're not going to be validated through their parents, and they're certainly not going to be validated through society.
What do you mean not validated through society?
They're not going to be validated by other people. Their self-worth comes first and foremost internally.
Yeah, that was another thing I was going to bring up that I completely forgot about, Ermine. And that, well, the fact that it, and this was hard for me to learn, and I'm actually still learning it day by day. You have to derive your own self-value and worth that is not dependent upon other people.
Anyone else? Yep.
You know what I mean? Like, the reason why is people are fleeting.
And they're
people are fleeting, and they'll fail you.
Yeah.
But it's pretty human to want affirmation, right? Like that's a pretty human thing, you know.
Right, but
absolutely.
You still have to. I just believe you have to learn in life to not be affirmed by anyone else.
I don't know about that. I think again, affirmation, words of affirmation matter, but I do think that maybe I take a hybrid of that you need to have self-worth on your own, and then also, which is hard to do. It's hard to manufacture if you've been broken.
Well, let me tell you something. There are two types of people, and I've learned this in the workforce, right? There are types of people who derive their own self-worth from themselves and not other people. Those types of people typically end up in managerial positions. And the reason why is they don't have to have other people motivate them. Yeah. They motivate themselves. And that's been a hard lesson for me to learn. And I'm not switching this over to my job, but I'm trying to make a parallel. I've been after team leader positions for, like 3 years. I really wanted a team leader position, and they have not given it to me yet. And one of the reasons, like, they won't tell me this, but I've noticed it through deductive reasoning, that I look at the team leaders and people who are in managerial positions at my job, and they are those types of people. There's a difference between wanting to be validated by someone else and needing to be validated by somebody else.
Yeah.
So I totally agree. Like, it may be human nature to want to be validated by someone else because it makes us feel good. But there's just some people who get up in the morning, who know who they are, not perfectly, but they know who they are, they know what they want to go for, and they don't need motivation from other people to accomplish what they want to accomplish.
Yes, that's a good point.
But socially, it's impossible for a human never to experience some sort of affirmation or some sort of a belonging. It's impossible. Those people who don't experience that are, well, rightfully are psychotic and are probably not in a very healthy state of mind.
I wouldn't agree with that necessarily. I don't think that we can say that people who don't experience an affirmation from other people are psychotic, because psychosis is really an issue of brain chemicals. Not that external factors can exacerbate. Huh?
Sorry, keep going. But who has mods? Can you please share them, or can you? Someone needs to be broadcast. Darwin needs to be broadcast. Keep going.
Yeah, I was just saying that psychosis is really a matter of brain chemistry, and I'm not saying that external factors can't play a role in that. Like, it definitely can, but I don't think I would feel comfortable in saying that people who don't grow up with some sort of affirmation end up being psychotic. Because when you're talking about psychosis, you're talking about hallucinations, you're talking about a complete absence of apathy for other people, that sort of thing.
No, I said not lacking, I said like completely don't have the experience of how it is to belong, or how it is to feel belonging. Like, if a person doesn't know what it is at all, he never experienced that. That's a very extreme case. It's never the case, probably. But if such a case occurs, then it's, I think, safe to say that it's pretty, I guess, abnormal and not healthy. So, yeah. Hence, I mean, lack of affirmation can lead to some sort of issues, which are not completely saying you're going to be psychotic, but you can lack confidence, like, as as DPR.
Oh, sure. Yeah, definitely. I mean, especially in your early childhood. I mean, well, look, and this is my opinion. You guys can agree with it or not. But especially in your early childhood, because you're basically a sponge, you learn how to interact with the world based upon the experience that your parents give you. Because you look up to your parents, right? You're looking to them to teach you how to operate in the world. So if there's some sort of I can't say the word. If there's some sort of anomaly with regard to their behavior, it's definitely going to affect how you end up interacting with people in the long run socially.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's correct, I suppose. Yeah.
And how you arrive at any of the two states is very complicated. Some people who don't get affirmation from their parents, who never get acknowledgement, they sometimes can look like they're independent and confident and whatever, but actually what it can seem is that they're actually very brittle personality.
Very fragile.
Very fragile. Yeah. But they can seem confident, and it can also be true the other way around. So
Yeah.
this is very...
Large amounts of alcohol doesn't do anything to help with people not being over emotional.
Yeah, alcohol tends to be a depressive, and you have to be a little bit careful with that. I wanted to say something really to Jacob. You said that you had anxiety. I have general anxiety disorder and depression, and a lot of it they think is caused by the trauma that I've been through, and I don't have, I think some people call things PTSD and something. I don't think I have that because that's not what they diagnosed me with. But anxiety is a frustrating thing. I think it's one of the more crippling things to deal with. I actually would prefer depression. Did you deny your anxiety for a long time or blame yourself for it?
Well, I don't really think I blamed myself for it. In the beginning, I didn't really know what it was. Like, all throughout my childhood, I don't really know when it started, but I know that throughout my childhood, I'd have basically what you would call panic attacks. But it was just so normal to me, I thought that's just how everybody was. And it wasn't until about maybe 3 or 4 years ago, like, I started having really, really bad panic attacks. My social anxiety was extremely at an extremely high rate. I was not hardly able to function, and I had to go to a psychiatrist. And it's been like a few years, and they just diagnosed me. I'm just gonna go ahead and say this because I know it's a bit of a stigma, but they first diagnosed me with generalized anxiety disorder. Then they told me I not only had that, but panic disorder. And recently I was just diagnosed as being bipolar depressive also. So I'm at a crossroads right now trying to figure out how much of those disorders have to do with the trauma that I was dealt with as a kid, or whether they're just chemical imbalances.
Have you been in cognitive therapy?
No, not yet.
I found cognitive therapy to be helpful, though I still struggle with these things, but I definitely manage them better than I did before. But yeah.
Jacob, you do know that
Yeah,
there is no scientific test to establish that certain mental states are chemical imbalances.
Yeah, I know that, and the reason why I know that is because one thing that psychiatrists do is throw like 20 billion different types of medication at you.
Neurologically, you can actually establish some, I guess, imbalances.
No, I'm not suggesting that certain mental disorders don't have a biological etiology, but there's no way when somebody says to you, "Oh, well, you have a chemical imbalance," that's just shooting into the dark. That's not a medical determination.
Well, not really, and let me tell you why that's not. I don't think that's the case. I used to be agnostic with regard to this specific issue until I saw that certain medications, which they predict actually do lower or heighten certain chemicals,
I'm well aware of that.
do actually help you, right?
Okay,
so
but that
for
doesn't
example,
demonstrate
take
that
an
there's a
anti.
chemical
Can
Hold on a
Jacob
second.
finish,
Hold on a
please?
second.
Finish.
So take for instance my panic attacks. The very first thing they did for me in my panic attacks put me on an antidepressant. Now, if you look at this from a scientific perspective, they're making a prediction. They predict that I don't have enough serotonin in my system, which is one reason why I'm dealing with depression and anxiety will be leveled out by the antidepressant if their prediction is correct, right? So they put me on the antidepressant, and the first two antidepressants they put me on made my anxiety worse, but the third one they put me on ended up lowering my anxiety and taking care of a small portion of my depression. So as an outsider who is not a psychiatrist, what I'll say to you is this. While there's no empirical evidence such as being able to pull out serotonin from the brain or being able to look at the balance of the chemicals in the brain, as an outsider, what I say is this. These people say that I have a chemical imbalance. They make a prediction that if I have a chemical balance, certain medications will help. Those medications help. Therefore, I conclude that they're correct about me having a chemical imbalance.
Well, from a scientific point of view, that would not demonstrate the case. All you would be able to say was that there was a correlation between your mental state after taking the medication. The fact that you took medication and it alleviated certain emotional states. Can I finish?
Work? Are you saying
No, I didn't say that.
Yeah, let him finish.
No, I didn't say that. What I said is the fact that certain mental states are produced or seem to alleviate certain emotional states or mental states is not conclusive or demonstrable evidence that there's an underlying chemical imbalance. So the fact that for example, let's say we have an example of somebody who is anxious or angry, and then they have a martini and they're cool. The fact that their mental states have been changed by inducing a chemical that does not scientifically demonstrate that they had a prior chemical imbalance.
Well, here's the difference. The difference is that with alcohol, alcohol is known to be a depressant by definition, right? Now, something such as an antidepressant is not something such as alcohol. An antidepressant is believed to have some sort of effect on the brain. Now, believed to be, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, so if they make a prediction that the antidepressant will lower my anxiety and maybe taper off my depression, and they believe that that has to do with an increase in serotonin, and they know that when serotonin is increased through things like ecstasy, right? Because ecstasy increases serotonin in the brain. When that happens, you display certain symptoms. I display certain symptoms when I'm on an antidepressant. That leads me to believe, from an outside perspective, that in fact I do have some sort of disorder that has a chemical imbalance.
Well, I honestly would rather have a real conversation than Captain Science Psychology Denial and actually talk about people that deal with this.
Yeah, should we get back to what we were
That's true,
actually
because
talking
I
about?
personally, as well,
Right.
I have depression and I take anti-anxiety meds as well, and they work for me perfectly.
Yeah, well, are you aware
So
of the
Jacob,
fact
it
that
helped you, right?
in studies with antidepressants,
No.
What? Who
We
kicked
were
him?
asking.
What? What the fuck happened?
I have no clue. What happened?
I think he just fell out.
Huh.
Jack, why are you on a sock?
Oh god.
Hey guys.
Is that the real Jack?
I don't know.
Somebody kicked me from the room, and then
I kicked.
Because I was inactive.
Yeah, we were trying to get more people in, and you were gone for so long that I booted you.
Oh,
Yeah, there were a lot of people that wanted in, Jack.
No, it's okay. I don't mind. But if you sent me a PM, I would have answered.
Okay. I didn't know to do that. I know.
But so then I tried to get in on my other stock, and somebody had me blocked. Who could have blocked me?
I have no clue. It was
I don't know.
I wonder.
No, but in fact, there have been some Google Plus glitches even, where some people have thought they've been. I think it happened to Nadia somewhere, and it happened to someone else where they tried to join, and it's like you said, they were blocked. And nobody in the room had someone blocked, so. I don't know.
You blocked Justin? Oh, because of that.
Yeah, but I haven't blocked you. I let people know if I block them or not. I don't play games.
No, so then I had to come in on this third one. So I don't know. Maybe it was just a glitch then, because I was looking at the list and I was thinking none of these people would have blocked me.
No, I don't think I have any Jack anything's blocked.
Jack anything?
Yeah.
Someone had asked me a question earlier if the medication was helping, and I'm definitely making progress. Like, in the beginning it was really hard. They put me on an antidepressant and Klonopin. The Klonopin definitely helped, but Klonopin is more of a short-term help to anxiety and panic attacks. Yeah.
It hits you hard.
So they put me on. Yes, it does. They put me on an antidepressant, Klonopin, and now I'm on 2 or 3 other medications. And the last one that they put me on, which is called a neuroleptic, is really, really, really helping me. So I'm hoping, like, within the year, I'll be completely back to 100% to what I was before.
That's a brand new term to me. I've never heard neuroleptic before.
Yeah, they call it the policeman of the brain. Basically, it's a seizure medication. So if you have like tons of things going on, like anxiety or whatever, and it has to do with neurons and chemical firings, it slows that down so you don't have to deal with it.
I just learned a new thing. Thank you.
It was wonderful to discuss things with you guys, and I wish you all a great night and fruitful discussion, and good night, guys.
No,
It's good
you were
to meet you.
wonderful company.
See
Thank
you
you.
later.
See ya.
I don't think I've ever run into Brother before.
He's sweet.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe tonight he was.
Hmm. I feel you. I feel you, Jacob, about the victimhood thing, right? Like I get a little bit frustrated, and maybe it's this sort of atmosphere. It's weird because I think there's benefits to talking about childhood abuse, or maybe people that have been through war, or people that have been through maybe a traumatic situation. I think there's a benefit to talking about it and sharing about it. But also, if you spend some time on the internet, there's some people that treat it like, I'm a survivor and I've got a special badge and a special badge. Like, they wear it like it's their title. Like, you know, I've gone through this and this is my title. And I'm on Tumblr. Yay, I'm a special snowflake. And it's like, look, like, honestly, in an ideal world, I don't think that these are great things to have to go through. But I do see it similar to you, that to overcome these things, you grow as a person. And I've always tried to take my personal pain that I've had, and that was why I worked with youth for over 15 years. And I was able to relate to people that were in tough living situations and stuff like that, because I was able to kind of channel that into empathy.
Right.
And I really feel you on the whole don't be a victim thing, because I think that crushes you and it makes you wear a title and it limits you.
I know
Yes,
I
it
assume you were
does.
talking generally there, Spackle, but in DPR's defence, I think that's the first time I've ever heard him talk like that.
I'm not saying that he's a victim.
No, I did say I know you're talking generally. I was just saying in his.
Yeah, I mean it generally. I don't want to put him down for sharing.
I think it was making him very reflective and thinking about things he might not have thought about. I don't know.
Yeah, I definitely think that I can't be too hard on people who I feel like are displaying that they're victimized, because there is a certain aspect of emotions. What do I want to say here? There's a certain aspect of dealing with abuse where if you don't know how to not be a victim, you're going to naturally slide into it. And sometimes you're just in your ways for so long that you don't know how to break out of that, and it takes somebody to walk in and put the hammer down on you. Thankfully, I had my mom for that, right? So I don't know. That's my view on that. Like, I can't fault people too much for being like that, but I sort of see the other side of it too.
But what's with all this shit about men taking up their banners? Do women not have banners? What's so special about men that they have to have banners that they take up? Sorry, mate, but that was a little bit.
I knew. No, I knew when I said that someone was going to speak up. That statement was nothing about. Yeah, that statement was nothing about women. It's not me being a misogynist at all. This is me talking from a perspective of being a man. Because in my opinion, men need to have a certain sort of strength, right? I'm not saying that women can't be strong. No, I'm not. What I'm saying is that I believe that men have a certain role, right? And when I hear someone complaining for like 2 hours about a specific subject, it kind of pisses me off a little bit. Like, I want them to be self-reflective, right? Being self-reflective and sharing is one thing. Being whiny for the purpose of garnering pity is something completely different.
He wasn't doing that.
I didn't say he was.
It's interesting because when he first started talking, he was saying one of the reasons he was sharing it is because it's often more difficult for men to be able to come out and do this kind of thing.
Right. I was going to say.
To be honest, Jacob, your attitude kind of reflects that from what I've seen so far.
I was going to say that man up can be really hurtful. So like man up, suck it up, don't express your feelings can cause a lot of harm. So you have a lot of men, for instance, that have gone through molestation, but have never reported it, and they carried it on their own, and
The social
then they have,
stigma.
there's a social stigma. So the whole man up thing, I don't think I agree with. I don't mean it that way. It's tough because I think sharing is good, and I think it's good that he shared, and I don't judge him for his feelings. I think that they're valid feelings. The only time where I was getting upset was where he wouldn't listen to anybody else, and also that he said that it's equal or just as bad as sexual abuse, and that's
well, see, this.
Look, here comes the superstar.
That's exactly what I was talking about, though. When I was talking about the man up and take your banner and help other people, I was talking about him not focusing so much on himself, but the other people in the room. I wasn't telling him like, suck it up. You went through something. I'm going to completely dismiss it. I was trying to get him to listen to other people in the room and maybe other people in his life, because I literally listened to him for like 10 or 15 minutes on YouTube before I even came in the room. And he was just droning on and on and on and on.
And kept cutting people off. And then saying, but wait, I'll get through this in 20 seconds.
Yeah, I think both me and you laughed at that, Emmy.
And that was 2 hours of that after 2 hours of the previous stories.
Yeah,
So
but that's a DPR problem, though. That's anytime you deal with DPR. I assume we're talking about DPR, aren't we?
Yeah.
Okay. Anytime you deal with DPR, it takes DPR 2 hours to tell you how he made toast. That's just the way he is.
He's a lawyer. We get it.
And
me was snapping and barking at everybody else in the room at the same time, so it was like,
and
my
plus,
sympathy didn't go very far.
Yeah, no. I mean, the thing that gets me isn't that, like, I come from a stoic background as well, where the reason you sucked it up was that you didn't want to advertise your weaknesses, right? You didn't want you didn't want the other people, and many of the women I grew up with were just as stoic as the men, by the way, because toughness was valued across the genders.
Exactly.
But what always kind of has taken me aback, particularly in the last 20 years, is not that people share, it's who they're willing to share with. I've had people just sit down beside me and, 2 seconds after I say hello to them, all of a sudden they're telling me exactly what's wrong in their life, and I'm like, I don't know you. I have no reason, to like you. And you're telling me stuff, and like, why? Why are you telling me stuff? Like, people will unburden themselves on national television in front of millions of people they don't know. To me, there's a time and a place to share, and most people just share way too much with way too many people, most of whom, frankly, don't give a shit.
Yeah, but there's nothing wrong with sharing. Like, it could be to someone's benefit.
Actually, you know what? I think past a certain point there is.
Why?
Because there is a. How do I put this? It's kind of like the inside of your house. You would never think of, on one fine summer day, putting a doorstop in the front door and the back door of your house and a sign in front saying, "Come on in. Anybody who wants to come on in and look at my stuff, just keep the line moving, Just keep the line moving, front to back, take a look. I put some fucking feet marks on the floor. Follow the feet marks." We'd never think of doing that. We'd never think of saying, "Hey, here's what my finances look like. Here's my bank book. Take a look through that." But there's an attitude that's come about particularly in the last 20 years, that people will take you, and sometimes they'll take you by the hand, and as a condition to even knowing them at first, you will be expected to be dragged through what's going on with them and what's breaking their hearts, and it's like, look, I barely even know you. There's a hierarchy to this. There's a time for this.
I've got a little different direction with it, though, but I don't think you're doing anybody a service when they're in their cups to let them start oversharing.
Yeah, that's true too.
I think that had he been completely sober and he wanted to share, you know, that's a bit different than let's have a few and then sit down and share, because I mean he may not even really want to share.
As a specific complaint, there are far too many people who come drunk onto these hangouts. Far too fucking many.
Well,
And you know, to me that's an attached problem, but not necessarily. You know, like there are people who do shit on these hangouts because they're drunk, and only because they're drunk, that they wouldn't even dream of doing sober on the internet, much less sober out in the real world. And I find that annoying as hell. Like it's, you know, I don't know why people think that this is their drunkorium.
Well, let me sort of share my opinion on the whole sharing thing. It seems to me that I personally have no problem with someone sitting right beside me who I don't know, unloading on me, bawling their eyes out, telling me all their problems about their life. I would love that. Absolutely love that. And the reason why I think people have a problem with it is because of arbitrary distinctions that society has set. There's no real good reason why that shouldn't be done, in my opinion. Now, there's a difference between letting someone unload on you and sharing the burden of somebody else, and then becoming clingy and wanting you to solve all their problems. Those are two completely different things. But just being an ear to listen to somebody, I see no problem with someone sitting down and telling me everything about their life. I don't see any good reason why, as a society, we shouldn't encourage that. I don't think there is a point where someone shares too much, to be honest with you.
No. Oh, really?
No, I don't. Yeah.
Okay. I had an uncle who, as an old man, delighted in explaining how his incontinence worked.
Okay.
To strangers.
Okay.
This is a delight to him.
Okay.
Yeah. And I think if you can't see where that's going, I think you're being a bit obtuse.
Well, I'm not being obtuse. I think I'm being consistent, and I do think there's a difference.
Well, you can consistent yourself right into a brick wall, and I'm watching you do that.
Hold on.
I really don't see why there's a.
There's a difference between the sharing that you're talking about now and the sharing you were talking about, because what we were talking about was sharing emotional troubles and pains, and there was a context.
You think my uncle enjoys the fact that he's incontinent?
There was a context to it, right? So
there's a context to this too. I mean, I'm having a lot of trouble letting you walk where you want to walk with this, because I think you're plunking. On the one hand, you're decrying me for plunking down artificial distinctions which, by the way, I don't think are artificial and I don't think are unfair. And on the other hand, you're plunking down artificial distinctions in this kind of sharing and that kind of sharing.
No, I've not said anything about your uncle sharing his incontinence with people. I don't have a problem with that.
That's what what the hell? I'm sorry. Because you said I was talking about. You said I was talking about two different kinds of sharing.
Yeah,
that's where I heard the artificial distinction.
No,
to me, it's all the same kind of sharing.
Well, okay, well that's fine, and you have no real basis for that.
Whoa! Don't start that. If we're all talking about beliefs and opinions here, I'm not going to put up with any Calvinist bullshit.
Oh well,
you want to talk about God? We can start dragging out the Calvinist BS. But if all of our opinions are equal and all of our opinions have the same standing, you don't get to tell me what I do or don't have a basis for.
All I know is I had a real conversation with somebody that I appreciated today with actual real emotional connection, and now you and DPR, or not DPR, I'm sorry, DPR was fine. You, Darwin's Didi particularly took a big dump on that, so I don't know what to tell you, but I appreciated the connecting conversation. I just wanted to point that out.
Sorry, and the crowd falls silent.
Yeah.
Well, you know.
You have some good shit going on tonight.
I just.
So I thought, so I disappeared for a minute ago because I thought it sounded like somebody was walking about in my loft. But you'll be pleased to know there's actually some pigeons on the flat roof on the room I'm in's the extension, and there was pigeons on the flat roof there. It did scare me a little bit for I was like, oh god, there's one in the loft. So yeah. Where does one know where the balance is of how much to share and not to share? I think it can be helpful for others to hear similar stories to know they're not alone, but yeah, on the other hand, where does one draw the line?
That's the only thing I could...
I wouldn't know. I'm too busy shitting all over what's her face's emotional connection.
Never mind.
Hey, Newt.
What, did he go all emo and leave?
Because I'm a friend of his and I got mad.
Oh, wow. That's so true.
So now I have no idea where to go.
That came out of left field. I didn't expect him to bring up Calvinism out of nowhere. It seems like that's the place that people always go with me. Like, we could be talking about ice cream, right? And I'll be like, you know, I love vanilla ice cream.
You love Calvinist ice cream. Don't lie to us.
You're right. They'd be like,
you love
Calvinist, only Calvinists like vanilla ice cream.
You love the ice cream that God made you love.
That wasn't a slur at Gus or anything. I just really wanted to scream Calvinist ice cream.
Calvinists even allowed ice cream?
Calvinist ice cream.
I don't know.
That's funny. Calvinist ice. This was this.
D, we needed that.
You need a what?
Shut up! It's Calvinist ice cream.
Oh gosh. I'm gonna make a meme for you.
Calvinist ice cream is so good it makes you eat it.
It's my new favorite thing. Fuck you, bitch. Why? Because Calvinist ice cream.
Indeed.
Thank you, D. I understand you.
Aramine, what do you think about all this going on?
Well, just at the time I was getting a little annoyed with some people. They just automatically left tonight. So,
things have a way of working themselves out, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I want to do my Dionysus impression and talk about how men are superior to women in cognitive abilities.
Oh Lord, like that reminds me of when Bert Poole's like, I want to argue Calvinism, even though I'm an atheist.
But
I was like,
in order
not you too.
for me to do this right, I have to, do a good stutter and stammer,
Also, you've got to put some aphrodisiac in your ice cream, haven't you?
Who's going to volunteer to be the woman to be harassed?
Pretty sure that's not Calvinist ice cream.
Well, I'm not sure how that helps him argue that men are cognitively superior to women. But,
No, it just
I don't
normally
know.
goes down while it's happening.
Men are more creative than women. Mathematics is not creative, it's just using formulas. Art is objective. Schopenhauer is awesome and I want to suck his cock, even though he's been dead for hundreds of years. What else?
And Renee, can I jizz on your face?
Wow!
That's how I met him. No, that's how I met him.
God.
He spent 2 hours before Dee was finally like, go away. He spent 2 hours telling me all the different ways he was, all the different ways he was going to come on my
she doesn't
date.
like it. Stop, and I banned him.
And he's like, well, maybe she'll like it like this. It's like, no, I still don't like it.
I'm like, jeez, no means no, you bitch, and I banned him.
Well, that escalated quickly.
No, I'm trying to tell you, the
was
guy,
that
the
in the
creepy
live
guy.
chat?
Yeah, Deidre, you didn't even like work them up to it. You were just like, guess what, Chiz?
Well, this is
Yeah,
how it
I
works.
actually remember that now you come to mention it.
Yeah, right? True
Was
story.
it in live chat, wasn't it? Not in a hangout.
I'm sorry for being crude, but that's just a matter of fact.
No, that's how it went down. Yeah, I was in chat and I was kind of holding my own with like my little derpy, your mom and stuff. Yeah, he's been cool since then. I mean, we haven't had another. It was just that one night.
Who's this?
Not Dionysus.
Oh.
Your reaction says everything there.
So, is Seth here?
He's not spoken for a while.
Seth, you're gonna get booted because you've been gone a while too. But I'll give you 5 minutes.
Seth, are you here?
He might be in the potty or something. Give him a minute.
That's why I said 5.
Oh yeah. I listen.
Listen, if he's in the potty, don't rush him. 5 minutes. What the hell? What kind of consideration is that? Come on.
Yeah, we all know men have to take hours and hours.
4 people 5? Okay.
Make it 20.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, Van the Man's here now. We're in trouble. Nearly, somebody put him on broadcast just as I was about to, and I nearly unbroadcast him. Can't hear you, Van.
Are we talking about the
I can hear
the
you.
roofie guy?
Oh gosh.
No, apparently it wasn't a roofie. It was an aphrodisiac because
He's gonna sue you, man. He's gonna sue you.
I heard what happened was he was
It's-
going
it's-
out with an asexual female who.
It's love potion number 9.
Yeah, so he put an aphrodisiac in her ice cream so that she wouldn't be feeling asexual.
Was it,
something like that.
was it Calvinist ice
So many
cream?
times.
I'm telling you, I got one of those in a bar once, and I was lucky enough to have a friend take me home.
While you were humping your leg?
Yep. They found me in the bathroom. It's not nice to give people aphrodisiacs.
Giving someone a drug
Beat me to it.
or a mood-altering substance without their knowledge is called roofying them.
Yes, we were being facetious with the other word.
And he has claimed, dude, I didn't give her roofies. I didn't give her roofies. No, but you roofied her.
I was under misapprehension that roofie meant specifically make you feel drowsy and incapable of fending someone off, so I was not aware that roofie meant in generally giving you a...
Yeah, it's grown beyond. I mean, roofies are a specific drug, but
Really?
roofying
Right,
someone
right, I see.
is giving them, something
I'm
without
afraid I'm just not down with the kids. So I don't know what to do,
I think it's very interesting the conversation changed from the past hour. We went from sharing to roofies to Calvinist ice cream to I don't want to say the other thing.
jizz on her face.
Right. I went there just to explain to you, just like women. Okay, so this was a discussion last night where there are some girls here that actually like to be talked to in a very dirty fashion, very detailed, gratuitous fashion, and like to talk about being railed in the ass and stuff like that. And there are other girls that don't. And I would protect. I would protect. I would protect the free speech of both, right? But here's the problem: when people don't seem to know the line of like, this girl might not want you to just go, "Hi, Renee, pleased to meet you. Can I jizz on your face?"
Wow. Yeah. Yeah, see, in my opinion, that sort of talk is reserved only for married people. But that's just me.
Yeah.
Or at the very least, break into it gradually.
Don't even break. Like,
no, I agree.
No. Listen. What you want to do?
There is no way to break into that gradually.
No,
Like, how do you break into that gradually?
I don't know. Like, can I at least have a non-roofied cup of coffee first?
Yeah.
This is what you do, right? Instead of, you answer the phone like that. Instead of hello, you go, hi, just on your face. That'd be awesome.
This creepers. I should rephrase that. Okay, you should at least test the waters to see if she seems type or he, depending on your proclivities. But at least test the waters to get an idea of whether.
Yeah,
they
it's
want,
totally cool to hit on
I mean,
people. Work your way up to it.
Right, but they're not working their way up. They're like, here is a bunch of people having sex with a dog. How do you feel about it?
Wow.
Life's too short. Jizz on your face.
No, I'm making that up. But I'm trying to say like there's shock value, right? Here's the shock value first. Now, how do you respond?
All right, I think that would be a Gus overshare if you did ever say that, or if somebody said that.
Yeah, it would. I meant it as a shock value. Here's a shock value thing that breaks boundaries for a lot of people, and now you have to be like, no means no.
Well, and I think I have a pretty good sense of humor. I'll roll with most punches and stuff, and most things I'll ignore because I get some creepy messages. But I'm sure, I mean, most women on the internet do, right? But yeah, there's a certain point, like once you shake it off once or twice, at that point, leave it alone.
Give me all your creepy messages. I want to see what sort of creepy messages you.
I've actually
decent quality control. That's what you want to do. Like check whether it's.
I've actually forwarded some of them to Deidre before, so that.
They're horrendous.
Yeah, because I didn't think anybody would believe me. I'm like, here, look, you read it.
I just realized that jizz on your face is Joy F. So.
I would hate to be a woman on the internet. That would be terrible. Like to get all those messages like every 5 seconds.
I don't have any other friends.
Xbox lives in you.
I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
Hey, I've got an idea.
She's gonna mute for a little.
I broke her.
Jeez, dude.
You heard her yawning before. She's getting slap happy.
Hey, Aramine.
Yeah.
Let's get everyone to define objective morality.
Oh God.
Here, I'll go first. Your mom.
No, me and Aramine were in a room the other night, and she was trying to get everybody to define objective morality, and DPR was in there, and he was literally like, okay, so the cheeseburger with the hand man talking with Walter on the 15th, and he just go on and on and on and on for like 4 hours.
It was
I'm terribly sorry.
Terribly sorry, but can I just say something for 2 hours? I won't be a minute. 2 hours later, I'll just be another minute. Terribly sorry. Can I interrupt you? I'm sorry. If you're gonna interrupt me, I'm sorry.
He yelled at me. 'Cause I had I had dropped my cigarettes under the couch, and I bent down to get them, and I guess my mic was in it. I made like a huff noise, and he's like, "Charlie, be terribly, terribly sorry if this offended you," and stuff. And so I yelled back at him.
It did sound like a sigh, to be honest. It did sound like something.
It might have been my knees hurt. It was way under the couch.
No, I'm not saying. I'm not accusing you. I'm just saying it did sound like someone had sort of gone.
I'm old.
Somebody shut up. That was a precursor.
I got one up on jizz on your face. Only Juice golden shower, jizz on your face.
Oh,
only DPR will get that.
Okay.
Yeah, apparently, listen, right? Apparently, Zeus impregnated women with, he appeared as a golden shower.
Just the one
woman. Okay, one woman. Yeah, and I don't know if DPR got the joke, but he was like, it's true. I can find it for you in this book. Oh, I've lost the book. And
wow. So he wasn't aware of what else it meant.
So this conversation has matured.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, definitely. We're discussing Greek mythology now. So.
I have to say, I found the Greek mythology conversation interesting.
I was talking more of the jizz on your face escapade.
Well, I mean, again, I was telling like the story, not to be like, oh, that's so funny. Let's keep talking about it.
Indeed.
Yeah. Wow.
Well, but But it is kind of funny again.
Well, it's kind of funny
Green
because
wiper on my glasses when I jizz on your face.
Oh dear.
Right.
Sounds like a cocktail now.
maybe we
Where's-
should go back to
where's
objective
Beth?
morality.
Oh, I'm a
Yeah,
bit worried.
objective morality. Come on, objective morality.
Why don't we? No,
I
I
was going
want
to say, I'm a bit
I want to.
concerned that it's been said so often, it's starting to sound like a normal thing to say.
I want to go back to the Dr. Phil hour. That's what I want to do.
You want to be,
Phil
you
Hour
wanna be
was
psychoanalyzed?
Jacob's not going to happen with this group of people.
Yeah, this group of people is a little bit different now.
I think you need to get up off your butt and get a job. That's what I think.
Is Brett Keane still in it? Oh, no, he's gone.
Oh.
I don't know what happened to Brett. He was here and then he just disappeared. I don't know what happened.
To be honest, Emily,
I don't know.
Sometimes
If you don't get a job, I'm gonna jizz on your face on live TV.
I do declare I don't possibly know what would have happened to all of these people tonight.
I don't know either. There's like they appeared and disappeared within 2 seconds.
Lord be willing and the creek don't rise, it seems to be smiling in our favor.
I'm always waiting for the, if it wasn't for the kindness of others. If I knew it well enough to quote it, I would, but I don't. So.
I've always relied on the kindness of strangers.
Oh, please.
Sometimes I think I've got imitating Tourette's or something.
Okay.
When you hear certain things, I just have an unbelievably strong urge to repeat.
Or the other thing is you also have the urge to mutter under your breath.
Control freak.
I thought imitating Tourette's. Wait, imitating Tourette's wouldn't that be you do impressions of people, but you swear a lot when you do it?
No, you don't necessarily swear when you have Tourette's. Sometimes it's a twitch. Sometimes it's just shouting random things out. It's not always.
Well, then that's boring Tourette's. I like.
There was a guy.
Who wants to have that Tourette's?
As bad as my Tourette's.
There was a guy that went to my church when I was in high school, and it was a Baptist church, and he had the swearing kind of Tourette's, unfortunately. And most people knew he had Tourette's, so they'd just be like, I pretend not to hear that. And so he was sitting in the back of church, and all of a sudden, out of the blue, he's like, F your God. And I was like, oh no! It was like the worst possible thing to ever happen, and people were like, oh, and people were like picking up their kids and going out like staring at him. Oh.
Is it wrong for me to wish I'd been there?
They set my son next to a. They set my son next to a kid in math class who screamed out chicken. And I get a call from the principal's office that my son is giggling every time this kid yells chicken. And so I come to the school and as I walk by the office, the boys are sitting outside and I hear the boys scream chicken and I start laughing. And the principal's like, because I'm going, well, how am I supposed to scold him now? I can't not laugh at it either. And I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to, and I feel horrible about it, but
I don't think, well, yeah, I could see why you'd laugh at that without meaning to.
Why did the chicken
laugh
cross
at
the
your
road?
To prove the armadillo it could be done.
To jizz on someone's face.
Oh,
did you laugh at your fuck God guy, or were you able to keep a straight face, Deidre?
Oh, I was shocked, but I was like, I felt sorry for him because I knew that it wasn't on purpose. And people treated him like Satan.
Wow.
Well, no, this kid wasn't Satan at all. He was cute. He was adorable, and he loved chicken.
And he loved chicken.
I love chicken.
Okay.
We used to have a greeter at that church too that we used to call a greeting Nazi. And he was really enthusiastic. And this was a big church. Well, I mean, not like the most hugest church, but it was like 3,000 people in this church. And the greeting Nazi would see you come afar. You'd like be getting out of your car, and he'd be like, "There you are! I see you. You could just, we would watch him. In our youth group, we would be like, there he goes. And he'd see you approaching, and then like there'd be people that would be like, more reserved, and they're like, I don't want to make eye contact, and he'd be like, no, I'm gonna hug you. And then other people would be like, I'm gonna go a whole different direction so the greeting Nazi doesn't. No, he's gonna find you. And like I just think that some greeters in churches need to calm down.
That was a PSA.
Wow. I don't think I've ever been greeted at church.
Oh yeah, us are Americans, and our fake friendliness is gonna drive you insane.
First world problems.
Especially in the South. Especially, okay, so I was raised Baptist, and we went to both. I started off in white Baptist church, which, I mean, you could hear a pin drop. And then I found myself in black Baptist church, where there's, I mean, like praise break. And both of those are Baptists. Those are some huggy people. It's you stick your hand out, hi, how are you? And they've got their arms wrapped around you and humping your leg.
Wow.
I was about to say my kind of church until you added the humping.
Well, I mean, because there's no such, like especially if you're one of those people that kind of protects your bubble, like, okay, that's close enough. There's no such thing as that. They'll just crawl all over you.
Yeah,
I had a pastor.
I've been to churches like that.
I had a pastor back. He the space would be invaded, right. So I like the 3 foot thing. I'm very let's 3 foot away. We can talk. And this person would invade my space, and I was like, it was a pastor, and I'd back up, invade my space again, and I'd back up, and I'm like, dude, I don't want to be kissing distance. Back up, and I found myself backed out of the church to my car.
Wow.
Blimey.
People need to realize.
You need a hamster ball. A big one. Will protect you from such people. If you don't like them, you can mow them down.
This is my bubble.
Run them over.
This is my bubble.
Is it really 1:42 a.m.? Holy crap.
No, it's 6:42 a.m. What are you on
No,
about?
it's 10:45. What are you talking about?
No, it's 12:42.
The Earth is flat. I've got the right time.
No. Well, let me tell you something. I've been seeing so much stuff from Arcane Logos, every other post is about the flat Earth, and I literally heard the term "blue ballers" today.
Oh yeah.
Have you not heard that before?
I've not heard that. Like he said something like "blue ballers be like," and then he had this meme that was like a stupid meme, and I'm thinking to myself, dude, really? Like, come on.
I'm gonna go one better than Arcane. I'm gonna say the Earth is flatter. There are no mountains, Arcane. It's all lies. Yeah, beat that, Arcane.
So there's this thing here where people are like, just because you're a Christian, you can't call someone an idiot. But I feel like you can.
Well, Paul himself called I can't remember the church, but they called them fools.
Wait, but isn't it fool the one in the Bible you're not supposed to use?
No, I think there's a context in which it can be used. Like, I think if you're saying it just to insult someone and you're not saying it, or you're saying it to make a point theologically, it's completely different.
So Mr. T is going to go to hell? Is that what you're saying?
Mr. T from the
pity of
crazy fool.
Yeah, sorry. I was going to say
fool.
he said from the face. I just put a link. I have proven that the Earth is flat. I have a picture of a flat
I don't have a problem calling Arcane an idiot, because Arcane called me demon possessed, and he told Fiona that she sucks Satan's phallus.
Oh
What?
my.
Well, no, she said Satan's
What?
No, I saw phallus.
Well,
I
actually,
read
what he
it.
said was
I read it.
the penis removes Satan's. I don't even think he's ever said the word phallus or cock.
I read.
I thought he left
I read
that
it.
blank.
You wouldn't have to
I
spell
read it.
phallus.
I read it. And
Arcane
it at one point said phallus. Yes.
Wow.
It was a comment.
I hope it was a typo.
See, that's the type of behavior that like gives people a bad name on Google Hangouts. Like, I'm not going to mention names, but there are a couple other people in Google Hangouts that are professing Christians that are like just completely out there.
Oh a little out there. I'm a little bit crude.
Well, I'm talking about something different. Like, there's a difference between having, like, I have moments where, you know, I just, like, go off the hinges or say something I shouldn't. But there's it's the difference between that and a pattern of behavior. I'll mention...
What do you say? When you go off the hinges, what do you say? I'm interested now.
I'd rather not say.
Oh, okay. Oh, well.
But anyway, like, I'll mention one, G-Man, for instance, like, really gets on my nerves. Like, really gets on my nerves. Like, just even the way
But
he
he doesn't
talks.
swear.
Well, he may not swear.
Yeah, Tommy Hall doesn't swear either.
But he's always like, Calvinism is false! Calvinism is false! Like, it just really gets on my nerves.
So not everything he says is a lie. No, I'm joking. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I like that last guy that was in here. It was like, yeah, buddy, well, if you want to talk about Calvinism, we could talk about Calvinism. Okay.
I have to say that, you know, G-Man just makes it so easy for most atheists. You don't even have to respond to him, in my opinion. You just let him... He does more damage to Christianity than any atheist ever could.
Well, I was watching a video that he made apparently like a year or so ago, and I can't remember who posted it, where he pretended to be an atheist.
Oh, a chocolate atheist.
Chocolate atheist.
Like, he was
on
like...
Easter. He did that on Easter Day.
Yeah, like, what, really, dude?
Wait, was it, I am an atheist, I have no morals, I can do whatever I like. Oh, look,
No, I
there's a
think he
kid
said
on the
something-
street, let me kill it now, because I feel
think-
like it. It's no different from liking chocolate cake. Oh yeah, what shall I do next? I don't know. I have no purpose in my life. Oh, let me tell everybody about evolution so they all commit suicide and do gun shootings. Yes,
Oh,
I am an atheist. Was it like that?
No.
You were close there. He
was-
did say that, yeah, he said that he'd been talking with people and they've convinced him of evolution, therefore he's now an atheist.
Yeah, it seemed like he was really, like, laying it on thick. Like, he was sitting on his bed or something, and he was like, yeah, so, I just letting you know, I've been thinking a lot about this, and, I'm an atheist.
Mm. I don't think many people believed him.
There were some who did, and then reached out to him.
Yeah, even though I didn't believe him, I thought, well, I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt and just point out to him that you don't actually have to be an atheist to accept the theory of evolution. That's pretty much what I said, and I thought I had my suspicions he was making it up, but it was just kind of like, okay, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. I won't be an arsehole to you. But yeah, I think even other people like myself who gave him the benefit of the doubt still didn't believe him, if you know what I mean. So I don't believe you, but well, yeah. I just clarify when I said that he makes Christianity look worse than any atheist ever could. I don't think many people judge Christianity solely on the behavior of G-Man, but he really...
Yeah, I was gonna say, are you gonna pick a Christian that might have behavioral problems as like this is representative? Like it's silly.
Yeah.
I think she picked a bad spot to introduce that idea. I think what she's getting at is the fact that it's not atheists normally that make other atheists. I don't think any atheist has really convinced a Christian, turn away. A lot of the times it's other Christians. And using G-Man as an example, that may not have been the way to go, but I think that was her point. Was kind of the.
I mean, whilst I admit that the probability of me becoming a Christian is pretty minimal, but there are certainly some Christians on here that would make it absolutely guaranteed I wouldn't become one if they were all I ever heard.
And I've also met some that are pretty fantastic people, but you've got to wade through you got to wade through a whole bunch of G-mans to get to them.
I remember being in one hangout and I'm trying to think who I was talking to. I think it might have been a guy who goes by the name of Inventor Gorilla. I think he's a lot calmer back then, and we were having quite a really good talk. And I was again, I will admit, I wasn't about to convert or anything. I don't think it's very likely. I think divine intervention would probably be the only way that would happen. I'm digressing. Oh God, I'm getting as bad as
I heard, Dee, that you connected pretty well with Phony. Like, wasn't
With
that
who?
because of the Quaker? Because of the Quaker?
Phony. I don't think he makes a very good Quaker. He's got too much of a bad temper, but that's, you know. He gets so angry and he talks about. No, yeah, I was chatting with. So we were talking quite sort of. I'll use the term spiritual in inverted commas. We're having quite a good chat, and I was really getting into it. And then Rand Campbell comes in, and like in about 3 seconds, I'm like, oh fuck Christianity, it's a load of shit.
Except Rand Campbell might not be one.
This was some years ago, but yeah, I agree. I do agree.
The biggest argument against that is the fact that many of the clown car posse huddle with him.
Yeah, but
They think he's the man.
I agree with you.
And many people have said things that are the other direction. So I don't know, that have also quote unquote huddled with him.
Yeah. I mean, there are atheists I don't want much to do with either, I hasten to add, you know.
There are people on both sides.
Name some names, Dee.
Brett Keane can claim he's a theist as much as he wants. I don't think he is.
Name some evil atheists, Dee. Come on.
Evil atheists? I don't know.
or annoying atheists, at least.
Annoying atheists. Oh, well, there are people I have personality clashes with, and it's
Who's that guy? I think his name is Down.
Down Corner. Oh.
Down Corner.
Never met him.
He's annoying.
He's a troll with no ethics.
There you go. That's one.
Yeah, it's there used to be a guy around called, oh God, what was his name? Raoul.
Yeah, Raoul.
Forbidden Fruit.
Forbidden
Fruit as well. Yeah.
Oh, dude, I forgot about him.
Live
Stizer.
life.
Skeptic Fence.
Oh, but he's an agnostic, not an atheist.
Oh God.
Pretty anti-theist for an
Oh God.
agnostic.
Whatever happened to Mike, anyways? The Forbidden Fruit guy. Whatever happened to him?
He vanished.
Yeah.
He got basically chased out.
He ran out of books to put on his mantelpiece.
It's so ridiculous.
There are other atheists that get on my nerves, and one of them is our dear Teblet. Sorry, I've talked to you for 8 times now, but I want to pretend like you're Mac Thomas.
I have the solution to that. I have the solution. What we need to do is we need to change the gravitational field around him so time speeds up and he talks like a Smurf. Then everything will be twice as fast and he'll take half as long.
And you know, I don't know if Deepar's a bad dude or anything like that, but he's not fun to talk to when he just won't listen.
Yeah, I mean, he's okay. He's a nice guy. He's just long-winded and sometimes
He's
it's
a
not
lawyer, what can I
relevant.
say? Of course he's long-winded.
Well, they don't have to be
Was he a
long-winded,
barrister?
you know.
No, I know. I'm
They could be like Perry Mason, cut to the point. You committed the crime, didn't you? You did it.
There was a time when I was on Deeper Than Dogma, and Christopher Mowdy was in charge, and he set the table, and he invited all the wrong people together at the same time.
Oh, that sounds awesome.
And I was in there, and DPR was in there, and Skeptic Fence was in there, and I can't remember who else. But anytime I'd say something, I'd be like, okay. Monty would be like, Deidre, do you have something to say? And I'd be like, yeah. I would talk about, like, you know, like a lot of our decisions I think that we make are made on emotional gut feelings, and then we rationalize them later. We use rationality to guide them.
Right.
And DPR's like, oh, I'm terribly sorry. What is your name? I'm terribly sorry. But I want to talk about homosexuality with Matt Bell.
When he snapped at me, that's what I yelled at him. I was like, no, I'm terribly sorry.
And Christopher Mowdy was like, no, we were talking about arguing styles and understanding versus understanding versus convincing or something like that, and if there's differences. And he's like, no, I'm terribly sorry. I'm gonna fight Matt Bell with homosexuality.
Under what? Say that again.
I think it was the idea of convincing versus understanding.
In what context?
Right. So like that's another rub, right? Like, what do you mean when you think you're aiming for understanding? What do you mean when you're aiming for convincing?
Oh,
And,
yeah.
So I'm somebody that says I want to aim for understanding. I don't necessarily think I'm going to win people over, and I don't necessarily know if I'm going to be won over, but I do want to understand and figure out how people operate and work. Matt Bell wants to win you over. Matt Bell wants to push you to that side, you know, and win the argument.
Yeah, I was going to say Matt Bell just wants to win the argument. I don't
Right.
think he cares whether
So
he convinces you of anything.
There's different teams, right? And Skeptic Fence said, who's lived life, I'm team understanding. But Skeptic was all about, I want to make you understand. I'm going to make you understand. And
I know the hangout you're talking about now.
And it was just a train wreck between Skeptic Fence and I'm terribly, terribly sorry, but I'm going to fight Matt Bell right now, even though it has nothing to do with anything that you just said.
Yeah.
Calvinist ice cream.
Right, so atheists can get frustrating. It's not just theists.
Oh yeah, live life is frustrating.
Love potion number 9.
Yeah, but women just can't hit the target.
Love potion number 9.
We can't. Is that one of Dio's saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Genius is hit. Intelligent is hitting the target. Genius is hitting the target you didn't know was there.
Oh, I see. I thought.
And women can barely hit the target.
Well, he should put his face in front of a few women's fists and see if they could hit the target or not. I'm gonna guess some of them won't.
Right, I listen to debates live and don't even jump in and stuff, and I listen to people, and I do appreciate people that are a little less attached to being right.
That's hard to come by.
Yeah, I like
if
that.
Douglas Garrison in the live chat's an atheist, then he would appear to be an annoying atheist as well, going on his comments.
I'm sure X Hamster will have an evil atheist bitch section, so we can be appeased. LOL.
Lols.
Oh, I don't want to go to work tomorrow.
Jacob, I'm glad to see you back. Where have you been?
Yeah, my computer died on me about 6-7 months ago, and I've not had any way to get on Google Hangouts. I tried to do it on my tablet, and that didn't work, so I had to go out and buy a brand new laptop.
I want to thank you. I want to thank you for not attempting to come on your tablet. That does not work out so well, Steve.
Yeah.
I think
Wait,
you and
are you allowed to work
should
tomorrow?
do some hangs, man. Like I'd watch them.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
I think you and Ermine should do some hangs. I'd watch them.
Yeah, I've been trying to open up Hangouts, but since they removed that you can't invite people in your own circle stupid thing, like I have to invite people by typing in their name singularly, and I can never remember everybody. And
Oh, is Google Plus still having a few hitches?
I checked. I'm out of Calvinist ice cream.
I have mint and chip. Mint and chip, not mint and chip. Chimp. I can't talk now.
I had some cookie dough, but I think the kid got the last of it.
Those pesky kids.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
I know.
Seth, are you there?
Oh yeah, I forgot about Seth.
Who sent you?
We're supposed to check in 5
Seth
minutes.
has
aren't we?
mods.
Has he got
Is there-
to be booted?
Is Ermine still here? Oh yeah, there she is. I see her now. Oh.
Guess that answers that question.
So, no, that was me. You can kick him mods if you open up a control room.
No, I know I could kick him. I was kind of hovering, thinking, shouldn't I? I don't want to.
No, he's been gone forever and ever.
It's true. I don't think I've heard him speak at all since he got here.
I had my hands in my lap.
Come to think of it, Jack hasn't spoken for a while either.
No, he's probably there though.
Is Jack Angstrike, or is that somebody else?
I believe it's Jack, yes.
It's
It sounded
Angstrike.
like him. He came in on one account, fell out or got booted or something, couldn't get back in. Tried to get back in on another account, but that account was blocked by someone. So he came in on whichever account this is, if I recall correctly.
I think we're the last hang standing. I think the other hang went down.
Oh.
The other hang's operating.
Hang on. Are we full?
No.
We got one.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, the other one's still going. And it's
Never
full.
mind.
It's all max in the other one.
It didn't show for me for whatever reason.
There's a
Wait
place
a
in
second.
the other
Who's
one
in the
too.
other one?
Oh wait, no, it's not
I'll
live.
tell you.
Yeah, it's not showing for me.
Yeah, I just
I'm on
realised.
Incognito, Iron Nation, Jack, Nadia, OG, Realistic Nihilist, Sohi, and me.
Yeah, that's not showing for me.
Oh. Yeah, the one I looked on was the Brings Chaos to America 98. And then I thought, oh, hang on, that's not live.
Yeah, 98's not live.
Weird. Only one of them showing up live right now for me. Guys, we're missing All Four's Glories hangout. That's live.
I'm in a war with Shamos. I am at war with Shamos.
What are you at war
Who
for?
isn't at the moment?
I know, right? There's been a whole
Well-
campaign going on.
Well,
Free
I'll tell
Mark
you,
Loya.
what happens is, he got really annoyed when I'll give you the brief description. He was discussing historical methodology, and he claimed that history is all about involves abductive arguments, and he also thinks that abductive arguments are entirely reducible to probabilistic ones. And so I asked him, "Do you know Bayes' theorem, even the simple form?" And he said he didn't know it, and he didn't like that, and so I keep teasing him about it. That he doesn't know Bayes' theorem, even the simple form. And so he got really annoyed and he blocked me. And then I couldn't get in the Hangout when he was in there. And so I blocked him. And that's it.
Hey, to James. James, do you have a mic, Mr. James Bond?
Sort of, not really.
The only thing is, like, when it gets crowded, like, I always say, like, if you have a mic, come on in. But when people come in and they can only type, I think that's really strange. But if you're able to talk, that's cool.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, you're making me hungry, James.
Salad.
I had an idea yesterday. Somebody said maggot stuff are tasty, right? So I thought of this idea, not involving maggots. What if you could have food that was made that could move, like it could have little motors in it. It could move around in your mouth. It was all edible.
What's happening? What just happened?
Well, they're
robotic maggots out of your ass.
There's an actual squid that I think is a Japanese delicacy that they put the squid on the plate and they have a really hot bowl of a saline solution, and when you pour it on the squid, it wiggles its tentacles.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, sure that wasn't Hensai, whatever it's called. I don't know.
That's horrible. I was thinking more of, artificial motors. I mean, there are motors in nature.
Wiggles about in your mouth.
Motors in
For
nature.
fun. Why not? That's fun. Yeah, exactly. So it wouldn't have to necessarily be, powered by a battery, which would obviously fucking kill you if you ate it, or do you damage. So it'd be some sort of, I don't know, powered by biological thingies. So we'd have to wait for Craig Venter to go commercial with it when he figures out how to create,
It's like your saliva would
biological
activate
motors.
or something.
Yeah, something like that. And
That
we'd
made
do-
my eye twitch, and I don't want ice cream anymore.
I'm sorry.
Right? Nobody eat anything anymore.
That's
Could be
such
a
a
good
weird
diet.
response.
Could be a good diet aid, couldn't it?
On a side note about food, my husband and I ordered Domino's, which is a pizza place, and he had a medium pizza and I had a medium pizza, and he gets his Hawaiian pizza and I had sausage and pepperoni or something.
Domino's?
And anyway, yeah, Domino's. That's a pizza place. So I eat 3 pieces of my pizza, and then I sat it down on the table, And then I left the room, and I came back, and my dog had devoured my entire pizza.
Oh,
He's freaking 24 pounds. He's a little Boston Terrier, and he ate that much pizza in, I don't know, 2 minutes, 3 minutes.
Well, it's good riddance because that Domino's pizza that I've had, they're lower than Pizza Hut. I mean, they're just the lowest of the low.
Oh,
They
I love
taste
it.
disgusting.
I've got an unfortunate extreme amount of knowledge of Domino's. When was the last time you had Domino's, out of curiosity?
Oh, please don't ruin
Maybe
Domino's.
UK Domino's isn't as good as Americans.
Please don't tell me they have maggots all over the place.
Yeah.
It's robotic maggots.
Because when I first started working for Domino's,
Oh,
their
no.
pizza was the lowest in my opinion, and I was working there, and I thought it was the worst of them. But during the time I was there, they made a lot of changes and changed a lot of the recipes, to the point where it got to the point where I thought their crust was the best, and I thought their sauce was the best.
Okay. Well, maybe it's just the one that I know in my city. Nearest
That's
to
always a
me.
possibility.
That's true. It could be.
No, I think it's on the lower rung, like Little Caesars, but it's better than Little Caesars.
Well, of the three national chains I think of are Papa John's, Pizza Hut, and Domino's.
I don't like Papa John's.
I like Papa John's quite a bit, but
Sauce is
actually,
spicy.
honestly, I think that Domino's has gotten better crust now, which used to be the big thing. The big selling point for me was the crust of Papa John's, and I think Domino's crust is just as good, if not better, and the sauce is just as good, if not better.
I agree Papa John's crust is good, but Papa John's sauce is weird to me, and it's like almost spicy. I don't know how to describe it.
Burger King conquers all. That's it.
Oh, Burger King's so gross.
Burger King's good.
Burger King has some of the lowest food handling procedures.
Don't tell me that.
No, I'm telling you, like, to be honest,
That's
they-
why
they
it's
do.
so tasty.
Put a little
mop
extra
water.
dirt on it, huh? Yeah.
That mop water.
Helps the immune system, don't you know?
There you go.
Ugh.
Man, I'm tired.
James is in the hangout. We should ask questions.
Jacob, we just saw your
Chris,
hairy
aren't you-
armpits.
Did you like them?
No, I'm just saying. I didn't say anything about liking them.
For some people, armpits are erotic. Jacob, you better be modest.
I have never, I've never met an armpit eroticist. That's interesting.
Oh, you name it, there's one.
Yeah.
What's
Do
is it?
what?
Rule something or other. If you thought of it, it's on the internet. What's that?
You know what people should do with their armpit hair? They should dye it in rainbow colors. That would be really cool.
And plait it.
You haven't seen that done?
Oh my god! I
Yeah.
just suggested it, and they actually do it where Rennie lives. Oh.
No,
okay.
not where I live. Hell
This is
no.
the actual house, literally, where she
No,
lives.
I saw it on the internet. Hang on, I'm gonna look it up for you.
You sound so southern all of a sudden. I love when you're
I've got to say, Rule 34 applies.
Rule 34, that's the one I was trying to think of.
I can seriously not imagine like being married to someone and being like, so, are you in the mood? And they're like, no. Like, well, how about now?
Jacob, your armpit hair looks like a vagina trim.
That was a bit far now.
I always go. I push the limit.
Manscaping, it's a thing.
It is a thing.
Is it like mansplaining and manspreading?
They should have. You know they've got the the robot vacuum cleaners. So they should have something similar for trimmers that trim your body. You just put it on your body and it goes and it just trims your body.
Like a
That's really
weed whacker?
good.
There, click it, click it.
Just runs along your body and just trims everything.
No, I do not want anything on my body that goes.
I only make that noise. That's the noise you made. I don't know. That's not the noise I made.
Click my link. Click the link. Click the link.
So my old roommate Brian used to joke. We'd we lived together for a freaking long time, like 10 years. And during that time, the razor blades went from 2 blades to 3 blades to 5 blades, and he's like, shit. We're just going to walk into the store one time, and they're just going to have a sheet that you put on the wall and rub your face against. 40 blades!
Yeah, they'll just get more and more blades, and they'll get closer and closer together. They'll just engineer them so that you just have to shave across your face once and just cut to the fucking bone.
Wow, to the bone! Come on now.
It's not
Bad
just
to the
armpits.
bone. Oh, it's not just I don't even
No,
want.
well, not on that link, but I scrolled down on where I did the image. It's not just armpits.
Dude, what?
That just looks like somebody's just sprayed,
Other colors.
spray painted an
But
armpit.
people really do
terrible.
dye their armpit hair? What the heck? And it's a girl!
Well, here, I'll give you the entire search, and you pick out the colored armpits you find acceptable.
They're not acceptable.
I never thought I'd hear.
I love how you worded that. Acceptable.
Okay.
Like I'd be like fully down with colored armpits. Like, oh,
Well,
that's awesome.
he's like, those look spray painted. I'm like, well, here, then you pick out the ones you like.
Alright, guys, I'm going to jump off.
I love how we had a heart-to-heart.
That would cause car
heart-to-heart, and we
accidents.
went full retard just now.
Yeah, you guys have a good night. It was a good discussion.
Nice meeting you.
Yeah, you too.
When you come back, Jacob, when you come back, we want to see you spray paint those armpit hairs. Just
I'm
like that.
not doing
Do it.
anything to these armpit
Do
hairs.
it.
I'm
Do
going
it.
all
Do it.
natural.
Do it.
Do it.
You gotta choose a Calvinist colour though.
Yeah, that would be black.
Wow.
Alright, catch you guys later.
Yeah.
Real man would dye his armpits.
That is a crazy note. Well, I was just going to click the X and I heard a real man would dye his armpits. Hang on. Now I can't leave. That's funny.
Sorry, I
Thank you for
couldn't
reading it.
resist. Oh dear, I'm sorry.
The real man would dye his armpits.
Real men would have Pringles, dangling off their armpit hairs just because.
Oh,
That would be painful.
that would be just, I don't even know. What the heck's that one?
Just a word.
My dog would
If
attack
you
my
get
armpits.
booted, it's you have been removed from the call, and you can't get back in. You're banned until the call ends and the new room starts up. So if you get booted and you can come back, that means a mod did not boot you.
Mm.
Oh,
I hope that clarified.
that's fine. It's probably bad connection.
Yeah, I get kicked out sometimes too because of like some weird hiccup.
There are even times when you'll drop your connection somehow or reason or other, and it will say you were removed from this call, but you weren't.
Yeah.
It was just a Google quake.
You just said there's some weird hiccup. Well, is Christian Hillbilly just woken up? What's going on?
Oh God.
This is the day the Lord has made. Yeehaw!
Oh God, Christian Hill.
Now, I love Batman, and my wife's named Robin. And it's true.
Really?
Now,
Yeah.
Miss Deidre, I know you have some gay friends and everything, but they're going to hell.
Because God loves you. Sorry. I gotta stop looking at this site. I don't even know why I'm looking at it. Hey, Christian.
Hello.
What site?
The one Renee linked.
The hairy armpit
You're
site.
still looking at that.
I'm not, no. It's just...
Oh, this is so sexy.
Stop.
Collaborate and listen.
Ugh.
How is this a thing?
I don't know. I can't even bother to dye the hair on my head, let alone anywhere else.
And I don't know about you, but my skin there's kind of sensitive.
I bet it would be, actually.
I don't know if that'd be good for your skin. So James, what you're doing right now is all in my ear.
Yeah. Sound like you're
spray
snuffing.
paint. You spray paint the armpits.
Oh.
If that's what you're actually doing, we'll forgive you. But you got to prove it.
I picked up my iPad and I guess.
He's spray painting his armpit.
Yeah, I was painting. Yes.
James, is this the first time you've been in a live hang?
No, I was in one earlier today, and I think I was in one yesterday.
Okay, I see you a lot in the live chat.
Yeah.
This is the best one, right? Come on.
Yeah, no. Well, actually, I think before you guys were talking about some pretty interesting stuff about chemicals and your brain.
Oh, chemicals in your brain. I must have missed that.
Yeah, we're talking about anxiety and depression and serotonin and things like that, and then Darwin's deity came in and was like, drugs aren't really a thing, and there's no proof about the chemistry, and I'm like, oh gosh.
Wait, he was trying to, at this point he was basically, I've heard him say some wacky stuff, but he was basically just poo-pooing psychiatric medicine?
You can scrub back, but it seemed like he was giving Jacob a hard time, which is unfortunate because we had just kind of had a connecting talk about maybe some issues that which Jacob and I do share, and so it was just really frustrating to hear people that sort of like, well, I'm not a huge, I think people are over medicated sometimes. I do think that they can really help people.
Yeah.
And I find that there's too many Christians that are willing to run interference for people getting help through medical means, and I think that's, I don't know, I get really frustrated with that big time.
Yeah. Those of us that actually have to deal with psychiatric issues on a daily basis, and knowing the difference between on medication and not on medication. This is the level of, we're talking flat Earth level of ignorance, of denial.
Well, I get the impression that Darwin's deity does deal with mental illness every day. He's just not aware of it.
Actually, to be serious, I think he's actually or borderline narcissistic personality disorder.
I wouldn't even consider that, a possibility so much as an absolute fact.
He's a robot. He's a narcissistic robot.
Right. So he's always like into the argument, and like it was weird because we were having sort of a connecting conversation, and he's like, "Nope, I want to argue," and busts up. It's just strange. I find people very strange here.
He refers to himself as a dominant debater, and yes, seriously, and in his hangouts, well, in his rooms on Pal Talk, he used to boast about how he can always corner the atheist, but he only picks on people he can win against, which seems to suggest, those two together suggests it very strongly. And he says things like, "I'm just not interested. You're saying boring things. You're boring me." It's the pattern. So, as if everything revolves around him.
Mm-hmm.
Seems very consistent with narcissism. And he gets very irritated when he's challenged.
Yeah, I get very irritated when I call him a control freak.
He likes to make up his own definitions for words, because he's come up with a definition for troll that doesn't match internet usage of troll.
What's his definition of a troll? No, I want to know.
Someone who doesn't agree with him.
No,
someone who doesn't agree with him,
yes.
And someone who doesn't put up with his bullshit.
Yeah.
No, I mean really.
Someone who interrupts him. Someone who interrupts him.
That's it.
Someone who calls who puts his feet to the fire. Honestly, no. That's a fine question, but I'd like to hear an answer to mine first. That would be, and I am now considered one of his trolls that he will not engage with.
Well, I hope he doesn't engage in rooms that I'm in too, because I really find him to be caustic.
The thing is, he'll come into a hangout that may have anything between 5 and 9 of us, because if he's coming into it, he'll be the 10th person. Sometimes he doesn't really say much.
He waits for a window.
Yeah, precisely. In his defense, this is live, damn it. In his defense, occasionally, sometimes it is somebody who asks him a question. So he doesn't always initiate the conversation that he wants to have.
Right, some people want to fight him.
But more often than not, he does.
I think I've never encountered that. I know that's not true, I have, but most of the time he's just waiting to hear a keyword. And once he hears that, he says, excuse me, did you just say, and he'll ask the question. I'm like, well, yeah. And I was speaking, and he decided to pick me out one day. I don't remember what started it, but I was his target of choice one night, which I don't know what that says about my capabilities, but
You're
still.
the weak person, you.
Well, I thought I was. But then shortly thereafter, I was able to troll. So go figure.
I think for me, if I sense that the person doesn't want to have an actual conversation and it's all about winning. I tend to want to veer towards trolling. So like when Godless engaged me, are you a theist? And I said, yeah, I'm a theist. Well, you stupid or something? I was like, okay, you're not a real person.
Say my husband was a pedophile!
And then I'm just like, okay.
Oh my God.
Now when I engage her, I tell her to shut up, I'm rude, or I troll her, because I don't feel like there's a sincere engagement. I don't generally feel that way with most people.
It's not that I wasn't listening, but I wasn't listening. Who are we talking about?
Now we're just talking about people in general.
Yeah, we were talking about Darwin's deity earlier.
Was Muhammad a perfect man? Was he a perfect man? Was he?
Oh.
But yeah, that's...
Annabelle, I'm showing my foot. Will you come in?
Oh.
I miss that. I think that's a good thing.
That was the best hangout.
Cankles for the win!
But yeah, Darwin will come into it.
Game with certain people, right? Darwin has that ego game where it's about winning an argument. It's not about winning souls. It's about winning an argument. I don't want to play that game.
I have asked him in one of my first hangouts with him, what is your purpose in these conversations? What are you hoping to gain out of this? Why do you engage in this manner? And he never did answer. In fact, that was about the time he started thinking of me as a troll.
He told me on Paltalk, he said, I said, why do you engage in the kind of approach you have, which is usually adversarial and involves as if the other person's on the stand in a courtroom and is being cross-examined using Socratic questioning. Right, that's what it is.
Yeah, it is like that.
In order to elicit an error, that's his main approach. And he said, because the apostles did it, and then he wrote eternity. That's what he wrote, which is obvious what that means. So there you go.
Because the apostles did it. Eternity!
Well, I think he wrote... I can't
beyond.
remember. I've got the conversation somewhere. I'll post it in the side chat.
But yeah, the way you just described him is spot on. And he's just so uncharitable. You know, if you missay something, if you misspeak, or you don't get your sentence out, straight away is the way he wants it. He's just so uncharitable.
What is it with that certain crowd of the radical evangelicals that absolutely get incensed when they're interrupted, but interrupted to drop a hat?
Well, I would say this that I mean. Okay, so there are times when you drop into a room and you're the one person that's the dissenting voice, right? and everybody wants a shot at you. So you have to sometimes, and I have done this before when I've engaged in an actual debate, which I'm not a fan of, but I tried to wedge it to a couple people as opposed to 5 people. Because then you're going 5 different directions at once, right? And I understand why you might do that in a way to keep some sort of coherent, conversation going on, so you can keep your sanity. But I don't know.
It's
There you
kind of
go.
an amazing thing when you're in a the difference between being in a friendly hangout and you get interrupted versus in one of those adversarial ones and you get interrupted.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, true.
Earlier you said you didn't know what the definition was of charitable. And now, all of a sudden, you know what it means.
Have you changed your position? Are you backpedaling? Yeah.
Now, if you're willing to change your position, it's a different story. I don't understand why people are getting so upset.
Moderator. I think he's always calling for the moderator.
Did Jesus engage in adversarial discussions? Jesus was actually always harshest to the very most religious. And he would know when to not be so harsh with a lot of people. Like, he would soften up quite a bit. And read the Sermon on the Mount. Read when he addresses the woman at the well.
Well, when I'm talking about adversarial discussions, I have in mind basically the debate. And I mentioned earlier on, formal debate is actually the clustering of a bunch of the most negative characteristics, perhaps hyperbolically, that you can imagine, that just detract from any kind of exploration or determining the truth as far as you can know it. And people, different conversations on here tend to have those characteristics, even if they're not labeled as formal or even informal debates.
Yeah, I mean, I can see that, and I've been in more rough conversations and stuff like that, and I feel like if the person is engaging in sincerity and it's not just mind fucking, then yeah, I'll play.
Right, but there's also a bunch of unconscious habits that we have, such as maintaining certain cognitive metaphors that kind of tend to activate the debate mentality. One of them is this metaphor of agree-disagree. I call it the agree-disagree frame, and position. Okay, and the reason why those tend to activate the debate frame is because it's basically more or less like this. 2 people, if they agree, no conversation. Disagree, debate. And position is related to the cognitive metaphor in debate, where you have a position that you have to stand and keep. It's related to the adversarial metaphor that you're trying to fight, right? And that's where position comes in. So once you start, that's why people, get up, annoyed, or they accuse people of changing their position, because in a debate you're supposed to maintain your position. It's rather like fighting, stand your ground, maintain your position. These are not just metaphors, they affect people's behavior. These are cognitive metaphors. Anyway, but I don't want to talk about that too much.
Well, yeah,
because I need to pee. But I will hold my pee to hear the response just for you guys, but only for 2 minutes.
I was going to say, I think it was Renee that brought up that sometimes I go from, I'm a peace-loving hippie to ding, 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 fight mode. And I won't even realize that I've done that, Like just something will click, and I'm like, I'm right because I'm right, and let me show you and explain why. And it's never, it's not something that I go, I'm going to consciously do this now, So I do admit that there's sometimes that the nature of the conversation and some of these conversations you do kind of get sucked into.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Debate.
Yeah, I'm sure I've done that before now. And the other issue, specifically with Darwin, is, like I say, he'll come into a full room, And then he wants to make it a one-on-one, and sometimes I just feel like shouting, even if I'm not in the bloody hangout, I just feel like shouting, look, if you want a one-on-one, why don't the two of you piss off to another hangout, have a one-on-one, and let the rest of the people get on with the conversation.
Yeah.
So this is the power of psychological impact. Now that Nootropic said he had to pee.
Deidre, we're live.
I gotta pee. See, we're live.
But listen, I'll tell you one thing. You're not going to hear the peeing noises. Okay? I'm not going to leave my microphone on and take my laptop into the bathroom. So if you had your hopes up high for that, that's not going to happen.
Well, actually, it has happened.
Sorry. I want to talk about urination, please. I want to talk about urination.
I'm not going to tell you who did that, but yeah, somebody did that. And you just heard the stream, and you're like, let's mute him.
Never cross the streams. Never cross
the streams.
Renee, we're live.
Huh?
You were trying to save me, but I wouldn't have it.
No, you're like TMI time. Well, and I only knew what she was gonna say because she texted it to me first.
I was like, oh my gosh, just the suggestion. I was like, oh, I gotta go to the bathroom too.
So what are ways of triggering Deidre to make her angry? What can I do?
Not to make her pee, but to make her.
Try to tell her a story about the military, and she'll just go off.
The military?
It wasn't.
And she'll start screaming about Trump, and then she runs away, and then she's like, and then it's like, come back, Deidre. And she's like, no, I don't want to. And, no, really, Deidre, come back. It's okay. No, I don't want to. I'm gonna say or text you. No, Deidre, stop pouting. It's okay. No, okay, I'm coming back.
Okay, so they were just, we were in off air, and they were like, Trump, and they're all teasing me because I said something about Mexicans that wasn't very popular.
Okay, wait, let me interject.
What was that on here?
Let me interject.
The wall, did it?
But I sat muted this entire time. That this whole conversation, I said nothing. This was the first time I unmuted. Was this next part? Okay, go.
So I was like, not you, Renee. I'm not Trump, and I raged out.
What'd you say about Mexican?
She's like, you're too brute.
It was a little dramatic, but I think I needed sleep.
Donald Trump is a great man.
Oh, have you been for your pee?
Plus one.
Have I been? Yeah.
She
I've
didn't
been
go
for a
to
pee.
pee.
No, it's Spackle's turn now. Get on with it, Spackle. I need to go as well.
Okay, let's all go together. This is what women do. And I'm not Trump.
But she might Trump while she's in the bathroom.
I set the trend for going to pee and mentioning it on Live Hangout. I'm very happy about that.
So are you going to go for a drumpf?
I don't know what that is, but I dare not ask.
You dare not.
We could go back to... Never mind. No. Better not say it.
Oh, I know where you were going.
Yeah, you know exactly where I was going.
I felt it. Oh, shit. I almost said I felt it coming.
Oh, no.
Oh, good one.
But,
would Deidre's head explode if I said, if I talked about Calvinists in the military? Would her head just go bang?
No, I don't think so. No. No,
damn, so I need like three things. Like,
okay, so what you have to have is two other people having a conversation where she's wanting to interject, and she thinks both of them are wrong, and she has to tell them right then, and you could just watch her and her chair kind of makes squeaking noises, so you'll hear it like squeak faster and faster, and then all of a sudden Deidre's like,
you just describe Rain Man rocking back and forth, going uh-oh.
But the funny, because with the chairs messed up and stuff, sometimes you'll be sitting there and she would like lunge, just like dramatic, like whoa, and fall out of her chair, and nobody else ever notices. And I'll message her, did you just fall out of your chair again? She's like, shh. Nobody's ever seen it but me.
Aww.
Change the subject before she gets back and she knows what I said.
Religious people are stupid. How about that? Does that work?
What are you, stupid?
Yeah, no, they're delusional. There you go. They're all mentally delusional, and
Oh no, you won't get Deirdre going. You get other people going like that.
That'll set
You
Deirdre
get
off
the
too.
atheists going if you say that.
There was actually
Religion is mental illness.
Mental illness is mental illness.
There's actually a study they were talking about how conservatism and religion is tied into like an overactive amygdala. I thought that was
I
pretty...
read something like that. Yeah. That's interesting.
So it might all just boil down to biology.
Yeah, I mean, there may be some possibilities for changing that. I don't know. But yeah, there's been some studies showing that conservatives on average tend to have a lower threat threshold, and when there's a negative stimuli, they're more affected by it, I think.
Oh, I read something about where conservatives tend to be more convinced everything's a threat, and liberals or Labour Party voters, if you're in the UK, tend to have the opposite and think that
everything's fine.
Yeah,
So
nothing's a threat,
like,
and let's just trust everyone.
if I don't know, if Godzilla's invading a city, it's like, oh, it's no problem.
Yeah,
no problem.
It'll be all right.
Yeah, it's all right.
Whereas you conservatives just want to go out and blast it before it's even done any damage. I think myself and Newt might be paraphrasing a bit.
I don't know what it's like in the UK, but I'm finding here in Australia that a lot of the independents and the small parties are getting a lot of power because people are just like they're not totally one way or the other, and because it's a two-party system, one of the major parties have got to win. But I'm finding a lot of the smaller ones and independents are getting up a lot more now.
What, in the Australian Parliament?
Yeah, like they have like balance of power. Like there's a guy that got something like less than 1% of the vote, and he's got balance of power in the Senate. he can when both parties vote their lines, he can decide if it goes through or not. One guy with less than 1% of the vote. It's crazy.
It hasn't happened like that in the UK yet. I mean, there are parties emerging. There's not so much a mushrooming of such parties with significant power. I mean, the one that's considered, that maybe have some significant support is, of course, the UKIP, right? Which is a bit like the Conservatives were, a bit further to the right of the Conservatives. Anyway, politics is not something I usually discuss.
D's back so we can start talking about Calvinist Mexican army men.
Dude, like, yeah. I was just talking about the toll of illegal immigration in California, and now on Trump!
Okay.
Donald Trump is a great man.
And she mentions, she mentions the military, and I was like, oh, I have a story about a couple of Hispanic girls when we were in the military, and she's like, stop calling me Trump! I'm not Donald Trump! And
I had just had 5 people be like, Trump, bah, 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 Trump. And I was like, are you kidding me? And then when you started, I didn't even let you finish like an asshole. And then I was like, fine.
I tuned you out because you were being racist.
I wasn't being racist. Oh my god.
Well, that's the way I tell the story.
Oh my gosh. Somehow I stumbled into a KKK outfit. I don't know how.
Well, you're a Christian. You're halfway there.
Oh gosh.
What?
Don't worry. I'm still trying to trigger D. See, I'm trying to get her fired up.
Have you ran into anything deadly lately?
No. You got to leave the house to find something deadly.
I'd be terrified to move to Australia. I'd think that everything's going to kill me any second.
Right?
It only kills the tourists. It doesn't kill native people.
Watch out for them drop bears.
Yep. Yeah, they're too stoned. They sleep 23 hours a day.
It's good to see you back, because you were banned from Nadia Hangs for a while, weren't you?
Yeah, for the wrong reasons, apparently.
Maybe we shouldn't talk about that.
Yeah. It was Christian persecution.
It was Christian Smith persecution.
Yep. Renee knows what triggers me to get fired up pretty easily.
You talk funny.
That's not one of them. I know I talk funny.
No. Just can't understand a word that you're saying.
I can do the accent if that makes it easier.
What did you just become, Elmer Fudd?
You wasky wabbit. I guess the easiest accent to do is the southern accent because it's pretty basic.
I'm not basic.
You're a southern belle.
I love when your accent kicks in. Like, it's just so funny. Dan, you don't really have a Texan tone too much.
Most people tell me that, and then I get a few beers in me.
Right? That's mine. I've been, I made a drinking game out of DPR earlier.
I'm terribly sorry. Drink!
Yeah. You nailed it.
Do you actually think? Drink!
I apologize. I don't mean to be boring. Drink! Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was a bit too much. I could understand what he was coming from and stuff, but you can't have a hangout with 10 people in it and he takes up 99% of the time. It's just, I had to tune it out. I had to just leave.
Well, I do think it's okay to talk about your feelings. I think it's okay to, and that's where Gus and I got into a scuffle a little bit. I think it's okay to share some. It's just.
It's 3 hours though. I mean, and then
I think Renee had a point when people are drinking too much. Maybe this isn't the time to share though. Because they might have not.
But I picked up the fact though. He said that I was asked a question. He was asked about his opinion, why he's hasn't got confidence or something, and he said he was asked that question. No, I watched that part. He volunteered it. He said, "Oh, if anybody's curious why I lack confidence," and then he give it. So no one. It was no back and forth really. It was just a monologue pretty much the entire time. I have no problem with the content, just the monologue.
I forgot about Gus. Where'd he end up? He okay?
I don't know. I think I hurt his feelings.
Well, I know for a fact you hurt his feelings, but I was wondering if anybody checked out if he was okay.
I don't know. I usually let him settle down and then I address him later.
Good. How was okay? I'm gonna mind my own business then.
Was what's his name? Corbel. What's his name? Something Corbel.
Jacob.
Was he actually going down a Calvinist route that Gus was suggesting there when he said about
I was listening to it.
when he said he had no basis?
And when he said you've got no basis, that is like the start of the precept.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
So I can see where Gus got that from.
Well, Gus and Jacob have very amiable, good sparrings. They really do. They've had some sword fights. They've crossed swords before in a very good way. Jacob's a pretty strong personality without being a dick.
Jacob's a pre-supper?
And yep, but he's most likable pre-supper I've ever met.
I've never heard him go full precept. He'll pull out elements.
Never go full pre-sup.
No, I really appreciate Jacob Coble, and I have a lot of hang-ups with Calvinism and stuff like that. But yeah, Jacob and Gus have had some sparrings, and they come out patting each other in the back and shaking hands.
Yeah, I don't mind it, but I don't like the slippery slope argument he makes about gay marriage, same-sex marriage. I don't like that at all. Saying that it's going to lead to pedophilia and shit, I really take offence to that.
Does Jacob say that? I'm not aware.
Yeah, he has. There's hangouts with him saying it. I mean, he'll probably say that he doesn't mean it like that, but it is. It's a slippery slope argument. He's saying that why would you allow that, you know, and you know, if people are going to be allowed to do what they want to do and stuff like that, and freedoms.
Yeah, I can't be doing with that.
But here's the thing: if you consider what some conservatives are advocating, they are also advocating you could construct a reverse slippery slope, because you know, they want to outlaw this, then they'll outlaw that, then you know, you could, there's a slippery slope can go the other way.
They came for the Jews and nobody spoke out.
Yeah, why not?
With guns and that's exactly that's a good scenario you're talking about there. If you ban assault rifles, you know, then it's going to ban something else. It's going to ban handguns. You're going to ban BB guns. You know.
Oh no, I think he was coming from the other end of like that they want to ban same-sex marriage again, and they want to ban teaching evolution in school. I think that's the kind of he was on about. The conservatives like starting with, we've got to introduce ID into, and then before we know it, it's,
I got you.
Let me just drink my coffee and maybe I'll be more coherent. I'll mute my mic as I pour it just in case it's mistaken for something else.
Yeah, that slippery slope argument demonizes people with same-sex attraction. It demonizes them and makes them dangerous. You have to add the danger to them, right?
Yeah.
Be afraid of them. They're going to harm your children.
It doesn't actually address that per se, that whether they think it's justified. They're saying it's just it leads to other bad things. Now, if they're arguing consequentially, they could say it's bad because it leads to what they consider other bad things. But if they're just saying it leads to bad things, it doesn't necessarily, unless they're consequentialists, justify it. Anyway, that's enough from me. I'm gonna go to bed.
Sweet dreams, darling.
I'm gonna go and pee first.
Well, yeah.
Sweet dreams.
Yeah. Good pee and sweet dreams.
Good pee.
Sweet pea dreams. No, well, that's wrong.
I had fun. Good night.
No, it's Joy F, right? You know what that acronym is for?
I do now.
Yes. Yes, I do.
I wish I didn't know what it meant.
You'll forget about it.
That's true, actually. I didn't know you knew me that well. Oh dear. Yeah, I forget about most things.
Yeah, it's like another hashtag for thanks Mark Unoya. Like I listened in on a Nutty Hangout where they were talking about JOHF or whatever the acronym is. No, JOYF, and I feel unclean.
Yeah.
Well, last night for me was interesting when they were talking about arse licking and stuff. That was quite informative.
Gosh, don't expand. I'm happy not knowing where that conversation went.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was kind of an awkward conversation to have.
I've kind of gotten off my coffee now, thanks.
Is the other room still up, or did that go down?
As far as I know, this is the only one that's...
Because I tried to look at the other one just to see who was in it, and then it wouldn't pull up.
No, it went off here.
Okay. If I'm watching live chat, they're funny.
Oh.
Ermine, are you awake?
Yep.
Hey. So, Ermine, I wanted to point out that sometimes your mic gets attenuated. Like when someone speaks or something like that, you get turned down in volume. And I was wondering what kind of mic you were using.
I can. when I'm usually on my headset. I cannot when I am using my Audio-Technica AT.
Huh, that's weird. Oh, I'm toggled back in. God bless, I'll get you.
Oh, right, 'cause I just tried about 3 times and it
There
didn't
you
seem
go.
to work.
No, I was toggled out. I didn't see.
No, I say I was just about to ask if she was, because I tried to broadcast her, like I did about 3 times and nothing worked.
Oh, weird.
Perhaps there was a lag, and every time she was just about to broadcast, I unbroadcast her by accident. I don't know.
Yeah, I was tabbed out.
But yeah, I clicked it about 3 times and it wasn't doing anything. And then I was about to ask.
Kristen, where you asked me if I dropped my smokes again, I did, and every time I do it, they roll right under the sofa.
It's because they hate you.
So
Like-
did I make another noise when it happened?
Yeah. Yeah, it's like you're really aggressively going, oh, like that, like you do DPR, really. Like
Thanks,
you're really
Mark.
upset with DPR.
Thanks, Mark, you know, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I don't know why he was so feisty with you. He like glared when you talked. Very strange.
Oh, I know. I caught it.
It must. I have a theory, but
I do too.
We won't talk about it.
We will too later.
We will too later, but not now.
I don't think he knew who would side. I just.
What was that shit?
Hmm?
You said a thing. What was it?
Oh, I don't think he knew who had actually made the noise. I could be mistaken. I think he just heard the sign.
Oh no, he said my name.
Oh, did he? Oh.
Yeah, he said my name.
Say my name.
For some reason, I thought he'd assume Ermine had done it, actually. Ermine. I don't know why I thought that.
I yelled back at him.
Poor guy.
What did you say again? You said something like, I'm terribly sorry, or something back to him.
I don't even remember because I didn't mean to holler back at him, but it was one of those like, I can explain, and then he's like, no, but I'm a dick, and I was like, oh, okay, well, I'm just gonna put my foot in your ass, and that's a replay of exactly what happened. The end.
I'm gonna put my foot in your ass. What the heck?
I don't know.
On a side note, have you had a chance to schedule your super special guest star for your
super special guest star is touring Europe. So
Yes.
super special guest star, I've been trying to, because that would be number 20 interview, and I've been trying to tread water with some off air or on airs for a little bit to make time for super special guest. So I need to get him back to me, but I also know that he's really busy, and so I think he's coming back today. So hopefully I'll hear back soon. And
cool.
And Rachel sent me a big pouty face and said, "Wait a minute, you're supposed to interview me first," because she used to co-host with him.
And you responded, "Too late, bitch."
I said, "Too late, you put me off because that's what you do."
I don't know, right?
But I would like to have a special hangout with Rachel because Rachel's a human anthropologist, and Rachel doesn't often get the chance to, because she's in Texas, she doesn't often get a chance to talk to Christian theistic evolutionists. And I think it'd be interesting if she talked to the Christian evolution people that reject human evolution, like Christian anarchists, because she has a bone to pick with that.
Unintended?
Well, yeah, right. So she's that's what she does. Human evolution is her gig specifically. Unlike Fiona, that's kind of, she'll talk about broader, like she zones in on human evolution in particular. So it'd be interesting. So I'd like to get her into a hang like that with maybe like a panel of 4 or something smaller, because she's not used to dealing with Christians that say, "Hey, I accept evolution except for human evolution." So that would be interesting.
Fiona's a microbiologist, isn't she?
Yeah. So, and even Fiona and Rachel together might be interesting, but
I don't think I'm familiar with Rachel.
Rachel used to be a co-host on Dogma Debate with David Smalley, and was a secular activist on that podcast. And then she moved to Atheist on Air with Cash.
I don't know these.
She's on both, yeah. Yeah.
I know not of what you speak.
Well, she used to co-host with Aaron Ra.
Aaron Ra used to be one of the co-hosts on Dogma Debate.
I've never seen it, I recall. Aaron Ra basically just goes whew, straight past me. I'm sure what you're saying is interesting, but I don't understand a word of it. But my God, you've got a deep, sexy voice.
and he talks about 1,000 miles a minute as well, which is really cool because you can understand it. You can actually understand him, even though he's talking really fast.
Well, you might be able to understand him. I'm like, yeah, they're big words. I don't even know the basics, and you're talking stuff. I don't.
Wonder where Amin bounced off to.
Oh, I don't know.
What you do to her, Deidre?
I didn't do anything this time. I didn't interrupt. I didn't call her out. I didn't do anything this time. Ermine and I are square. We're good.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that was the problem.
We had a talk.
Mm-hmm. Rude Californians.
I didn't do it this time, I promise you.
They don't have that southern hospitality, do they, Renee?
Oh gosh. So Renee and I do this thing where like we'll have each other on the phone, we'll take each other places, and so I was like, it's in the morning, and I'm gonna get like McDonald's breakfast really quick, and so I drive through, and they're like, okay, how can I help you? And I'd be like, I'd order, and then they were like, okay, move forward. And she's like, how rude! You need to talk to their manager immediately. And I was like, what?
I said to write a strongly worded letter.
It's like having a tantrum.
That actually sounds terribly British.
It was not a tantrum at all. It was just, I wanted to know why all of you hate each other so much.
I can imagine what Renee actually said. She said, to tell them that they're being Muppets. They're being Muppets.
She doesn't say
No, that's a new word. Yeah, that's Annabelle
cute.
just taught me that in the last week, so I've been, you Muppet in the too much Christian. Stop.
Right, so I was like, I don't understand what the problem is. And they're like, they're so rude. They didn't say please or thank you or anything. They're just like, here's your food.
Move along.
He didn't even look at her.
Yeah, that's true. Here's your money. Throws it at me.
Right?
Oh my gosh.
I know.
That's just what. That's not customer service.
Exactly.
But it's freaking McDonald's.
That's why you need a higher minimum wage. The poor guys don't even get tipped.
That's what.
I'm not surprised if they don't make eye contact and say please and thank you.
I mean, you don't tip fast food workers, though, do you?
I don't go to fast food places because I'm a complete snob when it comes to food.
You didn't go to fast food places, right? But like sometimes, like I just want to like eat gutter food.
Yeah.
There are some fast food places around here that you would tip at, like a Sonic. They've got car hops.
Well, you don't give the little person in the drive-thru $1?
What's a car hop?
I usually don't tip at drive-thru.
Is that a thing? To tip a drive-thru? I've never seen this.
I mean, and I am about the biggest tip karma guy I know, but I don't tip at drive-thru.
I'm big at tipping, like in restaurants where you tip, like okay, like Denny's even or something like that. Like I make sure that I tip, like if it's known to tip.
Well, I just give them $1. It's not much. It's just kind of like a good job. You looked at me and you weren't rude.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I can't
everybody
stand the
loves
people
fast food.
that don't tip. I have had to go to dinner with people that don't want to tip.
Don't do it again.
That's because you live in California.
They'll look for any slight like failing of the waitress and then use that as an excuse to not tip, and I'll get so embarrassed and be like, okay, now I'll tip the whole tip because you're an asshole.
So that was something when the last time Angus here and stuff, and I mean, he wanted to eat out all the time, and each time, and then we'd have to fight about the whole, well, we don't tip in Scotland, and I'm like, who cares? Are you in Scotland?
Bitch, you ain't in Scotland.
Tip. Yeah, and go through the whole thing, and then want to sit there and tell that poor waitress why they don't tip and how it is and stuff. And I'm like, no, she doesn't care. Her feet hurt. Give her $5.
Plus, it depending on what state you're in, like waitresses here will at least have to make minimum wage. But I've heard that some states they get paid a different wage because they're
In the Texas, we don't have a we don't have a state minimum wage. We just go with the national, which means for a tip wage it is $2.13 an hour.
Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm.
What?
Yeah, I think that's what I made in college when I tried for. Mm-hmm.
And you call yourself a first world country?
You know what waitresses get paid here and waiters get paid here? They get paid like $21 an hour.
And then it's supposedly the rest of your money in tips is supposed to make up your minimum wage.
Yeah.
You know, assuming that you get your tips and stuff. Right. Yeah. So your paycheck, sometimes you pick it up and your paycheck after 2 weeks of working would be like $50-$60.
That's jacked up. I think California has it right where it says we'll pay you the base minimum wage and then the tips are gravy. I think that's a better way to do it.
And then some places make you share tips where everybody has to pull them in together with the.
That actually in Texas, that is actually it depends upon establishment, not law.
Right, right. Well, some establishments, they'll have all the waitresses pull them in together and the bus boys, too. And you have to split the tips up evenly.
When I was bartending, it was all the bartenders pooled their tips, and then you tipped out your bar back if you had one, and your waitress would tip out your bartender.
Mm.
And tip out was typically... It would vary, actually, depending on where it was, between 10 and 20%.
Yeah.
And so it was like a little trickle down. The waitress would tip out the bartender, and the bartender would tip out the bar back.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I just feel like there's a responsibility to treat people of service well, right? And I don't know. I'm not looking. You have to be really bad for me to be like, oh, I don't really want to tip you. You have to be pretty screwed up.
Yeah, I don't think here in the UK we tip at fast food places. But I say I don't know actually, but then we do have minimum wage to start with. And I'm pretty sure legally you can't say, or assume you're going to get tips. But in restaurants and places like that, you would tip. But it's quite a newish thing here in the UK.
Also,
well, not
like
posh restaurants, because
your hairdresser. Like, I'm a big fan of tipping your hairdresser.
No, I've never tipped my hairdresser.
Yeah,
Really?
that's a thing here.
I would talk about you when you left if you didn't tip me.
Yeah, I make sure that.
But if you worked in the UK, you wouldn't expect to be tipped.
Really? Interesting.
Yeah, the wages are a lot higher. Well, the wages are a lot higher. You're getting more anyway. But when I was in America, I was so paranoid about having to tip because you just really don't do it here. So it sounds weird, I know, but I was paranoid about tipping. So I'd go overboard. I'd go massively overboard. I'd tip everybody, and then I was playing poker in Vegas. And they're like, oh, you got to tip the dealer. So what's the etiquette? Oh, you tip him if you win a hand and stuff. And I'd forget when I won. And then I'd end up tipping when I was losing because I go, oh, shit, I forgot. And I tip him.
No, like in the beauty shop, you set your own prices and stuff and everything. But you still, I mean, because that's just one of those, it's service industry. They tip. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I just forget. And then I'd overdo it. Like I went to Outback Steakhouse and I think I'd give like 50% tip. I was just like, I don't know, just take my money. I don't know what's fair. Just take my money. And like when I was staying at in Vegas in the Bellagio, this guy was like holding his hand out for a tip, and I'm like, holy crap, I forgot about that. The only money I've got is a $50 bill. And then I'm like, you got change, and the guys go, no, I've got no change. I'm like, holy crap! So I give him $50. But what was good though is that every like house cleaning and every service that I asked for, it was very prompt. Like they were really nice, but. It was just overdo it. Like just overdo it. I had no idea. Just take this funny paper money and go.
Yeah, that's why I ended up taking his wallet away and. What? I did.
Typical woman taking a fella's wallet.
No, I mean He was still having trouble with the currency, and then he'd have to sit and lecture everyone about the tippings. Now I'm like, just give it to me.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I gotcha.
And that way I could just take care of it and not have to listen to him carry on.
Yeah, I heard Australians in particular in America, tourists are really stingy with the tips. Like I heard that when I went over there. They said, yeah, Australians, they don't expect much from the Australians.
Is it not 10%? I always assume a tip's
So
10%.
I was
Mainly
taught.
because I'm lazy, because you don't have to do any maths then, do you?
I was taught when you go drinking, for instance, like, and I'm not a huge partier, but like I like dive bars and stuff like that. If you go drinking, like bartenders, need tips, and I was taught that you tip generously on the first drink in the first round, like overboard, and then they usually hustle for you, and then you tip consistently, right? And then for shots, my friends and we used to do quarters and stuff, like a stack of quarters. So I don't know, but I've run into people that don't tip in bars, and I think that's kind of jacked up too.
Don't do that in the UK particularly. You might like say.
Okay, so here's an amusing thing. My wife bartended. I bartended. We had the last place she bartended at, the head bartender. She was in charge. She was the manager of the bar, effectively, and she had this one customer who's up there, been there all night, paying cash by the order. Hadn't tipped a penny. And finally he was up and says, yeah, I want to get one of these. And it's like, yeah, I don't feel like serving you anymore. Sorry. I make my money off tips. You haven't tipped me yet, so I don't feel like serving you anymore.
See, yeah, again, here in the UK, we don't generally tip in pubs and bars, I don't think. It's a long time since I've been to one. That sounds sad and lonely, but it's not. But again, I mean, you might say, "Oh, keep the change," if like it's just this, but we don't generally tip in. It's to say, as far as I know, we only tip in restaurants here.
The best money I've made was delivering pizzas.
Really?
Oh yeah. I made
Pizza
40.
deliverers get robbed sometimes.
Well, yeah. I got robbed several times.
Did they take that out of your wages?
No.
Good.
Oh no. And we're not allowed to carry a weapon or even anything that could be used as a weapon. But I started carrying a mag light, a big mag light.
Oh yeah.
Better do it.
Slightly changed the subject. I can't remember where we were driving.
Yeah, but anyway,
sorry.
I made really good money at it, and then I got to where I was kind of helping out at other stores, and it got to the point I didn't matter who asked. One of the managers needed some help, I'd go help, and I started I should have known to expect it, but go to the ghetto stores, you don't get tipped a whole lot. Surprise. And they were like, hey man, I'm hurting, I need some help. Yeah, no. I can't afford to work for you.
Yeah, I guess that's...
I would work at the store. My main store. I'd make between 17 and 30 an hour on average, and I'd go to these ghetto stores and be making $7 to $10 an hour, and I just couldn't afford the gas on that. I was like, dude, I can't afford to work for you. Sorry.
Yeah.
I've got a question for the Americans here. If the minimum wage was, say, $15 an hour, say they're getting $2 something an hour now, and it goes up to $15 an hour, would you still tip the same amount?
Well, the tip wage hasn't changed since 1980.
Yeah,
the tip wage has been $2.13 an hour since 1980.
But if it goes up to 15, would you still tip the same amount, or would you adjust?
If the tip wage went up to if the tip wage went up to 15 an hour, I wouldn't. I probably in that situation I wouldn't tip.
So the rule of thumb is to go by percentages with tipping. You don't just, you know what I mean? So like, yeah, I guess your cost would increase because you go by percentages. Well, no, your cost would increase if your cost of food. You go by your bill, and then you would double the tax essentially, and maybe add some.
I was a 20%er.
Yeah. Well, our tax is high, right? So when you double it, you're almost at 20, and then you just add a little bit extra. It's just a quick way to get it in your head. That's all.
What he's saying though is if their wage raises to $15, would you adjust that percentile that you're going to tip them? Would that affect your?
Yeah, it would mine. Because at that point, they're not living off their tips.
Yeah,
They're
so I think
living off of a living wage.
So that's the case in the UK, and yet we still tip in restaurants. I think in a couple of countries, probably Scandinavian countries, it's actually offensive to try and tip.
Really?
I mean, I think they're probably sus that, well, you're not familiar with our ways. That sounded terrible. But yeah, I think in some countries it's actually considered a little bit rude to try and tip.
I don't know, D. It sounded like it's just you. I'm going to take a gamble it's just you. I think in the UK they do tip. I think maybe you just don't tip.
Only in restaurants that I'm aware of.
I'm seeing a theme here. Do you tip the pizza guy?
Do I tip what?
Pizza guy.
I don't have pizza deliveries.
Uh-huh.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
I can't stomach that much.
I generally don't. I don't tip the pizza guy. They're on good money. They're on really good money here, and yeah, I don't generally tip. I mean, if there's change left over, actually I shouldn't say that.
Yeah,
A lot of times
same here.
keep the change and stuff, keep
Yeah,
change
keep
and
the
that.
change.
But yeah, it's but you got to imagine though, if the wage did go up, your price of your services are going to go up. I hope you guys realize that you will be paying more for your food as well.
The way it generally works whenever they raise
sometimes the tip's included in the charge.
Yeah, well, the way it generally works whenever they raise the minimum wage is there's a brief spike in prices, and then it usually balances out, and the wage pulls out ahead for a time.
Right. Mm-hmm. Oh, I thought you were going to say something else.
No, that was basically what I was going on, because the last time they raised minimum wage was actually right when I started managing at Domino's. Was the last time when they raised it up to what was it, $7.25? When they raised it up to that was when I just started managing, and I mean, you want to talk about the district managers just losing their shit over the whole thing, and it balanced out. We basically raised the prices by like 5%. Instead of selling the 3 for $5, we did the 3 for $5.55. So and ended up making record profits.
You hear a lot of crap about how you introduce minimum wage, then businesses can't afford stuff, and it's like it's bullshit.
What usually happens is there's usually like a 6 month or so period of instability, adjustment.
Yeah, I mean, if I knew the people who were serving me were like on, £2.50 an hour, yes, I would be tipping without hesitation.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But
what was really strange was when I was a driver, I didn't qualify for Medicaid, which is government assistance healthcare. But when I was a manager, I did.
What?
I made better money as a driver by a site.
Oh, okay. Oh, because of the tipping.
Yeah. And you're supposed to declare all of your tips. Of course, no one does. But anything you get on a credit card, you don't have any choice about. It's being declared. And I made too much money based off of just that, off of the credit card tips.
Wow.
Squeaky chair.
No, my chair's so broken.
No.
No, mine really is broken. Like sometimes I fall out of it, and then Renee laughs at me. Yeah, and luckily I'm not on camera usually when that happens. But I have a broken chair, and it was broken when we first got it, and we should have just returned it, but then we did it, and yeah.
Oh, really? This is the first time they're hearing this tonight.
Yeah.
I'm gonna stop talking.
No, right.
No,
sorry, I just quickly googled the government UK. If you get tips at work, they do not count towards minimum wage, but you do have to pay. You are supposed to declare them, but yeah, it's not counted as part of your minimum wage. So
technically, in the U.S., you're supposed to declare all of your tips, and if all of your wages and your tips combined don't make up to minimum wage, they have to pay the difference. The employer has to pay the difference.
No, you get paid minimum wage, and then if you get tipped, you're supposed to declare it, and that'll yeah.
No, Deidre, you didn't have to shut up. When you went to the bathroom, I was all like, "Hey, listen, so she's got a broken chair and she falls out of it."
What? Are you
She did
serious?
say that, yeah.
Uh-uh.
She told, while you were gone to the toilet, she told us all
Oh,
the
really?
secrets.
I thought maybe I was like, wow, did I say this already and I forgot? I'm like, wow, I'm really far gone now.
I mean, our minimum wage is quite less than it is in Australia by the sounds of it. I don't know what the exchange rate is, but then I don't know what the cost of living is compared to Australia either. I'm guessing housing's a lot cheaper because you've got so much bloody land.
Well, you'd think so. But everybody wants to live in the same places, though. Like, we've got a lot of land, but a lot of places that are crap.
Yeah, there's a lot of places you can't actually really live, isn't there? Where
Well, you guys have like a lot of land. There's like desert and crazy stuff.
You just basically live out
a
on
lot
the
of
edges, don't
land,
you?
a lot of land fucking inhabited by dingoes, baby-eating dingoes, and
Dingoes and crocodiles.
goddamn crocodiles and fucking wombly woos
Brown
and wibbly
snakes.
wobs and goobies and gumbos.
Deadliest snake on earth, I think, is in Australia.
All of them are in Australia.
And these weird, creepy spiders that get in your house that are huge.
Oh, I've got redbacks. Look up redback on Google. I've got redbacks all over my garage, and they're really dangerous. And they got a really pretty, nice red colouring on their back of their on their back. Yeah, and really cool.
If you ever get stranded in the desert of Australia, there's this fucking species of toad that actually burrows under the fucking sand in the heat of the day, like the earth, and they hydrate themselves before they do that, and like that's a trick with the Aborigines. If they're out like doing stuff in the on the plain or whatever, in the heat of the day, you'll find this little toad hole or whatever and dig one out, and you can like squeeze the water out of it like a sponge, and it'll provide you a sustenance. So you just suck a frog's ass and you go on your merry way, and you go fucking
Even I didn't know about that. I didn't know about
I feel like I'm gross.
Yeah, I don't know what the actual numbers are, but I heard something like there's 10 deadly snakes in the world, and 7 of them are in Australia.
Yeah, that's about right. I had a run-in with a brown snake the other day. It was very, very scary. It come out of because they're aggressive as well. Like if you turn to run, it will chase you. So I just went, holy crap, and stopped, and it just got annoyed and went into the water and went, oh, thank God for that. Like,
Yeah, I have heard you're not supposed to move and just relax and not panic. Sure, yeah.
I mean, you're taught in school like what to do and basic first aid stuff if you get bitten by a dangerous snake. I mean, talk to what's her name? She's a teacher.
Rocky.
Oh, I know who you mean. Rocky, yeah, I love Rocky.
She's a teacher in like an outback type school, and they've got deadly stuff all over the place. And she's got some really good stories about how they've had to usher the children around the deadly animal and kill the deadly animal and stuff.
Rocky's fine.
I love Rocky. She's fantastic. But yeah.
Middle of nowhere, all hot all the time. That's why the animals here are so angry. It's so hot.
I was going to say, never mind the bloody animals, I couldn't take the heat there.
Yeah, that kangaroo from Bugs Bunny was always the biggest asshole. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying, at least it's a dry heat, it's humidity. I cannot take humidity.
Yeah, that's where Davey's from. If anybody knows Davey, he's from Queensland. It's really humid up there.
Davey's so funny. He's so funny.
I don't think I know him.
Oh, he's so funny.
There's a species of crocodile down there too. It's like a saltwater crocodile that drifts in. I've seen it on some documentary. I can't remember the name of the species, but it will drift in and sometimes go into the fresh water in Australia and wander up. They're the craziest looking fucking thing too.
Yeah, well, you got it right. It's a saltwater crocodile. That's the species.
Well, there you go. See,
and they're super aggressive. When Americans think of crocodiles, they think of alligators, but alligators are extremely placid in comparison. Placid, it's not even a word. They're really placid in comparison. Like you can piss off an alligator a lot and it won't do shit, but crocodile, saltwater crocodile, it'll kill you first and then ask questions later. Mm-hmm. Just for being near their water, they will come out the water and they'll take you down.
Right.
Wow.
Sounds like a horrible place.
Yeah, so come on down to Australia. We'll crack you out faster.
Yeah, they sound so optimistic. So it can't be
Yeah, I work for the Australian Tourist Board, so yeah, come on down. Come on down. Form an
Yeah, you're
orderly
doing a
line.
great job.
Form an orderly line. Give us your money, and just try not to get killed.
Yeah, here's a toad.
If
Have
you
a
get
lick.
thirsty, in case you get thirsty.
Have a lick.
There's
It's like our
suck
desert
on a
peyote.
toad.
It's like our desert peyote. It's like our peyote here. You got to pick up a toad and suck it.
I lived in Denton for a while, and they'd have a thing they called it Pry Street Fair, which honestly it was just a coincidence that the street name was Pry, but it was like one of the. At one point, it was listed as the third easiest place in the U.S. to buy acid. But they would have a thing called a Pry Street Fair every year, and there'd be one guy out there who would sell these little booklets, and it had I can't remember the name of the toad that you're supposed to lick. And how to figure out which one they are and how to lick them without getting sick and
Wow, yeah. I can't remember which one it is, but yeah, there is one that. I think if getting off my face involves licking toads, I'll stay not being off my face.
I've never heard it put that way. Off my face.
I think I'm gonna go bed.
Oh, night night.
Night, guys.
Are you sure you don't want somebody just in your face first?
Oh.
Do what in her face first? Pardon? Did I hear that correctly?
Running joke.
Okay.
Well, it's a joke that makes people run anyway.
Well, something like that.
Lick the toad. What other cartoon is that from?
Probably Ren and Stimpy.
No, it was an internet. It's probably something on YouTube, some channel. It was very bizarre. All I remember from it was lick the toad, and then the person licked the toad and got tripped out. Yeah.
I remember that from Derek. Have you seen Derek D? Ricky Gervais show?
Oh, I haven't seen that particular one. No.
Oh, it's really funny.
I like Ricky Gervais.
Yeah, the one of the drunkard characters that are staying at the old people's home goes to Derek, because Derek's like, he's almost like, they don't say what he is, like he's almost autistic, some sort of disability, but they never say what he's got, and he's going, kiss the toad, Derek, kiss the toad, and he kisses it and like freaks out.
Ah, no, I've not seen that.
I like UK shows. You can watch them. You can binge watch them in like a day, and that's it. It's done.
True.
Yeah, get the whole season in 6 episodes.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought I'd found the cartoon I was looking for, but I haven't. Talking of toads, people are dropping like flies.
I just think I am not far away from doing so myself.
When you guys are dropping, it's prime time here in Australia.
Yeah, it's 2:30 in the morning.
Yeah, it's 5:30 p.m. here.
8:25 here in the morning.
That's why I guess you don't see a lot of Australians on these things, because when we're active, you guys are in bed.
Well, when I'm in bed, sometimes I'm active.
Bonus.
Oh, D, put your filter on.
We're live.
Fabio sometimes teases me because he's like, D, you've forgotten your filter. Oh, God, yeah.
Well, okay, I'm going to take off. I will catch you later.
Oh, okay, take
See you,
care,
Ben.
Dan. Yeah. So was that about Fabio, Christian?
Fabio Entrezzi.
Fabio Entrezzi. Yeah. He's a darling.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Sometimes words just tumble out, and I think, oops, I just said that out loud, didn't I?
Tumble.
Oops. Yeah.
I hope anybody's listening that yeah, it's coming to Australia that kills people, not going into a hangout with an Australian. So it's safe to come in. It's safe to come in.
There's a few Australians I've been in and thought, oh my God, I wish I was dead. In fairness, one of those is Robbie's. Actually, I don't know if I've actually been into it. I don't think about it. I have. I think when he first sort of came around a couple of years ago, he joined maybe one of Nate Cunningham's hangouts when he used to have them.
Mud controls, point of contention. Show us your tits.
I don't think it was. Oh my gosh! I don't think. No, he didn't seem quite that bad. He was telling us about the book he'd written about God being love or something, and then him and Lyrical waffled on about some shit.
The two walls and all that stuff. Two walls and what was that other one?
Yeah, I think
God, he did. What is good? What is good? Is it what is good with the two O's and the? Yeah, I don't know.
That's
what is God,
yeah.
what is good?
But it's one of the O's in a bracket or parenthesis or
Yeah.
something. Yeah. Yeah. And there's another obnoxious Australian I was in a hangout with, but I can't remember what his name was.
Christian Smith. It took a while. You're like, oh shit, hang on.
I was just thinking that name sounds familiar. He was some guy. I think he might have been drunk. Imagine that.
Drunk Australian, like an oxymoron.
Yeah, I'm trying to think who the other. There was some other guy who paints, and this other guy was going on about, oh, you're not a painter, and he just rambled on and on about. I can't think what the other guy's called. I'm so good with names, aren't I?
Well, there's Bulldog I know of. Not a very nice guy at all. Who else is there?
Oh wait, Bulldog.
Yeah, he's not a very nice guy. Vlad's really good. Vlad's really nice. I don't know if you spoke to Vlad. He's not online much anymore, but he's a really nice guy.
I could be wrong, but I think it might have been Bulldog.
Yeah.
He was just talking shit, and that's putting it politely.
He does.
And then, of course, there's Trelawney, who's just a troll.
Oh, that's someone else. That's Vlad. Trelawney's Vlad.
Oh, is he?
Yeah. I mean, when you like, when he's not trolling, he's a nice guy. Actually, quite caring and stuff.
I'm fairly convinced he's a compulsive liar or a habitual liar.
Cool.
I could be completely wrong. Maybe he has done all the things he's claimed he's done, but yeah, I don't think so.
Oh, he's probably trolling about 90% of it. But when he's actually in a hangout as himself, he's okay.
Oh, I thought that was himself, even though he's a troll.
Nah, not all the time.
Yeah. But I think it was Bulldog who was.
He's much worse. He's much more insidious. That guy.
Yeah.
That guy will try and get your docs and stuff, so you gotta be careful.
Oh right, he was just arguing about everything, and then he was straw manning what other people were arguing with him. Well, actually, it was me that was arguing with him. He was just straw manning. Because he was going like, well, this other guy, that painting he's got there is complete shit, and I'm like, it doesn't matter whether his work's good or not. That's not what. If if he's got paint and a paintbrush and he's actually painted that, he is a painter. Whether it's shit or not is a whole different issue. And then he was going on about, oh, and you think his paintings are so wonderful. And I'm like, I had made no comment about whether his paintings were good or not.
Yeah.
In fact, I think
Yeah,
at
he's
one
just
point,
trying to argue.
yeah, I think at one point I might have said they're not my cup of tea, because the particular picture he had wasn't my cup of tea.
I don't know any really painters and stuff on YouTube. I don't think I do anyway.
I'm trying to think what the guy's name was. I think he was on crutches at the time. Oh, I can almost... I can't think what the guy's name was at all, but yeah, this... Has he got a picture of a bulldog on his avatar?
Bulldog does, yeah. He used to
Yeah.
be called something else. He used to be called, I can't even remember his name used to be.
Right, yeah, I'm pretty sure he had a picture of a bulldog and he was just like, oh.
Yeah, he's an artist, alright. He's a bullshit artist.
Yeah, and he's like another one of these that won't let you get more than 2 words out, and then he'll start straw manning what you didn't even get around to saying.
There's a few of them. There's a few of them on the internet. Surprisingly.
Yeah. And they're not all Australian.
No. I do get embarrassed though with some of the Australians that just act really prattish.
Yeah.
I go,
At least you got
what?
Rocky. Rocky's a darling.
Oh, Rocky's awesome. Davey's awesome too.
Oh, hang on. I know someone called Dave, but he lives in Australia, but he's not an Australian.
Yeah, he's English. He lives in,
Right, that's who you were
he lives
referring
in,
to earlier.
yeah, he lives in like the Australian Florida version of Florida.
Right, yeah, I know who he is. He's a darling too. He cracks me up. Some of the posts.
He's really good
puts
at
up.
he's really good at like graphic design and stuff.
Oh, right. I did not know that.
Mm.
Or if I did,
Yeah,
I'd forgotten.
I mean, if you did like a YouTube channel or something, you could probably get him to do like a channel intro. I think he did a channel intro for Fiona and maybe a few others. I think he did the Fiona's one.
All right.
Yeah,
I like that.
I know he's known to have done channel intros for people.
All right. Again, because he's in Australia, I don't often. I have chatted with him a couple of times, but
He's not online. Like he's never on air ever. But
no, I was going to say I had a feeling
offline,
it was
yeah.
off, and I think it's been like middle of the day here in the UK when he's been in an off air. Does Rocky
Yeah.
join the live ones, or are they usually off air as well?
No, always off air, and because she's sort of school hours and stuff, and then she's got a
Yeah.
great homework and stuff, so she's very rarely online.
Yeah.
She's online when it's like school holidays, like she was on air, not on air, but she was online quite a bit over the Christmas holidays.
Right. Yeah. I think I was in a hangout. Oh no, it wouldn't have been this Christmas. Actually, come to think of it, it must have been in the summertime.
Because they get the teachers get 6 weeks off at Christmas, and then it's like a summer holidays, and then they get 2 weeks off 4 times a year. Each term.
Right. Yeah. That sounds similar to the UK.
And I think the Americans just have it all off in one hit. They just have like a summer holiday and pretty much just have all the time off at one time of the year, I think.
No, I don't know. Must have some time off over the Christmas, but yeah.
Yeah, just the Christmas period, I think, and that's it. Yeah.
Oh, because I think here we have, I think there's 2 half-term holidays here in the UK, but I wouldn't know offhand when they actually were.
2 half semesters, you mean?
Yeah, we call them half-term, but yeah, semester would be the same thing.
Yeah, because we just call it a term. Yeah, 2 half would be just a term, so yeah, it's 4 terms a year.
Yeah. Like I think, well, it depends on when Easter is, because that falls at different times, but quite often around Easter they get 2 weeks off. Or
Yeah, same here. I think it's the same system, except by the sound of it, it sounds exactly the same.
Yeah.
Which would suck, actually, because you guys get some in the middle of the year, and you're only going to get a couple of weeks off.
We get summer? What? Sorry?
You get something.
Actually, that's said.
You get June and July.
Yeah. It's often around August, September time now when it's the sunniest. But that said, oh, hang on. Oh, Jesus, I've just been blinded by the sun. I just opened my... There you go. I will just briefly... Now that the mist is pretty much gone, I can't see a blooming thing now. Whoops, I nearly hung up by mistake. There you go. It's fairly bright out there. That's actually a reflection of my light, I think, rather than the...
Are you showing something? I can't see it.
Oh, I was just showing you the outside world here in the
Oh,
UK, where
it's
it's
not-
actually, look, it's almost sunny.
Not coming up on my thing, but it probably
Oh,
looks
well.
the same. It probably can't see anything anyway.
Oh, well, it was just a little bit. It was to know. Yeah, as I say, I just opened the blind. I have to shut the blind now because I'm being blinded. I'm going to have to get some curtain. But yeah, it's quite bright here. So yeah, we do actually get sunshine here. The thing with UK weather is it just changes. This is why we have this reputation for talking about the weather, because like, you know, 1 minute it's bright and sunny and the next minute it's raining, and so
Yeah, sounds like Melbourne when I used to live there. They call it like the city with four seasons in a day.
Yeah, 4 seasons in one day.
Another interesting name for Melbourne people give is Gotham City, because it's very much like Gotham City, like extremely, like it's got the new buildings with the old buildings. It's got gargoyles on certain buildings, and it's really it is like what you would imagine Gotham City to look like.
Oh, right. Ah,
Yeah, it's really cool.
sounds nice. Yeah.
Really cultural. They got like a fashion end of the city and a cultural end and an old end, and you know, it's a beautiful city. It's one of my favorite cities. I think it's really good. They filmed a lot of the Matrix movie in Melbourne.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah.
Mind you, I don't know much about movies in general, so that's not surprising. I know they filmed Xena, Princess Warrior, in New Zealand.
You can film almost anything in New Zealand if
Yeah.
you're filming something really for anything. Like the Frighteners, that was filmed in New Zealand, and it was like made out to be like an American sort of coastal town. That's the one with Michael J. Fox in it.
I don't think I've seen that. Wasn't some of the Hobbit film there?
Oh, they're all filmed there, yeah.
Yeah, I think the Hobbit was. I think some of it was in Ireland and some of it was in New Zealand, but I could be wrong because I usually am when it comes to films.
Oh, it could be. I'm not sure. Yeah, I didn't hear any other part was filmed in another country. It might have been. I don't know.
I could be thinking of a completely different film for all I know.
I know they left the Hobbit village, Hobbiton. They left that built and left it open for people, tourists to go and have a look. So I don't know if it's still open now, but I know they'd done that.
Oh, I didn't know they'd done that.
I'd like to go to New Zealand one day. I've never been.
Yeah, I'd quite like to go there actually. It seems like just a sort of nicer version than the UK.
It's quite possible. I don't know, I've never been in the UK either.
It's like if the UK was really big and had expansive bits of countryside, then it would be like New Zealand. I think
Well, that's somewhere you could. That's somewhere you could build. Like, you could have a huge influx of population, and it would be okay, because it's pretty much all inhabitable. The whole land, it's just green.
Actually, it's probably more like Ireland than England.
Yeah.
But yeah, I quite like the idea of New Zealand.
It can get cold, but you'd be used to that.
Well, yeah, precisely.
Where is everybody? It's not that early or late, is it?
I think it's the wee hours in America. It's 8:30 here in the morning. Well, 20 to 9. I think we're about like 6 hours, well, depending on which part of America, we're like 4 to 6 hours ahead. So it's probably the early hours in America land. So yeah, I don't know what time it is in Pomjam land.
Where's Pomjam from?
No, I'm not actually sure. It's probably a similar time to me. I think it might be in some part of Europe. I could be completely wrong.
Another Dutchman, probably.
I don't know. Hey there, Pom. Pom. Pom, 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 pom. No, I don't know. So look if it says anything on his profile. No, it doesn't. I'm actually gonna have to go soon.
Yeah. I might come back in later after I've watched some stuff, and because I'm on my days off, so.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go and do stuff and what have you. So speak to you soon, darling.
See you later. See ya.
Jack, you there? Jack. Shoot, I may have been muted this. Jack, are you there?
Hello?
No, hey there, Mike. What's going on?
Not much, Tom.
I'm just looking into buying some new knives, I guess.
Oh, okay. I gotta go shopping for a new whiskey glass today.
Hmm.
So I got all this whiskey and nothing to drink it out of.
Yeah, it's pretty quiet right now. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, everyone's probably at church.
Yep.
Why assume you're in October?
I was thinking of going on Pal Talk and just freaking migrating to there. Just because just purely because of the volume of the people that can join and like that can like raise their hand and say I want to talk and be in the same room, and it's like you're always gonna have an interesting discussion going on. You're always gonna have something going on, like even if it's the most inane thing. So I mean,
In a second, I gotta make a move against Pope here.
oh, you guys are playing.
Yeah, we've had a game going for a week or so now.
I loved like Pope. I loved how he went off on Annabelle yesterday.
Oh, what did he do?
Well, he basically called her like a freaking cunt or whatever.
Oh.
Yeah. I thought it was funny. Hmm. A Kiridashi. That one looks pretty nice. This is an interesting blade. With wood carving. Ah. So this blade, I'm looking at a blade here, and it's called a Kiridashi, and it literally translates to carve out. To carve out. Yeah. And it was like says here that it was used as a pencil sharpener. Children use them as a pencil sharpener, and also for wood carving.
Okay. In a minute, let me just grab some coffee.
I have seen people use this as a weapon though, like freaking. One time there was this guy that he went on a podium and he stabbed a politician with it. Like this was in Japan. I think it was a Kiridashi, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, it could have been something else. Hold on, let me find that out. Oh, here it is. Guess it was. Here it is. Let me just find out what the hell the blade was. Yeah, Jack, I wanted to talk to you. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you're there.
I said I'd be right back. I was getting some coffee.
No, I was talking to Jack. I don't know. He's not been really responding.
He responded to me in the side chat about 6 minutes ago.
Yeah, I mean, what happened, I think, is probably he was kicked because he was inactive. That's what probably happened. The room was filling up. Yeah.
Apparently Coffee Smug likes the King's Gambit. I happen to agree. I like playing that when my opponent decides to be boring and play a King's Pawn game.
Mm-hmm.
I find open games very boring. I prefer semi-open games. Now, lately I've been playing around with the Nimzowitsch defense as black. And that's quite fun. Because like I played online in just, like 15-minute games. So white plays e4 and he's expecting maybe e5 or c5 or something like that. And I just play knight c6. And white just goes, what? You can't do that. That's not an opening.
I can do what I want.
Yeah, and then I usually do. And then they play something like knight f3, hoping to transpose into like a Scotch game or something. And I just go, no. If I wanted to play a Scotch game, I would have played a Scotch game. We're doing the Nimzowitsch pitch.
Hmm. Man, this is brutal.
What?
I'm looking into some into some new martial arts, from the Philippines, and a lot of it is freaking with knives and swords and pointy objects.
Yeah, they have
And
that thing, don't they? What's it called? A screamer or something.
yeah, and it's the fighting styles are very brutal. They're like, they don't play around. Like, we don't have a lot of these, I guess, more Asian types of facilities. I'd probably have to go to Brussels for that. So locally we probably don't have it, but I'd probably be able to find it in Brussels if I want to get more training. But I'd have to take the train every time I want to go. And that's a bit of a hassle. I mean, it's a nice distraction. Plus, it helps to know that you can defend yourself whenever you're in a pinch.
Yeah. Okay, so I've got an endgame with opposite colored bishops, which is usually drawish, but I'm up 2 pawns, so I might have a chance. I've got a majority attack on the king side. No, sorry, queen side.
They won't deliver a lot of these freaking knives. That's so annoying. Probably have to go to the manufacturer itself. Probably I can order from them. Mainly I'm doing it through Amazon right now.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I don't see why they don't. Like, what's the freaking problem? Like, I mean, if you can get your hand on the butcher knife, you know, I mean, wow. I mean, what's the problem?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't understand. But yeah, I've had like a lot of bad experiences now with some brands. So I'm gonna try to look for the better brands. Because the one I had, it was just by mere luck that it didn't fall apart. One time I had to defend myself with it. It was just because I was keeping my hand on the blade that it didn't fall apart. But it was like falling apart. So I got this other one, this better one. It's completely one solid piece. So there's no way it's ever gonna fall apart.
Okay, that's nice.
But yeah, the drawback is it's fixed. That's the drawback. I mean, one that you can like fold. It can hide better. Like you can surprise people with it, but it's with these bigger ones, it's far less convenient.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so, I mean, you lose that edge factor, I guess. And I have been using throwing knives lately a lot, actually. Like just in the freaking. Sometimes I'll just, I leave the hangout running and I'll just go into the, what is it called, the garden. Do you call it turn where you are, like a garden? What do you call it?
Yeah.
Turn. Same word, yeah. Well, I go
We
there.
call it dine, but yeah.
Turn, yeah.
I know
Yeah,
what you're talking
that's
about.
also what we call it, yeah. Turn, yeah. Turn. That's so, yeah. Yeah, it's the, well, anyway, I go there and I have this sort of, a dart board? It's sort of like a dart board, but it's a bigger one.
Uh-huh.
And usually I end up just practicing there every day for a few hours.
Okay.
Yeah, it's gotten to the point where like the freaking they've become so dull. The knives have to probably sharpen them a bit, just from overuse.
Yeah.
Huh. Oh, let me see if I can pull up the video.
Okay. That's a weird move. Bishop to b1 because reasons.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just not seeing what that accomplishes. I mean, your bishop's kind of on the best square that it could be before you moved it to b1. And this is probably going to be a very slow and positional game because black's kind of hedgehogging and white's kind of turtling, so, yeah. Yeah, okay, that's why he made that move. That makes sense, huh? And unfortunately, his master checkmate plan is thwarted by moving a pawn, so, you know. Now he's managed to create a weak pawn on the king side.
Fuck.
Presumably trying to force a pawn break or something now. On break, motherfucker.
See, these are the sort of defense moves you sort of learn.
Yeah, you gotta learn openings. It's not the most interesting part of chess. Although it has its nuances. But it's more kind of memorizing various lines and that sort of thing. Because sometimes, I mean, if you know the opening theory behind an opening, then you can kind of work it out over the board, but that just takes up more time than it should.
Sure. I was more talking about knife play.
Oh.
This is a. I don't know if you don't know if you can see my screen. This is a.
Yeah, I can.
Can you? Oh, okay. See, this is an example of what usually happens in. They try to go for the hand that has the knife. To neutralize it.
Yeah, makes sense.
And then. Hold on, let me see if I can. I can't play the video, but what I can do is move forward a bit. Let me see if I can. Shoot. Oh, let me go there. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna present you. There we go. And that way, my video won't pick up.
Fair enough.
I'm gonna play the. Just watch this single technique. This is pretty awesome. Oh fuck! Went too fast. So he grabs. See, he goes for the arm. See, and you use his.
Clever.
You use his weak points against him. So. And then you compromise him. So, but the second you go like that, you sort of have completely neutralized him, because if that blade goes for your neck, I mean, it's over.
Yep.
That's usually how it's like. But I want to learn how to, I guess, do these types of more from the Philippines. So. Fuck, my freaking, it's my PTSD freaking flaring up.
I like how the one guy's got his phone out just taking pictures or video.
Oh yeah. No, those are actually Marines being trained by the Philippines, I guess. Fucking hate this Google shit. So you click on a link and you're not getting anything. Oh, that's good. It wasn't showing it. There we go. So yeah, the guy that he was sort of sparring with, that is actually a Marine. So what they do is they get them there to train with them, I guess. There we go. See, when I present you, that's good. Then it cancels out the video, and I can sort of play it. Hold on, I'll present you, and then you can see more the full. So then you can't get like copyright, whatever. Oh, let me go back just to. Sure. All right, now he's going to show it though. See how quick that was over? He went straight for the neck. I mean, that's fucking your windpipe, your nerves, you know, your spinal cords. I mean, that's all over with.
Yeah, look, I mean, in combat, you don't have time to fuck around.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I was in a situation like that a while ago, but I don't think it was it was a situation of life or death. I don't think it was like that. But I was in a situation where I would get physically, you know, pretty badly beaten up, and I wasn't going for that.
He went from being skewered to being forked and skewered.
Hmm.
I'm talking about chess now, although this guy's also not in great shape.
Oh no, they're just training. They're just trying to evade. They're just teaching you. So then when they do it for real, you get the hang of it. This move. This is a very interesting move. So as the freaking Marine is coming in, he immediately dodges, pushes the blade away, and at the same time cuts the hand that's holding the blade. So I mean, he just effectively neutralizes the person, and then he can just slash away at the more vital spots. Yeah, those freaking Filipinos are fucking crazy. They don't fuck around, man. Yeah, mostly these things are really for close quarters. Like if you're in a building, a knife is gonna probably be more effective than a gun. Probably, more likely than not. So, you know. Yeah, let me stop freaking talking about this. Nobody's interested in this fucking shit.
I figured I'd join, but nothing's really happening.
Nope.
Yeah.
Okay, so after the palm break, this guy's just started blundering away all his pieces.
So, wait, Harvey, I'm assuming you am, but are you a anarcho-communist then?
No.
Oh.
Why would you assume that I was anarcho-communist?
Because you're on a live stream called Quantifying the Atheist, Anarcho-Communist, Transsexual, Feminist, Vegan Self.
No, it's just Nadia likes giving her live streams funny and long-winded titles.
Oh,
He's none of those. He's none of those things.
I think, Nadia, you are a anarcho-communist, aren't you?
She is, as far as I know.